innate, with 23 figures. The Dogmas and Rituals of High Magic, by Mr. Éliphas Lévi, 1856, 2 volumes. Histoire de la magie, by Éliphas Lévi, produced by R. Cedron, Renal Levesque, and the online distributed Proofreaders Europe at http://dp.rastco.net. Germain Bayer, Medical Library. 28 francs. Illustration. This work is divided into 2 parts. In one, the author sets forth the entire Kabbalistic and magical dogma. The other part is dedicated to worship, that is, ceremonial magic. The first is what the ancient sages called the clavicle. The second, what country folk still call the grimoire. This book is Catholic, and if the revelations it contains are of a nature to alarm the conscience of the simple, it is consoling to think they will not read it. The number and subject of the chapters corresponding in the 2 parts are not arbitrary, but are clearly indicated in the great universal clavicle, of which the author gives for the first time a complete and satisfactory explanation. It is written for men without prejudice, and the author has not sought to flatter either irreligion or fanaticism. By Albin Gauthier, Dunct. 2 vols. 1842. Or History of Somnambulism known in all nations, under the various names of ecstasies, dreams, oracles, vision, an examination of the doctrines of antiquity and modern times on its causes, effects, abuses, advantages, and the utility of its assistance to medicine. 8 vo. D'Anjouar, Gauthier, Albin. 10 francs. Away. Practical Treatise on Magnetism and Somnambulism. 1844, 1 volume Bell. 10 FRY. 8 vo out of print. Gauthier, Aubin. Magnetic Review, Journal of Cures and Magnetic and Somnambulic Facts. 2 vols. December 1844 to October 1846. Der. 8 vo. Warren. 6 Wayne. La Fontaine. The Art of Magnetizing or Animal Magnetism, considered from the theoretical, practical, and therapeutic points of view, by C.H.A. The numbers for May, June, July, August, and September 1846 were never published, creating a gap in Volume 2 from pages 211 to 432. 1852, second edition. 1 volume 8 vo, with figures, 5 francs. La Fontaine, Clarification on Magnetism, Magnetic Cures in Geneva. 1855, 18 mo, paper bound, 1 franc 50. Practical Instruction on Animal Magnetism, preceded by a letter from a foreign doctor, by a notice on the life and works of the author, and followed by J.P.F. Deleuze. 1853, 1 volume 12 mo, of 440 pages. Price, 3 francs 50 centimes. Deleuze. Critical History of Animal Magnetism. In 8, Iowa 1. Second edition, 1819, 2 volumes. 9 Deleuze. Memory on the Faculty of Prediction, with notes and justificating pieces, and with a certain amount of prediction examples collected from the ancients and the moderns. 1836. In 8, Br2. 50 Portrait of Deleuze, printed on a square sheet of vellum. 1 Fru. 1844. 1 volume of 706 pages. Magnetism and Somnambulism before the Scientific Corps, the Court of Rome, and the Theologians, by Mr. Abbé J.B. Loubert. Priest, former medical student. Price, 7 Aurore. Treatise on Animal Magnetism followed, by the words of a somnambule, and a collection of magnetic treatments, by Joseph Olivier. 1854. 1 volume in 8 of 524 pages. 6 Auro. Ricard. Letters of a Magnetizer, 1843. 1 volume 18, 2 FR8. Ricard. Physiology and Hygiene of the Magnetizer, Dietary Regimen for the Magnetized. Memoirs and Aphorisms of Mesmer, 1844, 18 mo, 3 FR 50 Ricard. Magnetism on Trial. Acquittal, 1845. 1 volume, 8 fo, 2 FR, 50 Rue. 1846, 8 Voba. A Glance at Magnetism and Somnambulism. 2 Efrain, 50 Teste, 6 Oran, 1842, 2 vols, 8 Vauberé. Confessions of a Magnetizer, followed by a medical magnetic consultation for Monoel Lafarge's hair. Physiology, Medicine, and Metaphysics of Magnetism, by Dr. Charpignon, 1848. Data. 1 vol. 8 vo. 480 pages. Price. 6 hour 1. Charpignon.d. 3 fart 9. 50 Charpignon.1. A Critical Glance at Medical Doctrines, Classical Systems, Vitalism, Spiritualism, Homeopathy, Magnetism, Hydrotherapy, 2nd ed., 1858, 1 vol. 8 vo. Physical Studies on Animal Magnetism, submitted to the Academy of Sciences, 1843, 8 vo. Br. 1 for Ether, Electricity and Matter, 2nd edition of Questions and Inventions Physics, Theology, Speaking Tables and Reforms, enlarged with Prevost's Prophecy, 1854. 1 L. Dole. In 8. 5 Frank Doughty. Bauer, June, Canwar, Doing, Canuai alone, Year. Prevorst's Prophecy, whose excerpt concludes the volume, is virtually unknown in France despite having produced several years ago a considerable effect in Germany. Published in 1854 on the occasion of the Speaking Tables, and under the influence of the hopes for social renovation they have all inspired in America, this book is a curious blend of cosmological systems in opposition to Newtonian hypotheses and reformist ideas concerning education and exchange signs. Justin Kerner, its author, was both an agreeable poet and a skilled physician. Everything in this account of what he experienced over 7 years as a very poor patient is true. Philosophers can therefore reason securely from these facts. Paris. U. L. Martinet. Printing House, Rue Mignon, 2. History of Magic, Hierarchical and Catholic Work. With a clear and precise exposition of its methods, rites, and mysteries, by Éliphas Lévi, author of Dogma and Ritual of High Magic. It is a hierarchical and Catholic work. Obey, Banwell Dei, and War. Definition of the great work. H. Kunbath, with 18 plates representing 90 figures. Paris, Germer Bayer, bookseller publisher, 17, Rue de l'École de Médecine. London and New York, H. Bellier. Madrid, H. 8. Billy Bellier Doll. Each of these parts, studied separately, provides a complete teaching and seems to contain all the science. But to have a full and proper understanding of one, it will be indispensable to study carefully the other two. 1860, Foreground Éliphas. Levi's works on the science of ancient magi will form a complete course divided into 3 parts. The first part contains the dogma and the ritual of high magic. The second, the history of magic. The third, the key to great mysteries, which will be published later. This ternary division of our work has been given to us by science itself, for our discovery of the great mysteries of this science rests entirely on the significance that ancient hierophants attached to numbers. Thus dogmas, whether philosophical or religious, were formed. 3 was for them the generative number, and in the teaching of any doctrine they first considered its theory, then its realization, and then its adaptation to all possible uses. Thus the dogmatic synthesis of Christianity, heir to the Magi, imposes on our faith 3 persons in God and 3 mysteries in the universal religion, our dogma and our way. We have followed in the division of our 2 already published works, and we will follow in the division of the 3rd plan laid down by Kabbalah. That is to say, by the purest tradition of occultism. Ritual are each divided into 22 chapters marked by the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. We have placed at the head of each chapter the letter it refers to, along with Latin words that, according to the best authors, indicate its hieroglyphic meaning. Thus, for example, at the head of chapter 1, one reads, Hebrew the recipient, disciplina, Ensof, Keter, of divinity expressed by Keter, the crown in Kabbalistic theology. The entire book is composed according to this combination. The chapter is the development of the title, and the title contains hierarchically all the chapter. What this means is that the letter Aleph, whose Latin and French equivalent is A, the numerical value 1 signifies the recipient, the man called to initiation, the skilled individual, the joker of the tarot, also meaning the dogmatic syllogism. Disciplina, the being in its general and first conception ensof. Finally, the first, an obscure idea. Our she, Kaiwar, Abdul, Or. The septenary number is that of the creative weak and divine realization. The key to the great mysteries will be established on the number 4, which is the number of the enigmatic forms of the Sphinx and elementary manifestations. The history of magic, which follows, and which after the general theory of science given by the dogma and the ritual, tells and explains the achievements of that science through the ages, is combined according to the septenary number, as we explained in our introduction. It is also the number of the square and of force, and in this book we shall establish certainty on unshakable foundations. Our Jiwang and Ronan. The history of magic explains the assertions contained in the dogma and the ritual. We shall explain the Sphinx's riddle entirely, and give to our readers this key to hidden things from the beginning of the world, which the scholar Postel dared not depict in one of his most obscure books, but presented in a highly enigmatic manner, without giving a satisfactory explanation. The key to the great mysteries will complete and explain the history of magic. He is a man of science, not a man of show, so that for an attentive reader, we hope, nothing shall be lacking from our revelation of the secrets of Hebrew Kabbalah and high magic, whether of Zoroaster or Hermes. The author of these books is happy to offer lessons to serious and educated individuals who ask for them, but he must warn his readers that he does not tell fortunes, teach divination, make predictions, create potions, or engage in any enchantment or in evocation. He strongly condemns everything that religion reproves, and therefore should not be mistaken for men who can be approached without fear to use their science for dangerous or illicit purposes. He welcomes sincere criticism but does not understand certain hostile attitudes. Serious study and diligent work stand above all attacks, and the first benefits they bring to those who know how to appreciate them are a profound peace and universal benevolence. Éliphas Lévi, September 1st, 1859. Analytic table of the matter contained in this work. Preface v. Introduction. 1. False definition of magic. It must not be defined at random. True definition, 1 brilliant star, what it is. Existence of the absolute 2 magic as absolute science. 3 Dupuy's mistakes. 4 profanations of science. The Count of Maestre's prediction. 5 measure and scope of magical science. 16 crimes of sorcerers. 18 astral light. God's justice. 7 power of the adept. 8 the devil and science. 10 existence of demons. 11 false idea. Of the devil, 12 Manichaean concept. We call it the imagination of nature. What it is. 19 its effects. 20 the defined magnetism. 22 harmony of reason with faith. 23 Jachin and Bobas. 24 principle of hierarchy. 25 religion of the Kabbalists. 26 images of God. 28 theory of light. 28 mysteries of sexual love. 29a. Aided to magic. 35 plan of this book. 37 author's submission to the established order. Antagonism of powers. 31. The alleged Pope Joan. 32 Kabbalah explains and reconciles all. 32 Why the Church condemned magic. 33 Dogmatic magic explains the philosophy of history. 34 Bad curiosities relic. 39 First book. Magic origins. Chapter 1. Fabulous origins. 41. 43. What is the character of Enoch? 46 Apocalypse of Saint Matthias. 46 sons of Seth and those of Cain. 47 Reason for occultism. 48 Rousseau's error. 49 Jewish traditions. 50 Glory of Christianity. 51 The Sefer Jazira, the Sohar, and the Apocalypse. 51 Beginning of the Sohar. 56 Transcendental Pyrotechnic. 52 Chapter 2 Magic of the Mages. 55 The True and False Zoroaster. 55 Dogmas of the True Zoroaster. 57 Numa's electric secrets. 57 a page from Zoroaster on demons and sacrifices. 58 important revelations about magnetism. 60 initiation in Assyria. 61 Assyrian wonders. 62 the potent word in accord with Zoroaster. 62 dangers faced by the careless. 63 human power over animals. 63 the fall of the Assyrian priesthood. 64 magical death of Sardanapale. India, mother of idolatry. 65 Chapter 3 Magic in India. 67 Indians, descendants of Cain. Doctrine of the Gymnosophists, the Indian origin of Gnosticism. Savant fables of India, black magic of Upnakat. Mr. Reagan, cited author, Great Indian Arcane, Rebellious Indians and Englishmen. Chapter 4 Hermetic. 81 Bembo's Isiac Table. 81 Tarot explained by the Sefer Jazeera. 82 Charles VII's Tarot. 82 Magic Science of Moses. Magic 77. The Emerald Table. 77 Other Writings of Hermes. 78 Magical Sense of Ancient Egyptian Geography. 79 Joseph's Ministry. 80 Sacred Alphabet. 89 Orpheus of Legend. 90 Orphic Mysteries. 92 Goetia. 93 The Witches of Thessaly. 94 Medea and Circe. 83 Chapter 5 Magic in Greece. 85 Fables of the Golden Fleece. 86 Medea and Jason. 88 The Five Magical Epics. 89 Eschyle, Defiler of Mysteries. 95 Chapter 6 Mathematical. Magic of Pythagoras. 96 Pythagoras, heir to Numa's traditions. 96 Who was Pythagoras? His doctrine on God. 97 Beautiful sentence against anarchy. Golden verses. 98 Pythagorean symbols. Holy. His chastity. 100 His divination. 101 How he explains his miracles. 102 Secret of dream interpretation. 103 Pythagoras's belief. 104 Chapter 7 Kabbalah. 105 Origin of Kabbalah. 105 The Kabbalists' horror of idolatry. 105 Chapter 1 114 Light, Great Magical Agent. 115 Obscene Origin of Larvae. 117 Book 2 Their Definition of God. 105 Principles of Kabbalah. 106 Divine Names and the Sacred Alphabet. 109 The Seal of Solomon. 110 If Spirits Can Return. 113 Fluidic Larvae. Primitive Symbolism of History. 118 Allegory of the Garden of Eden. 119 Folly of a Great Mind. 119 Mysteries of Genesis. 120 Belphegor. 121 His Cult. 122 The Sabbath Imitation of the Same Rites. 122 Decadence of Hierarchy. 123 Philosophy of Chance. 124 Plato's Doctrine. 124 Apollo's Response to those of Delos. 125 The Cubic Stone. 126 Summary of Neoplatonism. 127 Chapter 2 Anarchist Mystics. 130 Mad Visionaries. Mysticism. 128 The Inviolability of Magical Science. 128 Secular and Mystic Schools. 129 The Bacchanti. 129 Materialist Reformers. Ions. 135 M. Brière de Boismont and his Treatise on Hallucinations. 136 Chapter 3 Initiations and Trials. 137 Their Contempt for the Wise. 131 Tolerance of the True Church. 132 Immoral Tendency of False Miracles. 132 False Therapists. 133 Rituals of Black Magic. 134 Causes of Vis. What is the Great Work? 137 The Four Forms of the Sphinx, allegorically reproduced on Achilles' shield. 137 Allegories of Hercules and Oedipus. Trials. 138 Tradition, invoked by Plato. 140 Plato, as a Kabbalist. 141 Difference between Plato and St. John. 142 Fateful Experiences. 142 Homeopathy practiced by the Greeks. 143 Trophonius's Lair and the Dog's Cave. Science of the Egyptian Priests. 144 Lacton Scoffs at the Antipodes. 145 Hells of the Greeks. Magic of Public Worship. 149 Superstition, explained by the necessity of worship. 150 Orthodox traditions. 151 Calumnies of the uninitiated, against the initiated. 152, an allegory on Bacchus. 153 Tiresias and Calchas. 153 Priesthood, as described by Homer. 155 Oracles of the Sibyls. 156, Chapter 5, Mysteries of Virginity. 157 Institution of the Vestals. 158 Traditional Virtue of the Virginal Blood. 158 Symbolism of the Sacred Fire. 159 Honor among Roman women. N 160 High Priestly Nature of Numa. 161 Ingenuous Ideas of Voltaire on Divination. 161 Prophetic Instinct of the Masses. 162 Misinterpretations of Oracles by Kircher and Fontenelle. 162 Numa's Religious Calendar. 163, Chapter 6. Synthesis and Realization of Magism through Christian Revelation. Magic Monuments. 173. The Seven Wonders of the World, representing the seven magical planets. Philosophical Summary of the Ancients. 1075, Book 3. Divine and Superstitions. St. Gregory's Wise Thought. Pope Observation of Numbers and Days. Magi's Abstinences. Porphyre's Opinions. Mythological Accounts on Animal Instinct. Euripides' Passage Reason for Pythagorean Abstinences. Homer's Singular Passage. Roman Superstitions. Charms. Magical Vortexes. Chapter 7. 181, Chapter 2. Christ, accused of magic. Deep meaning of the beginning of the Gospel according to St. John Ezra, the Kabbalist. 177 Special character of Christianity. Accusations of the Jews against the Savior. 179. A beautiful legend from the Apocryphal Gospels. 180. The Joanites. 181 Magic books burned in Ephesus. Magician. 187. His story. 188. His doctrine. 1090. His conference with St. Peter and St. Paul. 192. His fall. 193. His sect continued by Menander. 194, Chapter 3. Truth of Christianity through Magic. 182. Absolute Existence of Religion. 182. Essential Distinction between Science and Faith. 183. Absurd Objections. 184. Reality of Christianity, demonstrated by charity. 185. Simon Thay. From the Devil. 194. Satan and Lucifer. 194. Church Wisdom. 196. What the Devil is according to those initiated in occult sciences. 196. Torreblanca's Opinions. 198. As the Trial Perversions. 199. Demons, Personified Vices. 200. Chapter 4. Last Pagans. 201. God's Eternal Miracle. 201. The Civilizing Action of Christianity. 201. Apollonius and Julian. Ed. 213. The Golden Donkey of Apuleius. 215. Cleverness of St. Augustine. Chapter 6. Allegorical Legend of Apollonius. 202. Continuation of this legend. 205. Judgment on Julian and Apollonius. 206. Chapter 4. Legends. 207. Justine and Cyprian. 208. Magical Prayer of St. Cyprian. 211. The Golden Legend. 212. Why Christians were accused of worshipping a donkey. Kabbalah Paintings. 216. Emblems of the Catacombs. 216. True and False Gnostics. 217. The Heretic Marcos. 218. Infiltration of women into the priesthood. 218. Diabolical Miracles. 220. Manichaeans. 220. Dangers of Evocations. 221. Loss of Kabbalistic Keys. 222. Chapter 2. OA. Alexandria School. 223. Ammonius Saccas. Plotinus, Porphyry, Proclus, Hypatia. 223. Confessions of Synesius. 225. Ian. 239. His treatise on dreams is commented on by Jerome Cardan. 225. Books of Saint Denis, the Areopagite attributed to Synesius. 227. Book 4, Magic and Civilization. What it means to be Bertha, with long feet. 239. Melusine. Chapter 1. Magic among Barbarians. 228. History of Philinium and Machates. 232. Mythology of the Germans and Druids 234. Magic of the Eubaeans. Chapter 2. Influence of Women 238. Beleda slandered by Chateau Brubil. 240 Saint Clotilde 241. Frediga 241 Legend or Story of Clodswin 242 Frediga saves a woman through malice 244 Chapter 3. Salic Law against Sorcerers 244 Salic Laws 245 Unique passage from the Talmud explained to Queen Blanche by Rabbi Jeshiel 246 Lovers of the Devil condemned by the Church 248 Charles Martel 249 261 The Illuminated Ones 262 The Kabbalah Zedeshias and the Elementary Spirits 250 Chapter 4 Legends of Charlemagne 254 Charlemagne and Roland 254 The Eucheridion of Leon III 257 The Frank Judges What is Quintessence 271 Chapter 6 The Wandering Chivalry 263 Chapter 4 Magicians 264 The Pope and the Emperor 264 Excommunications 265 Diabolical Legends 265 Rabbi Jael and St. Louis 266 Albertus Magnus and his android 267 St. Thomas Aquinas Templars 278 Their Trial 279 Famous Trials 272 Power of Religious Orders 273 The Templars 275 Profane Legend of the Knights concerning the life of Apil N.S. Jesus Christ 275 The Secret Doctrine of Their Apparent Destruction 280 Saint and Brave Joan of Arc 280 Gilles de Laval Lord of Rais Prototype of Bluebeard 290 Chapter 7 Superstitions about the Devil 290 How the Devil Appears 291 Terrible Hallucinations 293 The Reason for Appearances 295 What Spirit Boards Say 297 Book V Followers and Priesthood Chapter 1 Priests and Popes Accused of Magic 298 On Sylvester 2304 The Grimoire of Honorius 305 Its presumed author 306 A curious and entirely new analysis of this grimoire 314 Chapter 2 The True History of the True Bohemian by M. Valent 327 The Inviolable Sanctity of the Priesthood 298 Accusations of False Followers 299 Sylvester de II, falsely accused 300 The Lightness of Platini 300 The Absurd Story of Pope Joan 301 Naude's Opinion Appearance of Nomadic Bohemian Tribes 314 An extract from an ancient chronicle 3017 A citation from Basil Valentin and Trifeme Author's Opinion on the Bohemians 328 Chapter 3 Legend and History of Raymond Lull 341 Chapter 4 Cornelius Agrippa 345 Trithemes Pantacle 346 Guillaume Postel Alchemists 342 Flamel and the Book of the Jew Abraham 342 Mysterious Figures in this book 343 Tradition regarding Flamel 345 Bernard Le Trevisan Say Doctrine 348 Mother Jean 349 Postel the Resurrected 350 Father Desbillions justifies Postel 351 Paracelsus 353 Occult Tea Medicine 354 Story told by Tavernier 355 The Secrets of Paracelsus 357 Chapter 5 Famous Sorcerers and Magicians 358 Kabbalistic Analysis of Dante's Poem 358 The Roma Nance of the Rose 359 Debates between the Devil and Luther 360 Luther's Regrets at getting married 362 Wizards under Henry III 363 Vision of Jacques Clément 363 Origin of Rose Etruscans 364 Henri Conrath 366 Oswald Crolius 369 Famous Alchemists at the beginning of the 17th century 371 Manifesto of the Rosicrucians 371 Chapter 6 Magic Trials 373 Real Crimes of Sorcerers 376 Deplorable Condemnations, 377 Trial of Louis Ganfredi, 380 Trial of Urbain Grandier, 321 Magical Origins of Freemasonry, 399 What Freemasonry is, 399 Legend of Hiram, 402 Its Explanation, 407 Book 6 Magic and Revolution. The author's verdict on this trial, 384 Trial of the Nuns of Louviers, 387 Trial of Father Gerard, 388 Reasons for Certain Miracles, 389 A Story of an Apparition, 391 Chapter 7 Chapter 1 Notable Authors of the 18th Century, 408 Discoveries in China, 409 Wai-Kim and Fohai's Trigrams, 411 Swedenborg, 412 Mesmer, 414 Discovery of Magnetism, 416 Chapter 2 Wonderful Characters from the 18th Century, 418 Count of Saint-Germain, 419 Secret Society of the Holy Jachin, 425 Elkilt, F. Martinists, 435 Kazat Supper, 436 Mysteries of the Amorous Devil, 437 Lilith and Nabima, 438 Death of Kazat, 440 Chapter 4 French, Emist Lascaris, 426 Count of Cagliostro, 427 Explanation of his seal and Kabbalistic name, 430 The Secret of Physical Regeneration according to Cagliostro, 431 Chapter 3 Prophecies of Kazate, 435 School Revolution, 441 Misfortunes caused by Rousseau's hallucinations, 441 443 The Joanites and the Jacobins, 444 Strange Predictions, 451 Nondorf, Vintras, and Mr. Madrol, 452, Chapter 6, Horror, 445, Chapter 5, Phénomène de Médiamanie, Mediumship, Phenomena, 446, Birth of a Sect, 446, Dom Gerle and Catherine Théot, 448, Nighttime Visit by Robespierre, 449, The Saviors of Louis the Stetenin, The Enlightened Ones from Germany, 454. The Magic of Eckhart Janssen, 455 Evocations of Lever, 456 Revelations of the Spirit Gabladon, 457. He predicts the arrival of a mage named Osphal, Alphos, Maphon, Empire, Eliphisma, 458 Stabs, and Napoleon, 459. The Mopses and Their Mysteries, 460. The Dramatic Epic of Faust, 460, Chapter 7. A lackey, and is presented to King Louis XVIII, 468 Book 7, Magic in the 19th Century, and Restoration, 463 Predictions, regarding Napoleon, 463, Miss Lenormand, 465 Madame Bouche, and Madame de Krudener, near Emperor Alexander, 1801, 1467. Peasant Martin sees an angel dressed Chapter 1. Mystic Magnets and Materialists, 470. Contagious Madness of Charles Fournier, 4071. The Doctrine of Hell Explained, 472. An Evocation by Mr. Oeger, Vicar of Notre Dame, 476. False Grotesque Gods, Juno, Chéneau, Touré, Auguste Comte and Ronsky, 477, Chapter 2. Hallucinations, 479. The History of the Hallucinated Eugène Vintras, 4079, Chapter 3. The 495. A Russian lady, finding her Guéridon heretical, brings it to Rome and obtains permission from the Pope to burn it. 496. Serious Reflections on a Diabolical and Burlesque Melodrama. Magnetizers and Somnambulists, 491. Justified Challenges of the Church against Abuses of Somnambulism. 491. Remarkable Work by Baron Dupotet. 492. Fatal Table Turning for Victor Hennequin, and his Miraculous Writings, 505. Guano, 520. Fantasists in Magic, 497. Alphonse Esquiros invented a romantic and fantastic magic, 498. Henri Delage continues Alphonse Esquiros's work, 498. Mr. the Count of Aurches and his Wonders, 500. Mr. Baron Goldenstube, The Man Buried Alive, 507. A Vampire's Tale, 517. Edmund the Cartomancer, 5019, Chapter 4. Intimate Memories of the Author, 519. The author is introduced by the magician Esqueros to God. Summary and conclusion 532. Occult Sciences 525 Recapitulation of Principles 528, Chapter 7. The Eccentric Doctrines of Mapa 522, Unfavorable Consequences 523 Unknown Cause of the 1848 Revolution 524 Posthumous Magician 525, Chapter 6. 1 History of Magic 559 End of the Analytic Table of Matters. The Enigma of the Sphinx and its Solution 533. The 8 Paradoxical Questions with Answers 549 Conclusion 549. Why he who knows must believe 551 Result of Discoveries in Magic 552 Curious Passage from Vincent de Leron 553 Quote from Count Joseph de Maistre 555 and 55 Remarkable Text from St. Thomas 557 558 Purpose of the Work. Introduction. Many people would indeed define magic as the art of producing effects without causes. For too long, magic has been confused with the illusions of charlatans, the hallucinations of the sick, and the crimes of some exceptional miscreants. And according to this definition, the crowd, in its characteristic common sense, even in its greatest injustices, will say that magic is absurd. Magic cannot be what those who do not know it make of it. Moreover, no one has the right to do this or that. Magic is what it is. It is by itself, like mathematics, because it is the exact and absolute science of nature and its laws. Magic is the science of ancient mages. And Christianity, which imposed silence on lying oracles, and put an end to all the pretensions of false gods, reveres these mages who came from the east, guided by a star, to worship his cradle. The star that guides them is the same brilliant star whose image we find in all initiations. Tradition still gives these mages the title of kings, because initiation into magic constitutes a true royalty, and because the great art of the mages is called by all adherents the royal art, or the holy kingdom, sanctum regnum. For alchemists, it is the sign of quintessence, for magi the grand arcanum, and for Kabbalists the sacred pentagram. Magic thus unites, in a single science, what philosophy can offer most certain, and what religion possesses as infallible and eternal. Or, we will prove that the study of this pentagram was meant to lead magi to the knowledge of the new name that would rise above all names, and bow the knees of all beings capable of adoration. It perfectly and incontestably reconciles these two terms, which at first seem so opposed: faith and reason, science and belief, authority and freedom. It provides the human mind with an instrument of philosophical and religious certainty, as exact as mathematics, explaining the infallibility of mathematics themselves. Therefore, there exists an absolute in matters of intelligence and faith. T's, that is to say, arbitraries and kings of the world. The supreme reason has not allowed the lights of human understanding to waver at random. There is an incontestable truth. There is an infallible method of knowing this truth, and through the knowledge of this truth, men who take it as a rule can give it as a rule, can give their will a sovereign power that makes them masters of all inferior things and of all erring spirit. If this is the case, why is this high science still unknown? How can one suppose in a sky that appears dark the existence of such a brilliant sun? The high science has always been known, but only by elite intelligences who understood the necessity of silence and waiting. Science has its nights and dawns, because it gives the intellectual world a life that has its movements regulated and its progressive phases. Truths are like rays of light. Nothing that is hidden is lost, but neither is anything that is discovered absolutely new. If a skilled surgeon were to succeed, in the middle of the night, in opening the eyes of a blind-born person, how would he make him understand before dawn the existence and nature of the sun? God willed to give science, which is the reflection of his glory, the seal of his eternity. Magic was the science of Abraham and Orpheus, Confucius and Zoroaster. The dogmas of magic were carved on stone tablets by Enoch and Trismegistus. Yes, high science, absolute science is magic, and this affirmation must seem very paradoxical to those who have not yet doubted the infallibility of Voltaire, that wonderful ignoramus. Laugh instead of learning. Moses purified and revealed them, which is the meaning of the word revelate. El conceals from the uninitiated, and preserves for the chosen ones the same truth. He gave them a new veil when he made Holy Kabbalah the exclusive heritage of the people of Israel, and the inviolable secret of its priests. Some symbols of the mysteries of Eleusis and Thebes were preserved among the nations, already altered, and their mysterious key was lost among the instruments of a superstition that was constantly growing. Jerusalem, the murderer of its prophets, and a prostitute so many times to the false gods of the Syrians and Babylonians, had finally lost its holy word too, when a Savior, announced to the Magi by the sacred star of initiation, came to tear the worn veil of the old temple to give the church a new fabric of legends and symbols that stay. This is what our scholar and unfortunate Dupuis should have read in the Indian planets, and on the tables of Dendera, and in face of the unanimous affirmation of all nature and the monuments of science of all ages, he would not have concluded too. The denial of the truly Catholic cult, that is, universal and eternal. It was the memory of that scientific and religious absolute, this doctrine that can be summed up in one word, this word, finally, alternately lost and found, which was passed down to the chosen ones of all ancient initiations. Was this same memory, perhaps preserved or profaned within the famous order of Templa? The doctrines and mysteries of magic have been profaned. We do not dispute this, and this very profanation, renewed age after age, has been a great and terrible lesson for the imprudent. Ours, that became for all secret, society's Rosicrucians, Illuminati, and Freemasons the reason for their peculiar rites, their more or less conventional signs, and above all their mutual devotion and power. The Gnostics had the gnosis banned by Christians, and the official sanctuary was closed to high initiation. Eld finally unite them in the head of a man of genius. The key to science was left to children, and as expected, this key is currently lost and seemingly forgotten. Thus, the hierarchy of knowledge was compromised by the assaults of usurping ignorance, and the disorders in the sanctuary were repeated in the state, for always, willy-nilly. The king is under the priest, and it is from the eternal sanctuary of a thought. Divine teaching that the powers of the earth will always await their consecration and strength. He will be great. However, a man of high intuition and great moral courage, Count Joseph de Maistre, the determined Catholic, confessing that the world was without religion, and could not long endure thus, turned involuntarily his eyes towards the last sanctuaries of Oddano, occultism, and wished for the day when the natural affinity which exists between science and faith woo, he cried, and he will put an end to the 18th century, which still persists. Then our current stupidity will be spoken of as we speak of the barbarism of the Middle Ages. The great truth only requires that it be found. Then even the simplest among the people will understand, and if necessary demonstrate it. The prediction of Count de Maistre is coming true. The alliance of science and faith, long consummated, has finally revealed itself, not to a genius, for anyone can see the light, and indeed genius has never proved anything except its exceptional grandeur and inaccessibly bright lights to the masses. Cesare for the intellectual growth of peoples. She will never become vulgar, for she is hierarchical, and because only anarchy flatters the prejudices of the crowd. The masses do not need absolute truths, otherwise progress would stop, and life would cease in humanity. The ebb and flow of contrary ideas, the clash of opinions, the passions of fashion determined by the dreams of the moment are not. The crowds sense this well, and that's why they so readily abandon the lectern of doctors to rush to the stage of charlatans. Blessed are those with pure hearts, for they shall see God, said eternal wisdom. Thus does the purity of the heart purify the intellect, and rectitude of will ensure the accuracy of understanding. Even men who claim to be especially occupied with philosophy often resemble children playing riddles and hastily excluding from the game whoever knows the answer beforehand, lest they prevent others from playing by taking away all interest in the embarrassment of their questions. He who prefers truth and justice above all else will receive justice and truth as his reward, for the supreme providence has given us freedom so that we can conquer life. And truth itself, however rigorous, overcomes the slowness or errors of our will, seduced by the allurements of lies. Nevertheless, says Bossuet, before there is something that pleases or displeases our senses, there is a truth. And it is by this alone that our actions should be guided, not by our pleasure. The kingdom of God is not an empire of arbitrariness, neither for men nor for God himself. One thing, says St. Thomas, is not just because God wants it, but God wants it because it is just. God has done everything with number, weight, and measure. The divine balance governs and requires eternal mathematics. Here it is, the Bible speaking. You shall be measured, says the gospel, with the measure that you use for yourself. Of the celestial triangle will necessarily meet those of the scientific compass, to form the mysterious measure a corner of creation, and do a progressively proportional multiplication, and the whole infinity will multiply its filled circles of universes that will pass in proportionate segments between the ideal and growing branches of your compass. And now suppose from any point of infinity above you, a hand holds another compass or square, the lines. God does not wrestle with man to crush him from his greatness, and he never places unequal weights in his balance. We have heard Christians, more zealous than educated, explain in a peculiar manner the doctrine of eternal punishment. God, they said, can infinitely avenge a finite offense because, while the nature of the offender has limits, the majesty of the offended has none. Under this title and pretext, an emperor of the earth should punish to death an innocent child who, by accident, had soiled the edge of his purple robe. When he wishes to exercise the forces of Jacob, he takes the form of a man, whose patriarch endures the assault for an entire night, and the outcome of this struggle is a blessing for the defeated, and with the glory of having endured such opposition, he bears the national title of Israel, meaning strong against God. No, such things are not the prerogatives of greatness. And St. Augustine understood them better when he wrote, God is patient because he is eternal. Help thyself, and heaven will help thee. 8. Suffering. We may call Jupiter to our aid when our chariot is stuck, but if we do not take the shovel and pick like the roadman of the fable, heaven will not pull us out. In God all is justice, because all is goodness. He never forgives in the way men do, because he cannot become irritable like them. But since evil is incompatible with good in his nature, as night is with day, as dissonance with harmony, and since man is inviolable in his freedom, every error atones for itself, every evil is punished by a proportion. Thus, in a perfectly rational and purely philosophical manner, is explained the possible and necessary eternity of punishment, with a narrow path open to man to escape it, that of repentance and work. God has not limited the luminous ascent of Jacob to a restricted number of steps. By conforming to the rules of eternal force, man can assimilate himself to the creative power and become a creator and conserver like it. All that nature has made inferior to man she submits to man. It is for him to expand his domain by climbing ever higher. Therein lies magic in all its glory. The adept becomes the king of elements, transformer of metals, arbiter of visions, director of oracles, master of life, finally, in the mathematical order of nature, and according to the will of the supreme intelligence. But who will dare in our century to believe our words? Thus, the length and even the perpetuity of life, the atmosphere and its storms, the earth and its metallic veins, light and its metallic veins, light and its wonderful mirages, night and its dreams, death and its dreams, death and its ghosts, pastoral staff, Moses' thunderous wand. Those who wish to study loyally and know frankly, for we no longer hide truth behind parables or hieroglyphic signs. The time has come when everything must be said, and we propose to say it all. An enigma's now impenetrable within the rites of high masonry, but we will bring to light the fantastic king of the Sabbath, and show at the bottom of black magic itself, long abandoned to the ridicule of Voltaire's descendants, terrible realities. We are going to uncover not only this science always occult, which, as we have said, lay hidden under the shadows of ancient mysteries, which was poorly revealed, or rather shamefully distorted by the Gnostics, beneath the obscurities covering the alleged crimes of the Templars, and found wrapped for a great number of readers, magic is the devil's science. Certainly, as the science of light is that of shadow. We first boldly admit that the devil does not frighten us. I am only afraid of those who fear the devil, said St. Teresa. But we also declare that it does not amuse us, and we find highly inappropriate the jests at which he is so often the butt. In any case, we want to bring him before science. Oh, I'm the moon, and Carmon, the devil and science. Oh, it seems that by bringing together two names as strangely disparate, the author of this book has first revealed his entire thought. Is it not to disperse at dawn the shapeless nightmares of the night? To bring before the light the mystical personification of darkness? Is it not to destroy before truth the ghost of lies? This is what superficial readers will think, and they will condemn us without hearing us. We first tell Christians, the author of this book is a Christian just like you. It is therefore important to clearly state our goal and firmly establish our principles. Uneducated Christians will believe that we are undermining their fundamental moral dogmas by denying the existence of hell, while others will question the point of fighting errors that no longer deceive anyone. At least, that's what they imagine. His faith is that of a strongly and deeply convinced Catholic. He does not come to deny dogmas, but to combat impiety in its most dangerous forms, those of false belief and superstition. He comes to drag from the darkness, the black successor of the darkness, the black successor, Aramanes, in order to expose to the light his gigantic impotence and his terrible misery. He comes to Virgin and Mother Science, the science of which Mary is the gentle and luminous image. Is it not predestined to crush also the head of the old serpent? Commit to the solutions of science the ancient problem of evil. He wants 11 to dethrone the king of hells and lower his brow until it reaches the foot of the cross. To the so-called philosophers, the author will say, why do you deny what you cannot understand? The unbelief that asserts itself in face of the unknown, is it not more reckless and less consolatory than faith? What? Does the terrible figure of evil incarnate make you smile? Don't you hear the eternal wail of humanity struggling and crying out crushed by the embrace of the monster? Have you never seen the hideous laughter of the villain oppressing the righteous? This is all I ask you to admit, and what it will be difficult for you not to grant me. Moral evil exists. It is a lamentable truth. It reigns in certain minds. It incarnates in certain men. Have you never felt these infernal depths open within yourself, dug instantaneously into all souls by the genius of perversity? Let it be understood, moreover, that science and faith lend each other mutual aid, only insofar as their domains are inviolable and separate. What do we believe? What we cannot absolutely know, even if we strive with all our might to do so. The verb of faith is not scientifically debatable. The object of faith is for science only a necessary hypothesis, and never should things from science be judged by the methods of faith, nor vice versa. I believe because it is absurd, said Tertullian, and this paradoxical statement is of highest reason. But for a finite judgment, isn't the infinite absurd? Yet we feel that it is. Indeed, beyond all that we can reasonably suppose, there is an infinite to which we aspire with a desperate thirst, and which even escapes our dreams. Infinity surrounds us. It overflows us. It gives us vertigo with its abysses. It crushes us with all its height. All scientifically probable hypotheses are the last twilight or shadows of science. Faith begins where reason runs out. Beyond human reason is divine reason, the great absurd for my weakness, the infinite absurd that confuses me, and which I believe. But only good is infinite. Evil is not. And that's why, if God is the eternal object of faith, Satan belongs to science. In what Catholic symbol, after all, is Satan mentioned? Would it not be blasphemous to say, we believe in him? He is named but not defined in sacred scripture. Genesis does not speak anywhere of a supposed fall of angels. It attributes the sin of the first man to the serpent, the most cunning and dangerous of animated beings. Lucifer, the bearer of light. We know what the Christian tradition is about this. But if this tradition is explained by one of the greatest and most universal allegories of science, what will this solution matter to faith that aspires to God alone, and scorns the pomp and works of Lucifer? What a strange name given to the spirit of darkness. Is it he who bears light and blinds weak souls? Yes, do not doubt it, for traditions are full of divine revelations and inspirations. The devil bears light, and often even, says St. Paul, he transforms himself into an angel of light. How did you fall from heaven? I saw, said the Savior of the world. I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning, cries the prophet Isaiah, bright star, who rose in the morning. I'll you, arrange you with dawning, carnal. But this Lucifer, is it a person or a force? Lucifer is therefore a fallen star. It is a meteorite that burns forever and sets fire when it no longer illuminates. Is it an angel or a stray thunderbolt? Tradition assumes it is an angel. But does not the psalmist say in Psalm 103, do you make your angels storms and your ministers swift fires? The word angel is given in the Bible to all of God's sent ones, messengers or new creations, revelators or plagues, radiant spirits or brilliant things. After having been during the Middle Ages the terror of the world, the devil has become its laughingstock. The fire arrows that the Most High throws into the clouds are his angels of wrath, and this figurative language is familiar to all readers of Eastern poetry. Heir to the monstrous forms of all the false gods successively overthrown, the grotesque scarecrow has been made ridiculous by deformity and ugliness. Yet let us observe one thing. It is only those who dare laugh at the devil who do not fear God. It is important finally to know if the idea of this evil power can be reconciled with that of God. Is the devil, for many sick imaginations, then the shadow of God himself? Or rather, is he not often the idol of low souls? If, in a word, the devil exists, and if he does exist, what he is, we are indeed strange reasoners. This is not about superstition or a ridiculous character. It is about religion altogether, and therefore about all future and all interests of humanity. We believe ourselves to be very strong when we are indifferent to everything except for material results, money, for example, and we leave the fundamental ideas of opinion to chance. A conquest of science is far more important than the discovery of a gold mine. With science, we employ gold in the service of life. With ignorance, wealth only provides instruments for death. It goes without saying that our scientific revelations stop before faith, and that as Christians and Catholics we submit our entire work to the supreme judgment of the Church. The word is never void, and if it is written that it is in God, and that it is God, then it is the expression and proof of being in truth. And now to those who doubt the existence of the devil, we reply, all that has a name exists. Words can be spoken in vain, but by themselves they cannot be empty and always have a meaning. 15. The devil is named and personified in the gospel, which is the word of truth, so he exists and can be considered a person. But here it is the Christian who bows. Let science or reason speak, it makes no difference. We can do good or evil. Evil exists, it is impossible to doubt it. There are beings who knowingly and willingly do evil. Spirits who love and do evil are accidentally evil. The spirit that animates these beings and excites them to do evil is diverted, turned away from the right path, cast across good as an obstacle. And this is precisely what the Greek word diabolos, which we translate as devil, means. These words are a whole revelation, and we will have to delve into them. Therefore, there is a devil who is the spirit of error, voluntary ignorance, and vertigo. And there are beings who obey him, who are his envoys, his messengers, his angels, and for this reason it is spoken in the gospel of an eternal fire that is prepared, predestined in a way to the devil and his angels. Let us first define evil clearly. Evil is the lack of rectitude in being. Moral evil is lying in actions, just as lying is a crime in words. Injustice is the essence of a lie. Every lie is an injustice. When what is said is just, there is no lie. When one acts fairly and truly, there is no sin. Injustice is the death of the moral being, as a lie is the poison of intelligence. The spirit of lying is therefore a spirit of death. Those who listen to it are poisoned by it and become its dupes. But if we take his absolute personification seriously, he would himself be absolutely dead and absolutely deceived. That is, the affirmation of his existence would involve an obvious contradiction. Jesus said, "The devil is a liar, even as his father." What is the father of the devil? He who gives him a personal existence by living according to his inspirations. The man who makes himself a devil is the father of the incarnate evil spirit. But it is a daring, impious, monstrous conception, a traditional design like the pride of the Pharisees, a hybrid creation that provided an apparent argument against the magnificences of Christianity to the meager philosophy of the 18th century. It is this king devil of evil, as if evil were a kingdom, this devil more intelligent than the men of genius who feared his disappointments. It is the false Lucifer of the heterodox legend. It is this angel sufficiently proud to believe himself God, sufficiently courageous to buy independence at the price of eternal torments, full divine light, sufficiently strong to still reign in darkness and pain, and to make a throne of unextinguishable fire. It is Satan of the Republican and heretic Millen. It is this supposed hero of the dark eternities slandered with ugliness, decked out with horns and claws that would rather suit his implacable tormentor. This dark light, these darknesses that see, this prince of anarchy served by a hierarchy of pure spirits, the power that God did not wish and that a fallen creature could not create. This banished one of God who would be everywhere like God is on earth, more visible, more present to the greatest number, better served than God himself. This vanquished one to whom the victor would give his children to devour. A great lie realized, personified, eternal, a death that cannot die. This artisan of the sins of the flesh for whom the flesh is nothing, and therefore he can be nothing to the flesh if it is not supposed to be his creator and master as God. A blasphemy that the word of God will never silence, and poisoner of souls that God would tolerate through a contradiction of his power, or keep like the Roman emperors kept Locusta among the instruments of his reign. A supplicant always alive to curse his judge and have right against him, since he will never repent. There is the irreligious phantom that calumniates religion. Take away this idol that hides our Savior. 18 a monster, accepted as an executioner by the sovereign power, and who, according to the energetic expression of an ancient Catholic writer, can call God the God of Satan by giving himself as a devil of God. Down with the tyrant of lies. Down with the black god of Manichaeans. Down with Aramans of ancient idolaters. Long live God alone and his incarnate word, Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world, who saw Satan fall from heaven. And long live Mary, the divine mother who crushed the head of the infernal serpent. Here is the English translation of the provided text. Behold what? All-Ra. They stole the fire from heaven, like Prometheus. For all the crimes once punished by death against old witches are real, and among the greatest of all crimes, they say, in unanimous agreement, the tradition of the saints and the hearts of all true believers. To attribute any greatness to the fallen spirit is to slander divinity. To lend any royalty to the rebellious spirit is to encourage rebellion. To commit, at least in thought, the crime of those who in medieval times were called with horror witches. They rode winged dragons and flying serpents, like Medea. They poisoned the breathable air, like the shadow of the yew tree. How is all this possible? They profaned holy things, and used the very body of the Lord for acts of destruction and misfortune. It is that there exists a mixed agent, a natural and divine agent, corporal and spiritual, a universal plastic mediator, a common receptacle of the vibrations of motion and the images of form, a fluid and a force that can be called in some way the imagination of nature. The existence and possible use of this force are the great secret of practical magic. By this force all nervous systems communicate secretly with each other. From here arise sympathy and antipathy. From here dreams come. Through it occur phenomena of second sight and extrasensory vision. This universal agent of the works of nature is the ode of the Hebrews and the night of Reichenbach, the astral light of the Martinists, and we prefer, as more explicit, this last appellation. It is the wand of the thaumaturges and the clavicle of black magic. It is the serpent of Eden that transmitted to Eve the allurements of a fallen angel. God created it on the first day when he said, "Let there be light." The magnetic astral light warms, illuminates, magnetizes, attracts, repels, vivifies, destroys, coagulates, separates, breaks, and gathers all things under the impulse of powerful wills. The leaders of souls are spirits of energy and action. It is a blind force in itself, but it is guided by egregores, that is to say, by the leaders of souls. This already explains the whole theory of prodigies and miracles. How indeed could the good and the evil force nature to reveal exceptional forces? How could there be divine miracles and diabolical miracles? The magicians of Pharaoh first performed the same wonders as Moses. Comment: a reproved mind, a lost mind, a diverted mind, might it have more strength in certain cases and ways than the righteous, so powerful in its simplicity and wisdom, if one does not assume an instrument that everyone can use under certain conditions, some for the greatest good, others for the greatest evil. Therefore the instrument they used was the same, only the inspiration was different. And when they declared themselves defeated, they proclaimed that according to them human forces had reached their limit, and that Moses must have possessed something superhuman within him. Was it more difficult, however, to make flies appear than frogs? This occurred in this Egypt, mother of magical initiations, in this land where everything was occult science and hierarchical and sacred teaching. When the brain becomes congested or overloaded with astral light, a particular phenomenon occurs. No, certainly. But magicians knew that the fluidic projection by which eyes are fascinated could not extend beyond certain limits, and for them these limits had already been exceeded by Moses. Then the eye seems reversed, and often, indeed, it slightly convulses and appears to turn inward under the eyelid. The eyes, instead of seeing outside, see inside. Night falls outside in the real world, and fantastic clarity radiates alone in the world of dreams. Nation from which each of us appropriates a greater or lesser part, according to his degree of sensitivity and memory. Therein lies the source of all appearances, of all extraordinary visions and intuitive phenomena that are peculiar to madness or ecstasy. The phenomenon of appropriation and assimilation of light by sensitivity that sees is one of the greatest that science has to study. The soul then perceives through images the reflection of its impressions and thoughts. That is to say, 21. The analogy that exists between such an idea and such a form attracts into astral light the representative reflection of this form. Because the essence of living light is configurative, it is the universal imagie. Let there be light. One may discover one day that to see is already to speak, and that the consciousness of light is the twilight of eternal life and being, the Word of God, who creates light, desiring to look. Not all eyes see alike, nor is creation in the same form and color for everyone who looks upon it. Indeed, light exists in splendor only for the eyes that gaze upon it, and the soul enamored of the spectacle of universal beauties. Did it dawn on the first day, this sublime and creative word, let there be light? Our brain is a printed book both inside and out, and as soon as attention is heightened, the writings become blurred. This is what constantly happens in intoxication and madness. Then dreams triumph over real life and plunge reason into an incurable sleep. This state of hallucination has its degrees. All passions are intoxications. All enthusiasms are relative and graded follies. Poor wretch of voluptuousness! The lover sees only infinite perfections around an object that fascinates and intoxicates him. Tomorrow, this perfume of wine that attracts him will be a repugnant remembrance for him, and the cause of 1,000 nausea and 1,000 disgusts. One of the great benefits of magnetism is to make evident, through undeniable facts, the spirituality, unity, and immortality of the soul. To know how to use this force, and never let ourselves be overwhelmed and conquered by it, to walk on the head of the serpent. That is what we learn from the magic of light. In this arcane are contained all the mysteries of magnetism, which contained all the mysteries of magnetism, which can already give its name to the whole practical part of high magic of the ancients. Magnetism is the wand of miracles, but only for the initiated. For the imprudent, who would make it a toy or an instrument at the service of their passions, it becomes formidable, like that sudden glory that, according to the allegories of the fable, consumed the too ambitious Semele in Jupiter's embraces. Spirituality, unity, and immortality, once demonstrated, God appears to all intelligences and hearts, by the priesthood of Israel. 23. The first tradition of unique revelation was preserved under the name of Kabbalah. Then, from belief in God and the harmonies of creation, one is led to this great religious harmony, which could not exist outside the miraculous and legitimate hierarchy of the Catholic Church, the only one that has preserved all the traditions of all the traditions, science and faith. Kabbalistic doctrine, which is the dogma of high magic, is contained in the Sefer Yetzirah, the Zohar, and the Talmud. Being is being Hebrew. According to this doctrine, the Absolute is the being in which the Word resides, which is the expression of the reason for being and life. That is the principle. In principle it was, that is, has been, and will be the verb, that is, the reason that speaks. Hebrew. The verb, Hebrew, is the source of logic. The verb is the reason for belief, and in it is also expressed the faith that vivifies knowledge. Jesus is the incarnate verb. Like relationships, are invariably the same. What renders paradoxical, at first glance, the solution to this Gordian knot of philosophy and modern politics is that, in order to reconcile the terms of the equation we are dealing with, they are always mixed or confused. The harmony of reason with faith, science with belief, authority with freedom, has become in modern times the true enigma of the Sphinx, and at the same time as this great problem was raised, that of the respective rights of man and woman, it had to be, for among all these terms of a great and supreme question, analogy is constant and difficulties. If there is a supreme absurdity, indeed, it is to seek how faith could be reason, reason a belief, freedom an authority, and conversely, woman a man and man a woman. Here, the very definitions oppose confusion, and it is by distinguishing the terms perfectly that we arrive at reconciling them. Sanctuaries and rites, still little known in ancient and modern Freemasonry. One reads in Scripture that Solomon had 2 bronze columns placed in front of the temple door, one called Jachin and the other Boaz, meaning strong and weak, or the perfect and eternal distinction of the 2 primitive terms of the creative syllogism, to arrive at the demonstration of their harmony through the analogy of opposites. This distinction, we say, is the second great principle of this occult. Philosophy, veiled under the name of Kabbalah, and indicated by all the sacred hieroglyphs of ancient S. These 2 columns represented man and woman, reason and faith, power and freedom, Cain and Abel, right and duty. They were the columns of the intellectual and moral world, the monumental hieroglyph of the necessary antinomies to the great law of the necessary antinomies to the great law of creation. The affirmation is made through negation. The strong only triumphs in comparison to the weak. Aristocracy manifests itself only by rising above the people. Indeed, every force requires resistance for support, every light a shadow for repulsion, every protrusion a hollow, every outflow a receptacle, every reign a kingdom, every sovereign a people, every worker a raw material, every conqueror a subject of conquest. Similarly, the people will always be the people, that is, the governable mass incapable of governing. That the weak may become strong, that the people may gain an aristocratic position, is a question of transformation and progress, but what can be said about it will only confirm first truths. The weak will always remain weak, regardless of whether it is no longer the same person. A nation of sovereigns would necessarily be as anarchic as a class of scholars or schoolboys who believed themselves masters. No one would want to listen, and everyone would dogmatize and command at once. In the great army of the lesser, any personal emancipation is a forced desertion, fortunately made insensitive by eternal replacement. A king people, or a people of kings, would assume the slavery of the world, an anarchy-inarchy, a single, indisciplined city, as was the case in Rome at its greatest glory. The same can be said of the radical emancipation of women. If a woman passes entirely and radically from a passive to an active condition, she abdicates her sex, and becomes a man, or rather, since such a transformation is physically impossible, she attains affirmation through double negation, and positions affirmation, herself outside of both sexes as a sterile and monstrous androgyne. These are the forced consequences of the great Kabbalistic dogma of the distinction of opposites to achieve harmony through analogy of their relations. Our moral influence. And moreover, as we will explain, the law of balance through analogy leads to the discovery of a universal agent, which was the great arcane of alchemists, Once this dogma is recognized, and the consequences of its application are universally implemented through the law of analogies, one arrives at the discovery of the greatest secrets of sympathy and natural antipathy, of the science of governance, it in politics or marriage, of occult medicine in all its branches, whether magnetism, homeopathy, oang. We have said that this agent is a light of life by which animated beings are attracted, and its electricity is merely an accident and a temporary perturbation. To the knowledge and use of this agent pertains everything concerning the practice of the wonderful Kabbalah, of which we will soon have to occupy ourselves, in order to satisfy the curiosity of those who seek in secret sciences rather emotions than wise teachings. The religion of the Kabbalists is at once all hypotheses and all certainty, since it proceeds by analogy from the known to the unknown. They do not contest anything that is, but they give reason for everything. They recognize religion as a need of humanity, as an evident and necessary fact, and there only is for them divine revelation, permanent and universal. O Little and first finds a reason for the most astonishing formulas of the mysteries. Thus, his prayer can be united with that of all men to guide it, illuminating it with science and reason, and bringing it to orthodoxy. Let them speak to him of Mary, and he will bow down before this realization of all that is divine in the dreams of innocence, and all that is adorable in the holy folly of the heart of all mothers. Also, their doctrine, by clearly marking the line of separation that must eternally exist between science and faith, gives faith the highest reason for its foundation, which guarantees it an eternal and incontestable duration. Then come the popular and eternal and incontestable duration. Then come the popular formulas of the dogma, which alone can vary and destroy each other. The Kabbalist is not shaken for sake. It is not he who will refuse flowers at the altars of the Mother of God, white ribbons to her chapels, tears even to her naive legends. It is not he who will laugh at the weeping God of the cradle and the bloody victim of the cross. Yet he repeats in the depths of his heart, with the sages of Israel and the true believers of Islam, for an initiate into true sciences, there is but one being, and he is the being, but all that there is of politics and touching in beliefs, but the splendor of cults, but the pomp of divine creations, but the grace of prayers, but the magic of heavenly hopes. Is it not a radiation of the moral being in all its youth and beauty? God is truly present when gathered souls and touched hearts adore him. He is substantially and terribly absent when he is spoken of without fire and without light, that is to say, without intelligence. Yes, if there is anything that can turn the true initiated away from public prayer in temples, what can arouse in him disgust or indignation against any religious form? It is the visible unbelief of ministers or the people, the lack of dignity in ministers, the ceremonies of worship, the profanation, in a word, of sacred things. To say that God is not, or to define what he is also blasphemy. Thus, nothing outside the idea of being, joined with the notion of goodness and justice, for this idea alone is the absolute. 28. The idea one must have of God, according to the wise Kabbalah, will be revealed to us by St. Paul himself. To reach God, says this apostle, one must believe that he exists. Any definition of God, attempted by human intelligence, is a recipe for religious empiricism, through which superstition can later concoct a devil. OD. In Kabbalistic symbols, God is always represented by a double image, one straight, the other reversed, one white and the other black. Light alone, without shadow, would be invisible to our eyes and produce a blinding equivalent to the deepest darkness. The sages wanted to express thus the intelligent conception and the vulgar conception of the same idea, the God of light and the God of darkness, and divine ancestor of all demons. The dream of the infernal king, in fact, is only a false idea of G. In the analogies of this physical truth, well understood and well meditated upon, one will find the solution to the most terrible of problems, the origin of evil. But perfect knowledge of this solution, and all its consequences, is not meant for the multitude, who must not so easily enter into the secrets of universal harmony. Is a black god. Thus, when the initiated into the mysteries of Eleusis had triumphantly passed through all the trials, when he had seen and touched the sacred things, if he were deemed strong enough to bear the last and most terrible of all, secrets. A veiled priest ran up to him and whispered in his ear this enigmatic word, "O seer." The very depths of darkness that light is seen to be reborn. Thus this Osiris, whose oracle is Typhon, that divine son of religious Egypt, suddenly vanished and was no longer himself but the shadow of that great and indefinable Isis, who is all that has been and all that will be, but whose eternal veil no one will be, but whose eternal veil no one has yet lifted. Light for Kabbalists represents the active principle, and darkness is analogous to the passive principle. That is why they made the sun and moon the emblem of the two divine sexes and the two creative forces, temptation and sin at first, then the first work, the maternal labor of redemption, since it is from. Thus is explained the symbol of Christ descending into hell, after exhausting on the cross all the immensities of the most admirable pardon. The void attracts the full, and thus the abyss of poverty and misery, the supposed evil, the supposed nothingness, the fleeting rebellion of creatures, eternally draws in an ocean of being, wealth, mercy, and love. Why in love there is always a priest and a sacrifice, why the most obstinate passions are those whose satisfaction seems impossible. By this law of harmony in the analogy of opposites, Kabbalists also explained all the mysteries of sexual love. Why this passion endures longer between two unequal natures and two opposite characters. By this law as well, they would have settled forever 30 the question of precedence between the sexes, a question that only Saint Simonism has been able to seriously raise in our days. They would have found that the natural force of woman being the force of inertia or resistance, her most imprescriptible right is the right to modesty. And thus she should do nothing nor aspire to anything that requires a sort of masculine audacity. Nature has provided well for this by giving her a soft voice that could not be heard in large assemblies without becoming ridiculously shrill. A woman who aspires to the functions of the other sex would thereby lose the privileges of hers. We do not know to what extent she would be able to govern men, but certainly men, and what would be crueler for her, the very children would no longer love her. The marital law of the Kabbalists analogously provides the solution to the most interesting and difficult problem of modern philosophy. If science is the sun, belief is the moon. It is a reflection of day and the night, the definitive and lasting accord of reason and faith, authority and freedom of inquiry, science and belief. Faith is the supplement of reason in the darkness that science leaves behind, either before or after it. It emanates from reason, but it can never be confused with it, nor confuse it. Science perishes through systems that are nothing but beliefs, and faith succumbs to reasoning. The encroachments of reason upon faith, or of faith upon reason, are eclipses of the sun or moon. When they occur, they render both the home and the light reflector useless. For the two pillars of the temple to support the edifice, they must be separated and placed in parallel. The struggles between spiritual and temporal power have always been great domestic quarrels in humanity. The papacy, jealous of temporal power, was only a family mother jealous of supplanting her husband. Thus she lost the trust of her children. Temporal power, in turn, when it usurps from the priesthood, is as ridiculous as a man claiming to understand better than a mother taking care of the household and the crib. As soon as one tries violently to draw them close together, like Samson, they topple over, and the entire edifice crashes down on the head of the daringly blind or the revolutionary, who has been foreordained for death by personal or national resentments. Thus, for example, the English, from a moral and religious perspective, are children swaddled by men. This is clearly seen in their sadness and boredom. Therefore, mothers should have the monopoly of wonderful stories, small attentions, and songs. If the religious dogma is a nursery tale, provided it is ingenious and has a beneficial morality, it is perfectly true for the child, and the family father would be very foolish to contradict it. Maternity is the type of priesthood, and it is because the Church must be exclusively a mother that the Catholic priest renounces to be a man, and abjures before her his rights to fatherhood. One should never forget. Papacy is a universal mother, or it is nothing. Thus, by Kabbalah, and it alone, all is explained and reconciled. Pope Joan, whom the Protestants made a scandalous story out of, might only be an ingenious allegory, and when the sovereign pontiffs mistreated emperors and kings, it was Pope Joan who wanted to beat her husband to the great scandal of the Christian world. Why? Thus, schisms and heresies have been, at bottom, nothing but conjugal disputes. The Church and Protestantism say ill of each other and regret it, affect to avoid one another and feel bored without each other, like separated spouses. It is a doctrine that vivifies and enriches all others. It does not destroy, but rather gives reason to all that exists. Men take for so many contradictory and different beliefs. Thus, all the forces of the world are at the service of this unique and superior science, and the true Kabbalist can, without hypocrisy or lies, command the wisdom of sages and the enthusiasm of believers. There is only one being, there is only one truth, there is only one hymn and one faith, as there is only one humanity in this world. He is more Catholic than M. de Maistre, more Protestant than Luther, more Israelite than the great rabbi, more prophet than Mohammed. Is he not above systems and passions that obscure truth, and cannot he, at will, gather together all its scattered rays, reflecting diversely from all fragments of this broken mirror which is universal faith? And why? The war that the Church had to declare against magic was necessitated by the profanations of false Gnostics, but the true science of the Magi is essentially Catholic, because it bases its entire realization on the principle of hierarchy. Having reached such intellectual and moral heights, one understands that the human mind and heart enjoy profound peace. Hence these words, deep peace, my brothers, were the words of a master in high Freemasonry, that is, in the association of initiated Kabbalists. Yet only in the Catholic Church is there a serious and absolute hierarchy. That is why the true followers have always professed for this Church the deepest respect and the most absolute obedience. Every spirit that separates Christ here is an antichrist, for religion is charity. Henri Kunrath alone was a determined Protestant, but in this he was German of his time rather than a mystical citizen of the eternal kingdom. The essence of anti-Christianism is exclusion and heresy. It is the rupture of the body of Christ, according to the beautiful expression of St. John. Now there is no charity in anarchy. Magic also had its heresiarchs and sectaries, its men of prestige and sorcerers. We will have to avenge the legitimacy of science against the usurpations of ignorance, madness, and fraud, and it is above all in this that our work can be useful and entirely new. So far, the history of magic has only been treated as the annals of a prejudice, or the more or less accurate chronicles of a series of phenomena. Indeed, no one believed anymore that magic was a science. The ashes of Vesuvius, in all their dead beauty and their desolate majesty. A serious history of this rediscovered science should outline its developments and progress. Thus, ashes of 4 civilizations, preserved more wonderfully than these mummy cities recently emerged from. In his most magnificent work, Bossuet showed that religion is interwoven with history everywhere. What would he have said had he known that a universal religion, by uniting them with the most undeniable theorems of mathematics and reason? Dogmatic magic is the key to all secrets that have not yet been explored in depth by historical philosophy. And practical magic alone opens the occult temple of nature to the limited but always progressive power of human will. We do not claim impiously to explain the mysteries of religion through magic, but we will teach how science should accept and reverence these mysteries. We will no longer say that reason must humiliate itself before faith. On the contrary, it should honor itself by being a believer, for it is faith that saves reason from the horrors of nothingness at the edge of abysses to attach it to infinity. Religious orthodoxy is respect for hierarchy, the sole guardian of unity. Let us not fear to repeat, magic is essentially the science of hierarchy. What it prohibits above all, let us remember well, are anarchist doctrines. And it demonstrates through the very laws of nature that harmony is inseparable from power and authority. Poor fools, who believe that such a secret can be sold. What makes magic, in the eyes of most curious minds, its principal allure, is that they see in it an extraordinary means to satisfy their passions. No, say the greedy, the secret of Hermes for the transmutation of metals does not exist. Otherwise we would buy it and be rich. And what need would he have of your money? He who can make gold. Ah! Who tells you I am poor? It is true, will answer an incredulous one, but you yourself, Éliphas Lévi, if you possessed this secret, wouldn't you be richer than us? Have I asked you for anything? What world ruler can boast of having paid me for a secret of science? What millionaire have I ever given any reason to believe that I would swap my fortune for his? When one sees from below the riches of the earth, one always aspires to them as to supreme happiness. Oh, will exclaim a young man, if the secrets of magic were true, I would possess them to be loved by all women. By all? Just that. Poor child. A day will come when it will be too many to have one. Brave. I, said an old fool one day, would want to be a magician to upset the world. Sensual love is a two-person orgy where inebriation quickly leads to disgust, and then one parts ways while throwing glasses at each other's heads. Well, we'll say an Epicurean, give me then the recipes of magic, to enjoy always and never suffer. It said, blessed are those who weep, and that's why you laughed at its teachings. Here it is science itself that will answer. Religion has already told you, blessed are those who suffer, but for that very reason religion has lost your trust. Man, if you were a magician, you wouldn't be an idiot. And then nothing would provide you, even before the court of your conscience, the benefit of extenuating circumstances if you became a scoundrel. Pleasure dissipates, pain collects. Suffering makes strong against pleasure, enjoyments make weak against pain. He who suffers accumulates, he who enjoys spends. Listen now to what experience and reason say. Suffering tries and creates generous feelings. Pleasures develop and strengthen weak instincts. Pleasure is man's collection. Maternal pain is woman's triumph. Woe to the man who does not know and does not want to suffer. It is pleasure that fertilizes, but it is pain that conceives and gives birth, for he will be crushed by pains. 37 Those who do not want to walk, nature drags them mercilessly. Such are the laws of nature taught by high magic. We are thrown into life as into the open sea. One must swim or perish. See now if one can become a magician to enjoy forever and never suffer. But then, in a disappointed tone, the people of the world will ask, what use is magic? What would Hercules answer a pygmy who asks him what use is strength? What do you think the prophet Balaam could have answered his donkey if she had asked him what use is intelligence? We certainly do not compare the people of the world to pygmies, or even to Balaam's donkey. That would be impolite and bad taste. Our work is addressed to souls who labor and think. They will find there the explanation of what has remained obscure in dogma and in the ritual of high magicone. We shall therefore respond as gracefully as possible to these brilliant and kind people, for magic can serve them absolutely no purpose, since they will never take it seriously. We divide our history of magic into 7 books, and each book contains 7 chapters. We have, following the example of great masters, followed in the plan and division of our books the rational order of sacred numbers, innate with 23 figs. Note 1. Éliphas Lévi, Dogme et Rituel de la Haute Magie, 1856, 2 Voglioli d'Orient. 25 of our work. Hebrew, which expresses Kabbalistically the primordial and originating unity. 38. The first book is dedicated to the magical origins. It is the genesis of science, and we have given it as its key the letter Aleph. The second book will contain the historical and social formulas of the magical verb in antiquity. Its mark is the letter Beth, Hebrew, a symbol of the binary, an expression of the realizer verb, a special character of gnosis and occultism. The third book will be the exposition of the realizations of ancient science in the Christian society. We will see there how, for science itself, the word has become incarnate. The number 3 is that of generation realization, and the book has as its key the letter Gamel, victory for Christianity, Hebrew, a hieroglyph of birth. The number 4 expresses nature and force, and the letter Daleth. In the fourth book, we will see the civilizing power of magic among barbarians, and the natural productions of this science among peoples still in their infancy, the mysteries of the Druids, the miracles of the Eubiges, the legends of the bards, and how all this contributes to the formation of modern societies by preparing a brilliant and lasting The fifth book will be dedicated to the sacerdotal age of the Middle Ages. Hebrew, which represents it in the Hebrew alphabet, is figured in the Kabbalistic hieroglyphic alphabet by an emperor on his throne. We shall see their dissensions and struggles of science, the formation of secret societies, their unknown works. The number 5 is that of quintessence, religion, priesthood. Its character is the letter He. Hebrew, represented in the magical alphabet by the figure of the high priest. Our 6th book will show magic mixed with the work of revolution. The number 6 is that of antagonism and struggle, which prepares the universal synthesis. Its letter is Vav. Hebrew, figure of the creative lingam, the bent iron that harvests, of the work of all contemporary mystics. The 7th book will be that of synthesis, and will contain the exposition of modern works and recent discoveries, new theories of light and magnetism, the revelation of the great secret of the Rosicrucians, the explanation of mysterious alphabets, the science, finally, of the verb and magical works, the synthesis of science and an appreciation. Its corresponding letter is the Zayin. This book will be the complement and crown of the work, as the septenary is the crown of numbers, since it unites the triangle of the idea with the square of form. Hebrew, and its Kabbalistic hieroglyph is a triumphant one mounted on a chariot drawn by 2 sphinxes. We have given this figure in our previous work. Far from us the ridiculous vanity of presenting ourselves as Kabbalistic triumphators. It is science alone that should triumph. Institutions. It is this thought that animates our courage and sustains our hope. And what we wish to show to the intelligent world, mounted on the cubic chariot and dragged by the sphinxes, is the verb of light, the divine realizer of Moses' Kabbalah, the human son of the gospel, a man-god who has already come as a savior, and who will soon manifest himself as Messiah, that is, as the definitive and absolute king of temporal wine. Now we must submit all our ideas, discoveries, and works to the infallible judgment of the hierarchy. To scholars our discoveries, to bishops our aspirations and beliefs. Woe indeed to the child who thinks himself wiser than his fathers, to the man who does not recognize masters, to the dreamer who thinks and prays for himself alone. Life is a universal communion, and it is in this communion that one finds immortality. Everything pertaining to science, to men accepted by science, everything concerning religion, to the Church alone, and only to the hierarchical and conservative Church that preserves unity, Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman, from Jesus Christ to this day. He who isolates himself devotes himself to death, and the eternity of isolation would be eternal death. Éliphas Lévi. Illustration, the magic head from the Zohar. 41 book. Ida Magic Origins. Hebrew Aleph, Dotan. First chapter Fabulous Origins Contents. Fabulous Origins. The Book of Adam's Penance. The Book of Enoch. The Legend of the Fallen Angels. Genesis. Apocalypse of Methodius. According to the Indians. The Magical Legacy of Abraham, according to the Talmud. Sefer Yizrah and the Zohar. There were, said the apocryphal Book of Enoch, angels who fell from heaven for love of the daughters of men. For in those days when the children of men had multiplied, they had daughters of great beauty. Then their leader Samyasa said to them, "Perhaps you will not have the courage to carry out this resolve, and I will be left alone responsible for your downfall." And when the angels, the sons of heaven, saw them, they were enamored of them. And they said to one another, "Let us go and choose for ourselves wives from among the offspring of men, and beget children, and our Jew." But they answered him, "We swear not to repent, and to accomplish all our purpose. Our Jew, Bedishun, Benor." And there were 200 who descended onto Mount Armin. And from that time on, this mountain has been called Armin, meaning the mountain of the oath. They took wives for themselves and mingled with them, teaching them magic, enchantments, and the division of roots and trees. Here are the names of the leaders of these angels who descended. Samyasa, who was first among all, Urakabarameel, Azibeel, Tamiel, Ramuel, Danel, Askael, Sarakuyal, Azael, Armers, Betrai, Anan, Zavebe, Samsaveel, Ertrael, Jomiah. Amazarach taught all the secrets of enchanters. Archael was the master of those who observed the stars, Achibael revealed the signs, and Azaradel the motion of the moon. This narrative from the Kabbalistic Book of Enoch is the tale of the same profanation of scientific mysteries that we see depicted in the story of Adam's sin. The angels, the sons of God, of whom Enoch speaks, were the initiates into magic, for after their fall they taught it to common people through the agency of indiscreet women. Luxury was their undoing. They loved women and revealed the secrets of royalty and priesthood. This flood represented universal confusion into which humanity necessarily falls when it violates and disregards the harmonies of nature. So the primitive civilization collapsed. The giants, that is, the representatives of brute force and unbridled desires, contended for the world which could not escape them, except by sinking beneath the waters of the flood that erased all traces of the flood that erased all traces of the past. The sin of Samyasa and Adam's sin resemble each other. Both are driven by the weakness of the heart, both profane the tree of knowledge, and are rejected from the tree of life. Let us not debate the opinions, or rather the naiveties of those who wish to take everything literally, and believe that science and life once grew in the form of trees, but let us acknowledge the deep meaning of sacred symbols. There exists in the Arsenal Library a very curious manuscript titled, "The Tree of Knowledge indeed brings death when its fruits are consumed. These fruits are the adornment of the world. These golden apples are the stars of the earth." The Book of Adam's Penance. Kabbalistic tradition is presented there in the form of a legend, and this is what it tells. Adam had two sons, Cain representing brutal force, and Abel representing gentle intelligence. They could not agree, and they perished at each other's hands, so their inheritance was given to a third son named Seth. Here we see the conflict between the two opposing forces turning to the advantage of a synthetic and combined power. Now Seth, who was righteous, managed to reach the entrance to the terrestrial paradise without being barred by the cherubim with its flaming sword. In other words, Seth represents the primitive initiation 44. Seth saw that the tree of knowledge and the tree of life had merged into one. Harmony between science and religion in High Kabbalah. This is the Kabbalistic ternary, and the angel gave him 3 grains containing all the vital force of this tree. When Adam died, Seth, following the angel's instructions, placed the 3 grains in his father's mouth as a sign of eternal life. Although separated from its root, this branch did not cease to live and bloom, and it was thus preserved in the ark. The branches that grew from these 3 grains formed the burning bush in the middle of which God revealed his eternal name to Moses. Hebrew, the being who is, who was, and who will be the being. Moses picked a triple branch from the sacred bush. It became his staff of miracles. It was a charm that kept out all that was unclean from entering the temple. King David replanted this living branch on Mount Zion, and Solomon later took the wood of this 3-trunked tree to make the columns of Jachin and Boaz at the temple entrance. He covered them with bronze and placed the 3rd piece of the mysterious wood over the main gate's fronton. 45 But the corrupt Levites tore down this barrier in their wickedness during the night, and threw it into the pool of testing, weighing it down with stones. In the time of Jesus Christ, the pool was cleaned, and the Jews, finding this beam unnecessary, carried it out of the city and threw it across the Cedron stream. From that time on, the angel of God stirred the waters of the pool every year, bestowing upon them a miraculous power to invite men to seek the tree of Solomon. This allegory encapsulates all the high traditions of Kabbalah and the secrets so completely unknown today about St. John's Christianity. It is on this bridge that Jesus passed after his nighttime arrest in the Garden of Olives. From the top of this plank, his tormentors hurled him into the torrent, and in their haste to prepare the instrument of torture, they took the bridge with instrument of torture. They took the bridge with them, a beam made up of 3 pieces of different woods, and fashioned it into a cross. We must now understand why the Savior in the cradle was adored by the Magi. Thus, Seth, Moses, David, Solomon, and Christ would have borrowed from the same Kabbalistic tree their kingly scepters and staves of great pontiffs. Let us return to the Book of Enoch, for it must have a dogmatic authority greater than an ignored manuscript. The book of Enoch is, indeed, cited in the New Testament by St. Jude the Apostle. Tradition attributes to Enoch the invention of letters. The Bible states that Enoch did not die, but that God transported him from one life to another. It is therefore to him that the traditions recorded in the Sefer Yeziah, this elementary book of Kabbalah, whose composition, according to the rabbis, dates from Patriarch Abraham, heir to Enoch's secrets and father of initiation in Israel, can be traced. He is expected to return to oppose the Antichrist at the end of times, and will be one of the last martyrs or witnesses of truth mentioned in the Apocalypse of St. John. Enoch thus appears to be the same figure as the Trismegistus of the Egyptians, and the famous book of Thoth, written entirely in hieroglyphs and numbers, would be this occult Bible full of mysteries, prior to Moses' books. Guillaume Postel often alludes in his works by referring to it as Enoch's Genesis. What is said about Enoch has been said about all great initiators of Kabbalah. Even St. John himself was not meant to die, said the early Christians, and for a long time it was believed that he could be seen breathing in his tomb, for the absolute science of life is a preservative against death, and the instinct of peoples always lets them guess. In any case, we would still have two books from Enoch, one hieroglyphic and the other allegorical, one containing the hierarchical keys of initiation, the other the story of a great profanation that led to the destruction of the world and chaos after the reign of the giants. Saint Methodius, a bishop of the early centuries of Christianity, whose works are found in the library of the Fathers of the Church, has left us an apocalyptic prophecy where the history of the world unfolds in a series of visions. B. Methodius for Beatus Methodius. This book agrees in several points with the allegorical treatise on Adam's penitence. This book is not found in the collection of St. Methodius's works, but it has been preserved by the Gnostics, and we find it printed in the Liber Moralis under the altered name of Burmicobus. Abbreviation. It states that Seth withdrew with his family to the Orient near the terrestrial paradise. This was the homeland of the initiated, while Cain's descendants invented false magic in India, the land of fratricide, and put evil spells in the service of impunity. Then a universal kingdom will be formed, which will be reclaimed by a French prince, and justice will reign for a long succession of years. We need not here engage in the prophecy. St. Methodius then predicts the conflicts and successive rule of the Ismaelites, victors over the Romans, the French, victors over the Ismaelites, and then a great people from the north whose invasion will precede the personal reign of the Antichrist. What we must note is the distinction between good and bad magic, the sanctuary of the sons of Seth, and the profanation of the sciences by the descendants of Cain. High science, indeed, is reserved for men who are masters of their passions, and chaste nature does not give the keys of its nuptial chamber to adulterers. Between those who are already free and those who are not, equality is impossible. There are two classes of men, free men and slaves. Man is born a slave to his needs, but he can free himself through intelligence. It is up to reason to rule, and to instincts to obey. Otherwise, if you give a blind man other blinds to lead, they will all fall into the abyss. Let us not forget that freedom is not the license of passions freed from the law. Such a license would be the most monstrous tyranny. Freedom is voluntary obedience to the law. It is the right to do one's duty, and only reasonable and just men are free. Tell us now if one can entrust the secrets of sympathy and riches to greedy brutality, the art of fascination to intrigants, or free men must govern slaves, and slaves are called to freedom, not from the rule of free men, but from this brute servitude of passionate violence that condemns them to non-existence without masters. Now accept with us the truth of high sciences. Suppose for a moment that there does indeed exist a force that can be grasped, and which submits the miracles of nature to the will of man. One shudders at the thought of the disorder such profanation could lead to. Well, a cataclysm will be needed to wash the earth clean of its crimes, when all shall have been sunk in mud and blood. Behold the flood and its storms. Then later, the great curse of Canaan. Here is the provided text translated from French to English. Behold what the allegorical story of the fall of the angels in the book of Enoch reveals. Behold the sin of Adam and its fatal consequences. The revelation of occultism is figured by the impudence of this son who shows the paternal nudity. Noah's drunkenness is a lesson for the priesthood of all ages. Woe to those who expose the secrets of divine generation to the impure gazes of the crowd. Keep the sanctuary closed, you who do not want to deliver your sleeping father to the laughter of the imitators of Cham. Such is, according to the laws of human hierarchy, the tradition of the children of Seth. But such were not the doctrines of the family of Cain. Eyes, feet, or knees. Nature does not give birth to slaves nor kings. All men are born for labor. The Cainists of India invented a genesis to sanctify the oppression of the strongest and perpetuate the ignorance of the weak. Initiation became the exclusive privilege of the supreme castes, and races of men were condemned to eternal servitude under the pretext of inferior birth. They had emerged, it was said, from Brahm. He who claims that man is perfect at birth, and that society degrades and corrupts him, would be the wildest of anarchists, if he were not the most poetic of fools. The conscientious directors of the tender philosophers' utopias were Robespierre and Marat. But Jean-Jacques, though sentimental and dreamer, had a deep misanthropic disposition, developed by the logic of his followers, which bore fruit in hatred and destruction. Society is not an abstract entity that can be held separately accountable for human perversity. Society is the association of men. It is defective with their vices and sublime with their virtues, but in itself it is holy, like the religion that is inseparably united to it. Religion, after all, is not the society of the highest aspirations and most generous efforts. The Jews, depositaries of the Seth tradition, did not preserve it in all its purity, and were influenced by the unjust ambitions of Cain's descendants. Thus, to the lie of nature's privileged castes responded the blasphemy of antisocial equality and the enemy right to every duty. Christianity alone had resolved the question by giving supremacy to devotion, and proclaiming the greatest he who would sacrifice his pride to society and his appetites to the law. They considered themselves an elite race, and believed that God had given them truth as a heritage, rather than entrusted it as a deposit belonging to the entire human race. Indeed, among the Talmudists, alongside the sublime traditions of the Sefer Yetzirah and the Zohar, we find quite strange revelations. Riarch, they say, gave presents to the children of his concubines, and by these presents they understand veiled doctrines and obscure names, which soon materialized and became idols. This is how they do not hesitate to attribute to Patriarch Abraham himself the idolatry of the nations, when they say that Abraham gave to the Israelites his inheritance, that is to say, the knowledge of true divine names. Kabbalah, in a word, would have been Isaac's legitimate and hereditary property. But the false religions and their absurd mysteries, Eastern superstitions and their horrible sacrifices, what a present from a father to his unknown family! Was it not enough to drive Agar and her son into the desert? Did they need to give them their single bread and water jug as a burden of lies to despair and poison their exile? The glory of Christianity is that it has called all men to the truth, without distinction of peoples and castes, but not without distinction of intelligences and virtues. Cast not your pearls before swine, said the divine founder of Christianity, lest they trample them underfoot and turn against you to devour you. It is written in hieroglyphs with numbers and images, and the apostle often appeals to the intelligence of the initiated. The Apocalypse, or Revelation of St. John, which contains all the Kabbalistic secrets of the dogma of Jesus Christ, is not a less obscure book than the Zohar. He that hath understanding, let him understand, he says several times after an allegory or the statement of a number. St. John, the apostle of preference and the keeper of all the Saviour's secrets, did not therefore write to be understood by the multitude. The Apocalypse summarizes, completes, and surpasses 52 all the science of Abraham and Solomon, as we will prove by explaining the keys to high Kabbalah. The Sefer Yetzirah, the Zohar, and the Apocalypse are the masterpieces of occultism. They contain more meaning than words. Their expression is figurative as poetry and exact as numbers. The beginning of the Zohar amazes by the depth of its insights and the grand simplicity of its images. Here's what we read. The intelligence of occultism is the science of balance. Forces that occur without being balanced perish in the void. Thus perished the kings of the ancient world, the princes of the giants. They fell like trees without roots, and their place was no more found. It is through the conflict of unbalanced forces that the devastated earth was bare and formless when the breath of God moved in the heaven and abased the mass of waters. His two eyes appeared radiant with clarity, casting two beams of flame that crossed with the rays of the reflection. All the aspirations of nature then tended towards the unity of form, towards the living synthesis of balanced powers, and God's front, crowned with light, rose over the vast sea and reflected in the lower waters. God's front and his two eyes formed a triangle in the sky, and the reflection formed a triangle in the waters. Thus was revealed the number 6, which was that of universal creation. We translate here by explaining the text that cannot be made intelligible by a literal translation. Illustration: the great Kabbalistic symbol of the Zohar. Oh, Pascal said that God is a circle whose center is everywhere and the circumference is nowhere. 53. The author of the book, moreover, carefully declares to us that this human form he attributes to God is only an image of his word, and that God cannot be expressed by any thought or form. But how can one conceive a circle without a circumference? The Zohar takes the inverse of this paradoxical figure, and would gladly say of Pascal's circle that the circumference is everywhere and the center nowhere. But it is not to a circle, but to a balance that it compares the universal equilibrium of things. The author of Zohar continues his sublime dream. We find here Zohar stronger and deeper than Pascal. Equilibrium is everywhere, he says, so we also find everywhere the central point where the balance is suspended. The synthesis of the verb formulated by the human figure rises slowly and emerges from the waters like the sun rising. The shoulders, arms, and chest follow, and work begins. The whole head has emerged, and behold, the first day of creation. When the eyes appear, light is made. When the mouth shows, spirits are created, and speech is heard. The divine image pushes back the sea with one hand, and lifts continents and mountains with the other. It grows, it always grows. Let us create man, he said, and man is created. Its generative power appears, and all beings will multiply. Finally, it stands, putting one foot on the earth and the other on the sea, gazing at itself entirely in the ocean of creation. It blows upon its reflection, calling its image to life. Man is thus a shadow of a shadow, but he is the representation of divine power. There is nothing so beautiful in any poet as this vision of creation accomplished by the ideal type of humanity. He can stretch out his hands from the east to the west. The earth is given to him for a domain. Herein lies Adam Kadmon, the primordial Adam of the Kabbalists. Here is the thought in which they make him a giant. Here is why Swedenborg, haunted by memories of Kabbalah in his dreams, made in the image of the universe. The Zohar is a genesis of light. The Sefer Yetzirah is a ladder of truths. By the science of the Sefer Yetzirah, the human spirit is fixed in truth and reason, and can grasp the possible progress of intelligence through the evolution of numbers. There are explained the 32 absolute signs of speech, numbers, and letters. Each letter reproduces a number, an idea, and a form, so that mathematics apply to ideas and forms no less rigorously than to numbers through an exact proportion, and a perfect correspondence. 55, Chapter 2. Therefore, the Zohar represents absolute truth, and the Sefer Yetzirah provides the means to capture it, appropriate it, and use it. The magic of the Magi. Contents: the mysteries of Zoroaster, or the magic of the Magi. The science of fire. Symbols and enchantments of the Persians and Assyrians. The mysteries of Nineveh and Babylon. Domain of lightning. The art of charming animals. Sardanapale's pyre. Zoroaster is very likely a symbolic name, like that of Thoth or Hermes. Some make him a king of Bactria, while others assert the existence of 2 or 3 different Zoroasters. Eudoxus and Aristotle make him live 6,000 years before the birth of Plato. Others, on the contrary, make him born 500 years before the Trojan War. Eudoxus and Aristotle alone seem to have understood the magical character of Zoroaster by placing the Kabbalistic age of a world between the emergence of his dogma and the theurgic reign of Plato's philosophy. Indeed, there are 2 Zoroasters, that is, two revelators, one son of aromas, and father of a brilliant intelligence, the other son of Arimanean and author of a profane revelation. Zoroaster is the incarnated word of the Chaldeans, Medes, and Persians. His legend seems a prediction of that of Christ, and he must have had his Antichrist as well, following the magical law of universal equilibrium. It is to the false Zoroaster that we must attribute the cult of material fire and the impious dogma of divine dualism, which later produced the monstrous gnosis of Manes and the erroneous principles of 56 false masonry. The false Zoroaster is the father of this materialistic magic that caused the massacre of the Magi and brought true magism under proscription and oblivion. The still uncomprehended history of the Templars is a glaring example. The Church, always inspired by the spirit of truth, had to prescribe under the names of magic, Manichaeism, Illuminism, and Masonry everything that was related, directly or indirectly, to this early profanation of mysteries. The dogmas of true Zoroaster are the same as those of pure Kabbalah, and his ideas about divinity are the same as those of the fathers of the Church. The names alone differ. Thus he calls triad what we call trinity, and in every number of the triad he finds the whole ternary. This is what our theologians call the circumincession of the divine persons. What we call the three divine persons, Zoroaster calls the three depths. Zoroaster contains in this multiplication of the triad by itself the absolute reason for the number 9, and the universal key to all numbers and forms. The first depth or paternal is the source of faith. The second, or that of the word, is the source of truth. The third, or the creative action, is the source of love. One can refer, to convince oneself of what we are saying here, to Sellus's exposition on the dogmas of the ancient Assyrians in François Patrice's Philosophical Magic, page 2, Hamburg edition, 1593. On this scale of 9 degrees, Zoroaster establishes the celestial hierarchy and all harmonies of nature. He counts by 3, 57 all things that emanate from the idea, by 4 everything related to form, giving him the number 7 as a type of creation. Here ends the first initiation, and begin the hypotheses of the school. Numbers become personified. Ideas take emblems that later become idols. Here come the Sinoches, the Teletarch, and the Fathers, servants of the triple Hecate, then the 3 Amalictes, and the 3 faces of Hypazokos. The stars are the images and reflections of intellectual splendors, and our sun is the emblem of a sun of truth, shadow itself of this primary source from which all splendors flow. That is why the disciples of Zoroaster greeted the dawn, and were considered among the barbarians as worshippers of the sun. These were the dogmas of the Magi, but they also possessed secrets that made them masters of the occult powers of nature. These secrets, whose totality could be called transcendent pyrotechnics, were all attached to deep science and the governance of fire. It is certain that the Magi knew electricity, and had means of producing and directing it that are still unknown to us. This sacred secret, which the Roman initiator sought to reserve for the sovereigns of Rome, was lost by Tullus Hostilius. In Numas, who studied their rites and was initiated into their mysteries, it is said by Lucius Pison that he possessed the art of forming and directing lightning. Pliny reports these facts as an ancient Etruscan tradition, 58, and tells that Numa successfully used his thunderous battery against a monster named Volta, who desolated the farms around Rome. Would one not believe, upon reading this revelation, that our physicist Volta is a myth, and that the name of voltaic piles dates back to Numa's time? Note 2. Plin, Liv, Seton, Tifishori. All Assyrian symbols refer to this science of fire, which was the great arcane of mages. The lion is the celestial fire. Snakes are the electrical and magnetic currents of the earth. It is this great secret of the mages to which all the wonders of Hermetic magic must be attributed, whose traditions still say that the secret of the grand work lies in the government of fire. The scholar François Patricius published, in his work, Philosophical Magic, the oracles of Zoroaster collected in the books of the Platonists, in Proclus's theurgic works, in the commentaries on Parmenides, in Hermias' comments on Phaedrus, 59. These oracles are first and foremost the clear and precise formula of the dogma we have just expounded, followed by the prescriptions for magical rituals, expressed as follows: demons and sacrifices. Nature teaches us by induction that there exist intangible demons, and that the seeds of evil present in matter turn to good and common utility. But these are mysteries that must be buried in the most impenetrable folds of thought. The fire, always agitated and jumping in the atmosphere, can take a configuration similar to that of bodies. Let us say better. Let us affirm the existence of a fire full of images and echoes. Call it, if you wish, an abundant light that radiates, speaks, wins around. This is the dazzling messenger of light, or rather, it is the broad-shouldered child who tames and subdues the celestial messenger. Dress it in flame and gold, or represent it naked like love by giving it arrows as well. But if your meditation prolongs, you will gather all these emblems under the figure of the lion, while nothing is seen any more of the vault of heaven, nor of the mass of the universe. The stars have ceased to shine, and the moon's lamp is veiled. The earth trembles, and everything is surrounded by flashes. So do not call the visible simulacrum of nature's soul. Oh, for you must not see it until your body is purified by holy trials. Work around the circles described by Hecate's rhombus, softening souls, and always drawing them away from sacred works. The earthly dogs emerge from these abyssal depths where matter ends, and show mortal eyes deceptive appearances of bodies. 60. Do not alter the barbaric names of the evocation, for they are pantheistic names of God. They are attracted to the adorations of a multitude, and their power is ineffable. We see. And when, after all the spirits, you shall see this invisible fire, this sacred fire whose arrows pierce through all the depths of the world, listen to what it will tell you. This astonishing page, which we translate in its entirety from Latin by Patricius, contains all the secrets of magnetism with depths never suspected by Dupotet and Mesmer. First, the astral light perfectly described with its configurative force and power to reflect the verb and rebound the voice. Second, third, the will of the initiate represented by the child with broad shoulders riding the white horse, a hieroglyph we have found on an ancient tarot from the Imperial Library. Fourth, the danger of hallucinations in poorly directed magical operations. The magnetic instrument, which is the rhombus, a sort of child's toy made of hollow wood that spins itself with increasing rumbling. Fifth, the reason for enchantments through words and barbaric names. The end of the magical work, which is the calming of imagination and senses, the state of complete somnambulism and perfect lucidity. An application that takes place through the persistence of a will, freed from the senses, and strengthened by a series of trials. It results from this revelation of the old world, that lucid ecstasy is a voluntary and immediate application of the soul to the universal fire, or rather to that full light full of images which radiates the universe. This was the beginning of magical initiation. A celestial lion. The adept, having achieved immediate reading in the light, became a seer or prophet. Then, having put his will into communication with this light, he learned to direct it as one directs a point of an arrow. Will communicated at a distance with other adepts, and finally seized this force represented by the... This is what these great Assyrian figures mean, who hold lions tamed beneath their arms. It is the astral light that is represented by these gigantic sphinxes, with lion bodies and sage heads. The astral light, having become the instrument of powerful magic, is Mithra's golden sword which immolates the sacred bull. It is Phoebus's arrow that pierces Python the serpent. Now let us in our minds reconstruct these great Assyrian metropolises, Babylon and Nineveh, return these granite colossi to their place, rebuild these massive temples supported by elephants or sphinxes, raise these obelisks, sparkling eyes and spread wings hover. 62. The temple and the palace dominate these piles of wonders. There hide the two visible divinities of the earth, the priesthood and royalty, revealing themselves constantly through miracles. What religion and what power! The temple protects the palace, and the king's servants fight for the religion of the Magi. The king is sacred. He is the god of the earth. One prostrates oneself when he passes by, and the fool who dares to cross without permission the threshold of a god. His palace would be immediately struck dead. The temple, at the will of the priests, surrounds itself with clouds or shines with superhuman luminosities. Darkness sometimes occurs during the day, sometimes also the night is illuminated. The temple lamps light up by themselves, the gods radiate by themselves, the gods radiate. One hears thunder, and woe to the impious who would bring upon his head the curse of the initiated. Smashed to death without a club or sword, struck by an invisible hand, killed by lightning, felled by the fire from heaven. What great shadows those of Nimrod, Belus, and Semiramis! What mysteries sleep within the tombs of nations! And are we not children when, without the trouble of evoking these terrifying memories, we applaud our lights and progress? In his book on magic, Mr. Dupotet tentatively suggests that one can, through a powerful emission of magnetic fluid, strike down a living being. What could have been, before nearly fabulous cities where these immense royal families once reigned, the capitals of these giants, these magicians whom tradition confuses with angels, and still calls the sons of God and princes of heaven? Note 3. Dupotet, The Magic Unveiled, or Principles of Occult Science, 1852, 1 volume. In 4. The magical power extends further, but it is not merely the supposed magnetic fluid. It is the entire astral light, the element of electricity and lightning, which can be put to the service of human will. And what must be done to acquire this formidable power? Who bark in dreams. In short, to use the expression so energetically employed by the oracle, we must have heard the voice of light. Zoroaster has just told us. We must know these mysterious laws of balance that subject even the powers of evil to the empire of good. We must have purified our bodies through holy trials, fought against the specters of hallucination, and seized the light face to face, like Jacob in his struggle with the angel. We must have tamed these fantastic dogs. It is not in accordance with the laws of nature that man should be devoured by wild beasts. Then we are masters. Then we can direct it, as Numa did against the enemies of the holy mysteries. But if we are not perfectly pure, if some animal passion still submits us to the fatalities of life's storms, we burn at the fires we kindle. We become at the fires we kindle. We pray to the serpent we unleash, and we will perish struck by lightning like Tullus Hostilius. The projections of astral light paralyze them and strike them with fear. When Daniel was accused of false magic and imposture, the king of Babylon subjected him, as well as his accusers, to the test of lions. God has armed him with power to resist them. He can fascinate them with his eyes, flatter them with his voice, stop them with a gesture, and we see indeed that the most fierce animals fear the fixed look of man and seem to tremble at his voice. Animals never attack unless they fear those who threaten them or others like themselves. A brave and unarmed man would certainly make a tiger retreat by the magnetism of his gaze. Others were fed in the underground chambers of temples to serve in initiation rites. The Magi used this empire, and the rulers of Assyria had tigers in their gardens, docile leopards, and tamed lions. The symbolic bas-reliefs bear witness. They depict only struggles between men and animals, and always show the initiate dressed in priestly robes dominating them with his gaze and stopping them with a gesture of his hand. Some of these depictions are undoubtedly symbolic when the animals reproduce some of the forms of the Sphinx. But there are others where the animal is represented in its natural enchantment. Magic is a science that cannot be abused without losing it, and without losing oneself. The sovereigns and priests of Assyrian were so great that they could not avoid breaking if they fell. They became proud and fell. The great magical age of Chaldea antedates the reigns of Semiramis and Ninus. At this time already, religion materialized and idolatry began to triumph. The cult of Astarte succeeded that of celestial Venus. Royalty was worshipped under the names of Baal and Bel or Belus. Semiramis lowered religion below politics and conquests, replacing old mysterious temples with splendid but indiscreet monuments. The palace of Semiramis was a synthesis built and sculpted of all Zoroaster's dogmas. However, the magical idea still dominated science and art, impressing onto the wonderful constructions of this era an inimitable character of strength and grandeur. We will talk about it again when we explain the symbolism of these 7 masterpieces of antiquity, which were called the wonders of the world. The priesthood had become smaller than the empire in attempting to materialize its own power, The empire's fall was to crush it, and that is what happened under the effeminate Sardanapale. What good is power if it does not bring pleasure? This prince, who was in love with luxury and softness, had made the science of the magi one of his prostitutes. Enchanters, force winter to give roses, increase the flavor of wine, use your empire over light to illuminate the beauty of women as that of deities. The king becomes intoxicated and obeys. However, war declares, the enemy advances. It doesn't matter to the coward who enjoys and sleeps what the enemy is. Death. But it is ruin, infamy, death. Sardanapale does not fear it. He believes it to be an endless sleep, but he will well escape from the labors and affronts of servitude. The supreme night has arrived. The victor is at the gates. The city can no longer resist. Tomorrow the kingdom of Assyria will be no more. On heaps of precious fabrics, jewels, and gold vessels, the king holds his final orgy. The palace of Sardanapale 66 shines, and radiates with such wonderful brilliance that it illuminates all the stunned city. Tongues of flame already pierce through the cedar paneling. The drunken songs will give way to screams of terror and the gasps of agonizing death. His wives, favorites, accomplices, and degraded priests surround him. The cries of intoxication mingle with the noise of 1,000 instruments. Tamed lions roar, and smoke of perfumes rising from the palace's underground rooms already envelops all structures in a thick cloud. But the magic that could not, in the hands of its degenerate followers, maintain the empire of Nineveh, will at least mingle its wonders with the terrible memories of this gigantic suicide. A vast and sinister clarity such as Babylon's nights had never known suddenly repels and expands the vault of heaven. Howl dull. A sound like all thunder bursting together shakes the earth and rattles the city, whose walls crumble. Deep night descends again. Sardanapale's palace no longer exists, and tomorrow his victors will find nothing left of its riches, his body, or its pleasures. Thus ends the first empire of Assyria, and the civilization founded by the true Zoroaster. Here magic proper ends, and the reign of Kabbalah begins. Abraham, leaving Chaldea, carried away the mysteries. God's people grew in silence, and soon we find Daniel confronting the wretched enchanters of Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar. Note 4. According to Soldas, Cedrinus, and the Chronicle of Alexandria, it was Zoroaster himself who besieged in his palace. At that time, every king exercising divine power was considered an incarnation of Zoroaster, and Sardanapalus made an apotheosis of his pyre. Illustration. The Mystery of Universal Balance according to Indian and Japanese mythologies, 67 Chapter 3. Magic in India. Contents. The dogma of the Gymnosophists, Trimurti and Avatars. A. Singular manifestation of prophetic spirit. The influence of the false Zoroaster on Indian mysticism. Religious antiquities of the Vedas. Magic of the Brahmins and Fakirs, their books and works. India, which tradition tells us, was populated by the descendants of Cain, and where later retreated the children of Abraham and Satura, is par excellence the country of Goetry and prestidigitation. Black magic has persisted there with the original traditions of fratricide rejected by the powerful, against the weak, continued by oppressive castes, and atoned for by outcasts. One can say that India is the scholarly mother of all idolatries. The doctrines of its gymnosophists would be the keys to the highest wisdom, if they did not also better open the doors to stupidity and death. The deification of the devil, against which we have already vigorously protested, spreads there in all its indecency. The terrible Trimurti of the Brahmins consists of a creator, a destroyer, and a repairer. The astonishing richness of Indian symbolism would almost suggest that it is prior to all others, given the primitive originality of its poetic concepts. But it is a tree from which the infernal serpent seems to have bitten the root. Their Adhanari, who figures the mother deity or celestial nature, is also called Bohani, and the Tugas or stranglers offer her assassinations. One feels that Shiva is the apotheosis of Cain, but nothing in all this mythology recalls the gentleness of Abel. However, its mysteries are of a grand poetic nature, its allegories of singular depth. Vishnu the repairer hardly incarnates unless to kill a subordinate devil that always rises again, since he is favored by Rutram or Shiva, the god of death. It is profaned Kabbalah. Thus, far from fortifying the soul by drawing it closer to supreme wisdom, Brahmanism pushes it and throws it into the pits of madness with scholarly theories. It was the false Kabbalah of India that Gnostics borrowed their alternately horrible and obscene dreams from. It is Indian magic, presenting itself at first with its 1,000 deformities at the threshold of occult sciences. It terrifies reasonable minds and provokes anathemas from all sensible churches. It is this false and dangerous science, often confused by the ignorant and semi-learned with true science, that has led them to shun everything associated with occultism under an anathema that even the author of these pages once enthusiastically endorsed before he found the key to the magical sanctuary. Every progress and revelation are determined by a victory. For the Vedic theologians, God manifests himself only through force. Vishnu incarnates himself in the monstrous sea leviathans and the enormous boars that shaped the primitive earth with their tusks. This is a wonderful genesis of pantheism, yet in the authors of these fables, what lucid somnambulance? The number 10 of the avatars corresponds to the Sephirots of Kabbalah. LD then embodies politics to oppose violence, and seemingly leaves human form to gain the agility of a monkey. Vishnu successively takes 3 animal forms, the 3 elementary forms of life, then becomes a sphinx, and finally appears in human form. He is then Brahma, and, under the guise of feigned humility, conquers all the earth. Be the comforting angel of the patriarchs, turns into a warrior to combat the oppressors of the world. Politics and violence have worn each other down. The world awaits an intellectual and moral redeemer. Vishnu incarnates as Krishna. He appears exiled in his cradle, near which watches a symbolic donkey. He is carried off to be spared from his assassins. He grows up and preaches a doctrine of mercy. What a remarkable intuition of the mysteries of Christianity. Then he descends to hell, chains the infernal serpent, and ascends gloriously to heaven. His annual feast is in August under the sign of the Virgin, and how extraordinary it must seem, if we consider that the sacred books of India were written several centuries before the Christian era. The revelation of Krishna succeeds that of Buddha, who brings together the purest religion and the most perfect philosophy. Here we recognize the sacred numbers and prophetic calculations of the Magi. Then the happiness of the world is accomplished, and men no longer have to wait for the 10th and last incarnation, when Vishnu returns in his own form, leading the horse of the final judgment, the terrible horse with its front foot always lifted, which will break the world when that foot descends. But what difference does it make whether we materialize the spirit or spiritualize matter, as long as we assert the equality and even identity of these two terms? The gymno-sophists and the initiated of Zoroaster drew from the same sources, but it is the false Zoroaster, the black Zoroaster, who remained the master of Indian theology. The last secrets of this degenerate doctrine are pantheism and subsequently absolute materialism under the guise of an absolute denial of matter. The consequence of this pantheism is the destruction of all morality. There are no longer any crimes or virtues in a world where everything is God, called the divine state. The book is divided into 50 sections. One must understand from these dogmas the progressive stupefaction of the Brahmanes in fanatic quietism. But that is not yet enough, and their great magical ritual, the Book of Indian Occultism, the Oat Mekat, teaches them the physical and moral means to consume the work of their stupor and gradually reach the furious madness that their sorcerers. This Oat Mekat book is the ancestor of all grimoires, and it is the most curious monument of the antiquities of Goetry. It is a mixture of shadows and flashes of light. It contains sublime sayings and oracles of lies. God's word brought forth the land, and the plants that grow from it, and the heat that ripens them. Sometimes one might think they are reading the Gospel of St. John, when, for instance, in the 11th and 48th sections, one finds, the word of the Creator is itself the Creator, and it is the only Son. But we have been sufficiently enlightened about the dogma. Let us come to the magical ritual of the Indian enchanters. Sometimes these are daydreams fit for the most extravagant heretics, since matter is but a deceptive appearance. The sun, the stars, even the elements themselves are geniuses. Animals are demons. of bodies. To become God, one must hold one's breath. That is, draw it in as long as possible, and fill oneself with it completely. Secondly, keep it for as long as possible, and pronounce the divine name 40 times while in this state. Thirdly, exhale as long as possible while mentally sending your breath through the heavens to attach to universal ether. In this exercise, one must become like a blind and deaf man, immobile like a piece of wood. One should rest on their elbows and knees, face turned north. 72 first, say, 12 times. And during each inhalation, say 80 times, then as many times as possible. With one finger, close one nostril, draw air in through the other, then close it with a finger, while thinking that God is the creator, that he is in all animals, in the ant as well as the elephant. One must remain immersed in these thoughts. Do all this for 3 months, without fear or laziness, eating and sleeping little. In the 4th month, the gods will reveal themselves to you. Having become a god, it is obvious that by the 6th month, the fanatical fool enough to persist in such practice will be dead or mad. If he resists this spiritual breath exercise, the Upnakat, who does not want to let him depart from this noble path, will make him undergo other exercises. Wean the 2 eyebrows. Hold the breath there. It has become the breath of the universal soul. With the heel, plug the anus, then draw air from bottom to top on the right side. Make it rotate 3 times around the 2nd region of the body. From there, send it to the navel, which is the 3rd, heart. Then to the 5th, which is the throat. Then to the 6th, which is the inside of the nose bed. This seems to be simply a method of magnetizing oneself and giving oneself, in the process, some cerebral congestion. So, continues the author of Uamekat, think of the great tune, Aum, which is the name of the Creator, who is the universal voice, the pure and indivisible voice that fills all. Lute placed near the ear. The 8th is the pakawuj instrument struck with the hand. The 9th resembles a small trumpet, and the 10th is the sound of a roaring cloud making da-da, da-da, da-da. At each of these sounds, the listener passes through different states, until the 10th where they become God. With the first, every hair on his body stands on end. The first sound is like the voice of a tiny sparrow. The 2nd is twice as loud as the first. The 3rd is like the clang of a cymbal. The 4th resembles the whisper of a large seashell. The 5th is like the song of the veena, a type of Indian lyre. The 6th is akin to the sound of the instrument called tau. The 7th sounds like a bakaboo F. With the 2nd, his limbs become numbed. In the 4th, his head spins. He is like drunk. With the 3rd, he feels fatigue in all his limbs, following the pleasures of love. In the 5th, the water of life reflows in his brain. In the 6th, this water descends into him, and he nourishes himself with it. In the 7th, he becomes master of vision. He sees within hearts. He hears the most distant voices. In the 9th, he feels subtle enough to transport himself wherever he wants, and, like angels, to see all without being seen. In the 10th, he becomes the universal and indivisible voice, the great creator, the eternal being, devoid of all things, and, having become perfect rest, he distributes rest throughout the world. Notice, in this most curious page, the complete description of somnambulism lucide, mixed with a comprehensive theory of solitary magnetism. It is the art of inducing ecstasy through the tension of will and fatigue of the nervous system. We recommend to magnetists the thorough study of the mysteries of Okunekat. The graduated use of narcotics and the employment of a range of colored discs produce effects similar to those described by the Indian sorcerer, and Mr. Reagan provides the recipe in his Book on Occult Freemasonry, following Masonic Orthodoxy, page 499. The Okiumekehat offers a simpler method to induce loss of consciousness and reach ecstasy. It is to look with both eyes at the tip of one's nose and maintain this posture, or rather grimace, until the optic nerve convulses. All these practices are painful and dangerous, as well as ridiculous, and we do not recommend them to anyone. However, we have no doubt that they can effectively produce ecstasy, catalepsy, and even lethargic fainting within a longer or shorter period of time, depending on the sensitivity of the subjects. To obtain visions, to reach the phenomena of second sight, one must put oneself in a state that is a blend of sleep, death, and madness. It is in this regard that Indians are particularly adept, and it may be their secrets that explain the strange abilities of some American mediums. 75. One could define black magic as the art of inducing and inflicting artificial madness on oneself and others. It is also, par excellence, the science of poisonings. Vain galvanic battery capable of condensing and projecting with force this intoxicating and lightning-like light. The grand arcane of true magicians is absolute morality, and therefore in the direction of works and in freedom. But what most people do not know, and what Mr. Dupotet, among us, discovered first, that one can kill through congestion or sudden withdrawal of astral light, when, through a series of almost impossible exercises, similar to those described by the Indian sorcerer, his own nervous system was relaxed from all tensions and fatigue, becoming a kind of Li. But the magical secrets of the Oudiobook do not stop there. There is one last secret that the dark Hierophant reveals to his initiated, like the grand and supreme arcane, and it is indeed the shadow and the inverse of this great secret of high magic. The grand arcane of the Oudiobook is absolute immorality, fatalism, and deadly quietism. God is called truth, and in him shadow and light are one. Thus speaks the author of the Indian book. It is permissible to lie in order to facilitate marriages and to exalt the virtues of a Brahmin or the qualities of a cow. He who knows this never lies, for if he wishes to lie, he makes his lie into a truth. 76. No matter what sin he commits, no matter what evil deed he does, he is never guilty. He who knows this is never a sinner. He is universal like me. Even if he were to be a double parasite, even if he were to kill a Brahmin initiated into the mysteries of the Vedas, whatever he might do, his light will not be dimmed, for God says, I am the universal soul. In me are good and evil, which correct, and evil, which correct each other. Upnekhat, Instruction 108, pages 35 and 92 of Volume I of Anquetil's translation. Now, exchange is impossible when everything belongs to some and nothing to others. Such doctrines are far from being civilizing, and indeed India, by immobilizing its social hierarchy, confined anarchy within the castes. The society only exists. What use are social strata in a so-called civilization, where no one can neither descend nor ascend? Here finally appears the late punishment for fratricide, a punishment that envelops his entire race and condemns him to death. However, woe be to even the murderer of Cain, say the sacred oracles of the Bible. Illustration: Yinks Pantomorpha. Another proud and selfish nation comes. It will sacrifice India, as Eastern legends tell of Lamech killing Cain. 21st key of the primitive Egyptian tool. Summary: Hermetic magic. 77, Chapter 4, Turtle. The dogma of Hermes Trismegistus. Hermetic magic. Egypt and its wonders. Patriarch Joseph and his policy. The Book of Thoth. The magical table of Bembo. The key to the oracles. Moses' education. The Pharaoh's magicians. Philosopher's stone and the great work. It is in Egypt that magic is completed as a universal science and formulated into a perfect dogma. Nothing surpasses and nothing equals, as a summary of all the doctrines of the Old World, the few sentences engraved on a precious stone by Hermes, and known as the Emerald Table. The unity of being and the unity of harmonies, whether ascending or descending, the progressive and proportional scale of the word, the idea to the word giving the measure of the ratio between the creator and the created, the necessa, mathematics of infinity, proven by the measures of a single angle of finitude. All this is expressed by that single proposition of the great Egyptian Hierophant: that which is superior is like that which is inferior, and that which is below is below, like that which is above, to form the wonders of the single thing. Then comes the revelation and scholarly description of the creative agent, the pantomimic fire, the great means of occult power, the astral light in a word. 78. The sun is his father, the moon his mother, the wind carried him in its belly. So this light emanates from the sun, It receives its form and regular motion from the lunar influences. It has the atmosphere as a receptacle and prison. The earth is its nurse. That is to say, it is balanced and set in motion by the central heat of the earth. It is the universal principle, the talisman of the world. Well done. Color, and she, and you, are around in the pro. Hermes then teaches how from this light, which is also a force, one can make a lever and universal solvent, and also a formative and coagulant agent. The emerald table is all magic on a single page. How one must extract bodies where it is latent. This light in the state of fire, movement, splendor, luminous gas, burning water, and finally ignited earth to imitate, with these various substances, all the creations of nature. The other works attributed to Hermes, such as Cymandre, Asclepius, the world Minerva, etc., are generally considered by critics as productions of the Alexandrian school. They do not contain less the Hermetic traditions preserved in the sanctuaries of theurgy. The doctrines of Hermes cannot be lost for whoever knows the keys to symbolism, of science and high initiations. The ruins of Egypt are like scattered pages that can still be reassembled to reconstruct the entire book, a prodigious book whose great letters were temples, and whose sentences were cities, all punctuated with obelisks and sphinxes. Each of these 3 parts was further divided into 10 provinces called nomes, and placed under the special protection of a god. The very division of Egypt was a magical synthesis. The names of its provinces corresponded to the figures of sacred numbers. The kingdom of Sesostris was divided into 3 parts: Upper Egypt, or Thebes, the figure of the celestial world and Thebes, homeland of ecstasies; Lower Egypt, the symbol of the earth; and Middle Egypt, or Central Egypt, the land. Thus the triple unity or original ternary, the triple binary, or the mirage of the triangle forming Solomon's star, revolutions, etc. These gods, numbering 30, grouped 3 by 3, symbolically expressed all conceptions of the ternary within the decade, that is, the triple natural, philosophical, and religious meanings of absolute ideas originally attached to numbers. Therefore, the geography of Egypt, under Sesostris, is a pantacle, that is, a symbolic summary of the entire magic doctrine of Zoroaster. Thus, the Egyptian land was a great book, and the teachings of this book were repeated, translated into paintings, sculptures, architecture, in all cities and temples. Even the desert had its eternal teachings, and its word of stone sat squarely on the base. 80 of the pyramids, these limits of human intelligence, before which a colossal sphinx meditated for so many centuries, slowly sinking into the sand. Now its head, mutilated by ages, still stands above its tomb, as if waiting to disappear for a human voice to come and explain to the new world the riddle of the pyramids. Egypt is for us the cradle of science and wisdom, for it vested in images, if not richer, at least more exact and pure than those of India, the ancient dogma of the first Zoroaster. The priestly art and the royal art there formed adepts through initiation, and initiation did not confine itself within the selfish limits of castes. Joseph realized in Egypt the dream of communism. He made the priesthood and state alone owners, arbitrators, therefore, of labor and wealth. One saw a Hebrew slave initiate himself and rise to the rank of prime minister, and perhaps grand hierarch, for he married the daughter of an Egyptian priest, and it is known that priesthood never mixed with other classes. He thus abolished misery, and made all Egypt a patriarchal family. It is known that Joseph owed his elevation to his science of interpreting dreams, a science to which Christians of our day, I say even faithful Christians, refuse to believe, while admitting that the Bible, where the wonderful divinations of Joseph are told, is the word of the Holy Spirit. Joseph's science was nothing other than the intelligence of the natural relations that exist between ideas and images, between the word and its figures. The absolute hieroglyphic science was based on an alphabet where all gods were letters, all letters ideas, all ideas numbers, and all numbers perfect signs. He knew that during sleep, the soul immersed in astral light sees the reflections of its most secret thoughts, and even its premonitions. He knew that the art of translating the hieroglyphs of sleep is the key to universal lucidity, for all intelligent beings have revelations in dreams. This is a copy of an Isiac table that belonged to the famous Cardinal Bembo. This hieroglyphic alphabet, which Moses made the great secret of his Kabbalah, and which he took from the Egyptians, for, according to the Sefer Jazira, it came from Abraham, Gebelin to have been preserved until our days in the form of those strange cards called the tarot, poorly interpreted later by Attila, whose 30 years of perseverance could not make up for his lack of common sense and basic education. Indeed, it still exists among the ruins of Egyptian monuments, and its most curious and complete key is found in the great work of Father Kircher on Egypt. This table was made of copper with enamel figures. Unfortunately, it has been lost, but Kircher provides an exact copy, and this Jesuit scholar surmised, without being able to go further with his explanation, that it contained the hieroglyphic key to sacred alphabets. In the middle of the central region sits the image of Iynx, pentamorphic, an emblem of the universal being corresponding to the Hebrew letter Yod, the unique letter from which all others are formed. The table is divided into 3 equal compartments. Above are the 12 celestial houses, below are the 12 laborious stations of the year, and in the center, the 21 sacred signs correspond to the letters. Around Iynx, one sees the trinity of Ophion corresponding to the 3 mother letters of the Egyptian and Hebrew alphabets. To the right, the 2 ibomorphic and Engan, Serapian triads to the left, the Nephtheian and Hecatian triads, figures of the active and passive, volatile and fixed, fertilizing fire and generative water. Each pair of triads, combined with the center, forms a septenary. The center itself contains one. Thus, the 3 septenaries give the numerical absolute of the 3 worlds, and the complete number of primitive letters, to which is added a complementary sign, as in the 9 characters of numbers, 0 is added. The alphabet of Thoth is only a distorted original of our tarot. The 10 numbers and the 22 letters are what is called in Kabbalah the 32 paths of science, and their philosophical description is the subject of the primitive and revered book known as the Sefer Jazira, which can be found in Pistorius's collection and elsewhere. The tarot we have is of Jewish origin, and the types of the figures date back no further than the reign of Charles VII. The card game of Jacquemin Gringoneur is the first tarot we know of, but the symbols it reproduces are of the highest antiquity. This game was an experiment by some astrologer of that time to bring the king to reason, using this key 83 of oracles, whose answers, resulting from the varied combination of signs, are always accurate like mathematics and measured acid, the harmonies of nature. Illustration. Explanatory chart of the astronomical and alphabetical table said to be Bembos, but one must already be quite reasonable to know how to use a tool of science and reason. The poor king, having fallen into childishness, saw only children's toys in Gringoneur's paintings, and made a card game from the mysterious alphabets of Kabbalah. See Kircher's Oedipus. This story is allegorical, and the great prophet would not have encouraged his people to theft. Moses tells us that when they left Egypt, the Israelites took with them the sacred vessels of the Egyptians. These sacred vases hold the secrets of Egyptian science that Moses learned at Pharaoh's court. Far from attributing the miracles of this God-inspired man to magic, the Bible itself teaches us that Jannes and Mambres, Pharaoh's magicians, or the great hierophants of Egypt, initially performed wonders similar to his through their art. Moses triumphed and led the Israelites out of the land of bondage. Thus they turned rods into serpents, and serpents into rods, which can be explained by prestige or fascination. They turned water into blood, caused a great multitude of frogs to appear instantaneously, but could not bring forth flies or other parasitic insects, as we have already explained, and how their admission of defeat must be understood. At that time, true science was lost in Egypt, because the priests, abusing of the great confidence of the people, left them wallow in a stupefying idolatry. There was the great pitfall of esotericism. This is what the Egyptian priesthood did not know how to do. The common fool took for living realities the hieroglyphic forms of Osiris and Hermubis. It was necessary to veil the truth from the people without hiding it from them. It was necessary to prevent symbolism from degrading itself by falling into absurdity. It was necessary to maintain, in all its dignity, and in all its original beauty, the sacred veil of Isis. Osiris became a bull, and the learned Hermes a dog. Osiris, having become a bull, soon walked under the guise of the bull Apias, and the priests did not prevent the people from adoring meat predestined for their kitchen. It was time to save the holy traditions. Moses created a new people and strictly prohibited the worship of idols. Unfortunately, this people had already lived with idolaters, and the memories of the Apias bull pursued them in the desert. We know the story of the golden calf, which the children of Israel always somewhat revered. Moses, however, did not want to forget the sacred hieroglyphs, and he sanctified them by dedicating them to the pure worship of the true God. We will see how all objects used in the worship of Jehovah were symbolic and reminded of the revered signs of the primitive revelation. 85 Chapter 5. Magic in Greek. But first, let us deal with the Gentile nations and follow, through pagan civilizations, the history of materialized hieroglyphs and degraded ancient rites. Summary: the tale of the Golden Fleece. Orpheus, Amphion, and Cadmus, magical key to Homer's poems. Aeschyle, revealer of mysteries. The oracles, and Pythia, dogma of Orpheus explained by legend. Black magic of Medea and Circe. We are approaching the time when the exact sciences of magic will take on their natural form, beauty. We have seen in the Sohar, the prototype of man rising in the sky, gazing into the ocean of being. This ideal man, this shadow of the metamorphic god, this virile ghost of perfect form, will not remain isolated. A companion will be born to him under the gentle sky of Hellene. It is harmony that clears the forests and deserts of Greece. The magical septenary of the Chaldeans turns into music on the 7 strings of Orpheus's lyre. To Orpheus's poetic songs, rocks soften, oak trees uproot, and wild beasts, the celestial Venus, chaste and fertile Venus, the triple mother of the 3 graces, emerges once more, not from the sleeping waters of chaos, but from the living, restless waves of this murmuring archipelago poetry, where islands adorned with islands, green trees and flowers seem like the vessels of the gods. It is through a similar magic that Amphion built the walls of Thebes. It is Orpheus who gave life to numbers, and Cadmus who bound thought to characters. The scholarly Thebes of Cadmus, the city that is a pantacle, like the 7 wonders of the world, the city of initiation. One made a people in love with all beauties. The other gave this people a homeland worthy of their genius and loves. On another note, Cadmus is a voluntary exile from the great Thebes of Egypt. In the traditions of ancient Greece, we see Orpheus appear among the heroes of the Golden Fleece, these primitive conquerors of the great work. He brings to Greece the primitive letters and the harmony that unites them. The Golden Fleece is the ashes of the sun, the light adapted to human use. It is the great secret of magical works, the initiation finally sought by the allegorical heroes of the Golden Fleece. Thebes is circular, and its citadel is square. It has 7 gates like the magical sky, and its legend will soon become the epic of occultism and the prophetic history of human genius. The great men of that time only wrote the history of ideas, and paid little attention to initiating us into the human miseries of empire building. With the movement of this harmony, the typical city, the scholarly city, the new Thebes builds itself, for knowledge is entirely within the harmonies of hieroglyphic, phonetic, and numerical characters that move themselves according to the laws, eternal mathematics. All these mysterious allegories, all these scholarly traditions are the soul of civilization in Greece, but one must not seek the real history of the heroes of these poems anywhere, except in the transformations of Eastern symbolism brought to Greece by unknown hierophants. If Greece brings iron and fire to Asia, it is to avenge the insults to science and virtue sacrificed to pleasure. Homer, too, followed this path. He puts the gods in play, that is, the immortal types of thought, and if the world agitates, it is a forced consequence of Jupiter's furrowed brow. This is to restore the empire of the world to Minerva and Juno, in spite of that soft Venus who has lost all those who loved her too much. Such is the sublime mission of poetry. It substitutes gods for men, that is, causes for effects, and eternal conceptions for the feeble incarnations of greatness on earth. It is ideas that raise or bring down empires. At the bottom of every greatness there is a belief, and for a belief to be poetic, that is, creative, it must rest on a truth. The true history worthy of interesting sages is that of the light always victorious over darkness. A great day of this sun is called a civilization. The fable of the Golden Fleece connects Hermetic magic to the initiations of Greece. The solar ram whose golden fleece must be conquered to be sovereign of the world is the figure of the grand work. Jason the adventurer is the initiate. He is a hero only by his audacity. He possesses all the inconsistencies and weaknesses of humanity, but he carries with him the personifications of all forces. The ship of the Argonauts, built with the planks of the prophetic oaks of Dodone, the speaking ship, is the barge of Isis's mysteries, the ark of seeds and renewal, Osiris's chest, the egg of divine regeneration. Science is once again betrayed by a woman. Hercules, who symbolizes brute force, must not participate in the work. He gets lost on the path pursuing his unworthy loves. The others arrive at the land of initiation, in Colchide, where some secrets of Zoroaster were still preserved. But how to obtain the key to these mysteries? Medea teaches Jason about the monsters he must fight, and how to triumph over them. Medea reveals the secrets of the grand work to Jason. She delivers her father's kingdom and his days. For it is a fatal law of the occult sanctuary that the revelation of secrets brings death to him who cannot keep them. It begins with the winged and earthly serpent, the fluid astral which must be surprised and fixed. He must tear out its teeth and scatter them across a plain that has first been plowed by harnessing the oxen of Mars to the plow. The dragon's teeth are the acids that must dissolve the metallic earth prepared by double fire and the magnetic forces of the earth. Then there is a fermentation, and as in a great battle, the impure is devoured by the impure, and the brilliant fleece becomes the reward of the initiate. Here ends the magical novel of Jason. Then comes that of Medea, for in this tale ancient Greece wanted to encapsulate the epic of occult sciences. Medea betrays her father, like Cham. She assassinates her brother, like Cain. After Hermetic magic comes Goetia, parricide, fratricide, infanticide, sacrificing all to his passions and never enjoying the fruit of his crimes. She stabs her children, she poisons her rival, and gathers only hatred from him by whom she wanted to be loved. It is surprising to see that Jason, master of the Golden Fleece, does not become any wiser, but let us remember that he owes the discovery of its secrets only to betrayal. It is not a follower like Orpheus. It is a kidnapper like Prometheus. What he seeks is not science, but power and wealth. So, unfortunately, he will die. And the inspiring and sovereign properties of the Golden Fleece will never be understood by anyone other than the disciples of Orpheus, Aeschyle, who dared to put on stage the gigantic struggles, the superhuman complaints, severe condemnation. Moreover, it was only at great risk and peril that the hierarchs of poetry initiated the people of Greece to these wonderful fictions which preserved the truth. We can now scarcely grasp the full extent of the poet's attack. Prometheus, the Golden Fleece, Thebes, Iliad, and Odyssey, 5 great epics all filled with the great mysteries of nature and human destinies, composed the Bible of ancient Greece, an immense monument, a pile of mountain upon mountain, of masterpieces upon masterpieces of forms as beautiful as light upon eternal thoughts, and grand as truth. His drama was a trilogy, and it contained the entire symbolic history of Prometheus. Aeschyle had thus dared to show before the assembled people Prometheus delivered by Hercules and overthrowing Jupiter from his throne, the power of genius that suffered, and the final victory of patience over force. It was beautiful, no doubt. But could not the masses see in it the future triumphs of impiety and anarchy? Prometheus, conqueror of Jupiter, might he not be taken as the emancipated people one day free from its priests and kings? And did not guilty hopes enter largely into the applause heaped on the imprudent revealer? We owe masterpieces to these weaknesses of dogma for poetry, and we are not among those austere initiates who would, like Plato, exile poets after crowning them. True poets are God's messengers on earth, and those who reject them should not be blessed by heaven. The great initiator of Greece and its first civilizer was also its first poet. For even if Orpheus were only a mystical or fabled character, one would have to believe in the existence of Musaeus. Well, the fable of Orpheus is a whole dogma, a revelation of sacerdotal fates, a new ideal emerging from the cult of beauty. Little matters to us, moreover, whether one of the Argonauts was called Orpheus or not. The poetic figure has done more than live. He lives still. He is immortal. It is already the regeneration and redemption of love. Orpheus descends to the underworld to seek Eurydice, and he must bring her back without looking at her. It is in renouncing the object of passion that one deserves to possess that of true love. Thus, the pure man must create a companion for himself, raise her up to him by dedicating himself to her and not coveting her. Here, we already anticipate the chaste dreams of Christian chivalry. To rescue his Eurydice from hell, he must not look at her. Ah, wretched Eurydice! But the Hierophant is still a man. He weakens, he doubts, he looks. She is lost. The fault is made. Expiation begins. Orpheus is a widower. He remains chaste. Eternal aspirations, sighs towards an ideal that will be found beyond the tomb. Widowhood dedicated to the sacred muse. He is a widower, without having had time to know Eurydice. A widower of a virgin, he will remain virgin, for the poet does not have two hearts, and the children of the race of gods love forever. What advanced revelation of coming inspirations! After showing himself so strong above his time, Orpheus was to leave the reputation of a sorcerer and enchanter. He is attributed, like Solomon, with knowledge of simples and minerals, the science of celestial medicine, and the philosopher's stone. Orpheus, bearing in his heart a wound that only death can heal, becomes a doctor of souls and bodies. He dies, finally, a victim of his chastity. He dies of the death of initiators and prophets. He dies after having proclaimed the unity of God and Thebes, unity of love, and such was later the essence of the mysteries in Orphic initiation. His own influence. He surely knew all this, since he incarnates in his legend the primitive initiation, the fall, and the repair, that is to say, the three parts of the great work of humanity. Here are the terms, according to Ballanche, by which one can summarize. Orphic initiation. Man, after having suffered the influence of elements, must subject the elements to H. Creation is the act of a continuous and eternal divine magic. For man to be truly himself is to know himself. All life rests on death. Responsibility is a conquest of man. Even the penalty of sin is a new means of conquests. Palingenesis is the restorative law. Marriage is the reproduction in humanity of the great cosmogonical mystery. It must be one as God and nature are one. Marriage is the unity of the tree of life. Debauchery is division and death. Astrology is a synthesis, the tree of life being unique, and its branches that flourish in the sky and bloom into stars corresponding to the hidden roots in the earth. The knowledge of the virtues, whether medical or magical, of plants, metals, bodies, in which life resides more or less, is a synthesis. The powers of organization at its various degrees are revealed by a synthesis. Aggregations and affinities of metals, as the vegetative soul of plants, as all assimilating forces, are also revealed by a synthesis. Note 5. Ballanche, Book V8, p. 169, Ede, 1833-93. Anwara. It has been said that beauty is the splendor of the true. So it is to this great light of Orpheus that we must attribute the beauty of the form revealed for the first time in Greece. It is to Orpheus that the school of divine Plato, this secular father of high Christian philosophy, traces its origins. It is to him that Pythagoras and the enlightened ones of Alexandria owe their mysteries. Initiation does not change. We always find it the same across the ages. The last disciples of Paschalis Martinez are still the children of Orpheus, but they worship the creator of ancient philosophy, the incarnate word of Christians. We have said that the first part of the tale of the Golden Fleece contains the secrets of Orphic magic, and that the second part is devoted to wise warnings against the abuses of Gotri, or dark magic. The goetics, or false magic, known today as witchcraft, cannot be a science. It is the empiricism of fatalism. Any excessive passion produces a false force over which willpower has no control, but that obeys the tyranny of the passion. That is why Albertus Magnus said, "Do not curse anyone when you are angry." This is the tale of Hippolyta's curse by Theseus. Excessive passion is true madness. Now, madness is an inebriation or congestion of astral light. That is why madness is contagious, and passions generally carry a genuine malevolence with them. Women, more easily drawn into the passionate intoxication, are generally better witches than men can ever be sorcerers. The word wizard aptly describes the victims of fate and, so to speak, the poisonous mushrooms of destiny. The witches among the Greeks, especially in Thessaly, practiced horrible teachings and indulged in abominable rites. They were generally lost women with unsatisfied desires, aged courtesans, monsters of immorality and ugliness. They stole children, whose cries they stifled by pressing them against their pendulous breasts. Jealous of love and life, these miserable women had lovers only in tombs, or rather, they violated graves to devour the loathsome caresses of the frozen flesh of young men. Epha ointment which they mixed with the juices of hemlock, belladonna, and black poppies. They called them lamies, striges, and puces. The children, objects of their envy, and therefore their hatred, were sacrificed by them. Some buried them up to their heads, leaving them to die of hunger, surrounded by food they could not reach. Others cut reach off their heads, feet, and hands, reducing their fattened flesh in copper basins to the consistency ochre. They filled this ointment into the constantly irritated organ by their loathsome desires. They rubbed it on their temples and armpits, then fell into a lethargy full of frenzied and luxurious dreams. It is necessary to dare say, here are the origins and traditions of black magic. Here are the secrets that persisted until our Middle Ages. Here, at last, are what so-called innocent victims' public condemnation, indeed, more than the sentence of inquisitors, condemned to die in flames. Medea and Circe are the two types of malicious magic among the Greeks. It was in Spain, and especially in Italy, that the race of Striges, Lamias, and Empus still flourished, and those who doubt can consult the most learned criminalist advocate at the Chancery of Granada in his Epitome Delictorum. Circe is the vicious woman who fascinates and degrades her lovers. Medea is the bold poisoner who dares everything, and who uses nature itself to serve her crimes. Indeed, there are beings who charm like Circe, and in their presence one becomes base. There are women whose love degrades souls. They know only to inspire brutal passions. They enervate you, then they despise you. These women, one must, like Ulysses, make obey and subjugate with fear, and then know how to leave without regret. They are monsters of beauty. They have no heart. Vanity alone makes them live. Antiquity still represented them in the form of sirens. As for Medea, she is the perverse creature who wants evil and does evil. She is a bad mother and a child killer. She is capable of loving, and does not obey fear, but her love is even more terrifying than hatred. She loves the night and goes to pick harmful herbs in the light of the moon to compose poisons. Her counsel drives men mad. Her caresses strike terror. She magnetizes the air. She brings misfortune to the earth. She infects the water. She poisons the fire. 96. The reptiles lend her their saliva. She whispers terrible words. Bloodstains follow her. Severed limbs fall from her hands. Behold the woman who sought to stand above the duties of her sex, initiating herself into forbidden sciences. Men turn away and children hide when she passes. Chapter 6. She is reasonless and loveless, and the disappointments of nature revolted against her are the ever-renewing torture of her pride. The mathematical magic of Pythagoras. Summary dictone. The golden verses and the symbols of this master. Law of assimilation. The mysteries hidden in life and the instincts of animals. Secret of metamorphosis, or how one can change into a wolf. Eternal life in the continuity of memory. The river of oblivion. Numa, of whom we have spoken of his magical knowledge, had as his initiator a certain Tarchon, disciple of a Chaldean named Tages. Then science had its apostles, who traveled the world to sow priests and kings. Then he was admitted, not without difficulty, to the Egyptian initiation on the recommendation of King Amasis. Often persecution even helped in the fulfillment of the designs of Providence, and thus, around the 62nd Olympiad, 4 generations after Numa's reign, Pythagoras from Samos came to Italy to escape the tyranny of Polycrate. 97. The great popularizer of the philosophy of numbers had then traversed all the sanctuaries of the world. He had come to Judea, where he had been circumcised to be admitted to the secrets of the Kabbalah, which were communicated to him, not without certain reservations, by the prophets Ezekiel and Daniel. The power of his genius made up for the imperfect communications of the priests, and he became a master and revealer himself. He said that the verb was the number manifested by form. Pythagoras defined God, a living and absolute truth clothed in light. He derived everything from the tetraeder, that is, the quaternarian. God, he said further, is the supreme music whose nature is harmony. When he came to settle in Croton, the magistrates of that city, seeing what dominion he exercised over minds and hearts, at first feared him, then later consulted him. According to him, the highest expression of justice is worship. The most perfect use of science is medicine. Beauty is harmony. Strength is reason. Happiness is perfection. And practical truth is to be wary of human weakness and depravity. A sentence of universal application and almost infinite depth, but which even our own century is not yet sufficiently enlightened to fully comprehend. Pythagoras advised them to offer sacrifices to the Muses, and to maintain among themselves the most perfect harmony. For, he told them, it is conflicts between masters that revolt the servants. Social precept. There is no evil that is not preferable to anarchy. Greek. We are left with Pythagoras, besides the traditions of his life, his golden verses and symbols. His golden verses have become commonplace in popular morality, having been so successful across the ages. Be obliging and gentle, easy in business. To the gods according to law, render just homage. Respect the oath, heroes and sages. Honor your parents, your kings, your benefactors. Choose for friends the best men. Do not hate your friend for slight faults. Serve with all your power the cause of righteousness. He who does his utmost always does his duty, but know how to restrain as a severe master, appetite, sleep, Venus, and anger. Never compromise honor, near or far, and alone. Be your own rigorous witness. Be just in deeds, not words. Do not give evil, frivolous pretexts. Fortune enriches us. It can impoverish us, but weak or strong, we must all die. Submit to unjust remarks. Let the world speak, and always follow your course. Do not be refractory to pain. Accept the useful and salutary remedy, and know that always the virtuous men of afflicted mortals are the least miserable. 99. But above all, do nothing by a carried-away example, that is without rectitude and usefulness. Let the counsel that enlightens you go before you, so that absurdity does not come behind. Folly is always the greatest of misfortunes, and a man without counsel is answerable for his errors. Do not act without knowing. Be zealous to learn. Dedicate to study a time that happiness should render. Do not be negligent in caring for your health, but take what is necessary with sobriety. Everything that cannot harm is allowed in life. Be elegant and pure, without exciting envy. Flee negligence and insolent splendor. The simplest luxury is the most excellent. What have I done? Do not act without reflecting on what you are about to do, and reflect each evening on your entire day. What have I heard? What should I regret? Thus, you can ascend towards divine virtue. So far, the golden verses seem to be only the lessons of a pedagogue. They have, however, an entirely different meaning. These are the preliminary laws of magical initiation, the first part of the grand oeuvre, that is, the creation of the perfect adept. You will trample beneath your feet this human weakness, which fate leads aimlessly and without purpose. You will soon and without effort come to know from where your being proceeds, where it stops, where it returns. Without fear or desire, you will learn the secrets that nature veils from indiscreet mortals. The continuation reveals and proves. I take you as witness, ineffable tetractes of forms and time, a fount of inexhaustible resources. And you, who know how to pray, when the gods are on your side, complete their work, and I labor with faith. You will know who guides the uncertain future, and what hidden demon holds the threads of destiny. 100, then you will mount the chariot of light, a triumphant spirit and king of matter. You will understand God's paternal rule, and you will be able to sit in eternal calm. Pythagoras said, just as there are 3 divine notions and 3 intelligible regions, So there is also a triple verb, for the hierarchical order always manifests itself in threes. There is the simple word, the hieroglyphic word, and the symbolic word. In other words, there is the verb that expresses, the verb that conceals, and the verb that signifies. 3 degrees. He was even accused of hating poets, but it was only bad poets that Pythagoras forbade from the art of versing. He therefore enveloped the doctrine in symbols, but he carefully avoided personifications and images that, in his opinion, lead to idolatry early or late. Do not sing verses if you have no lyre, he said in his symbols. Do not tear off the flowers that form crowns. This great man could not have overlooked the exact relationship that exists between sublime thoughts and beautiful figurative expressions. His own symbols are full of poetry. This is how he recommends to his disciples, never to diminish the glory and not to disparage what the world seems to need to honor. Pythagoras was chaste, but far from advising celibacy to his disciples, he himself got married and had children. Immediately she said, "If it's with her husband, if it's with another, never." A beautiful saying is attributed to Pythagoras's wife. She was asked whether a woman who has just had relations with a man needed some expiations, and how long after could she consider herself pure enough to approach holy things. Pythagoras possessed this faculty that we call second sight, and which was then called divination. It is through this rigor of principles and this purity of conduct that one was initiated in the school of Pythagoras into the mysteries of nature, and gained sufficient control over oneself to command elemental forces. One day he was with his disciples by the sea. Well, a ship appeared on the horizon. "Master," said one of the disciples, "do you think I would be rich if I were given the cargo of that ship?" "It would be of no use to you," replied Pythagoras. Animals obeyed Pythagoras. "Then I will keep it for my heirs. Would you not thus leave them 2 corpses?" One day, in the midst of the Olympic Games, he called an eagle flying overhead. The eagle descended in a spiral and continued its flight on wing beat when the master signaled for it to go. When asked what science gave him such wonderful power, he replied, "To the science of light." A monstrous bear was ravaging Apulia. Pythagoras brought it to his feet and ordered it to leave the country. But since he became their persecutor and executioner instead of their master, they fear him and revolt against him. Indeed, animated beings are incarnations of light. Forms emerge from the shadows of ugliness to gradually reach the splendors of beauty. Instincts are proportional to forms, and man, who is the synthesis of this light that animals analyze, was created to command them. Physiognomists have noticed that most men resemble some animal and a few traits of their physiognomy. They must nevertheless feel the power of an exceptional will that appears benevolent and guiding to them. They are then invincibly magnetized, and a great number of modern phenomena can and must make us understand the possibility of Pythagorean miracles. This resemblance may only be imaginary and arise from the impressions various physiognomies make on us by revealing the prominent characteristics of people's personalities. Thus, we will find that a gruff man resembles a bear, a hypocritical man a cat, and so on. Judgments of this sort exaggerate in imagination and complete in dreams, where often people who have painfully impressed us during the day transform into animals and make us experience all the horrors of a nightmare. Now, animals are like us, and more so, under the influence of imagination, as they lack judgment to correct its deviations. They therefore affect us according to their sympathies or antipathies, heightened by our magnetism. Moreover, they have no consciousness of what constitutes the human form, and see us only as other animals that dominate them. Thus, a dog takes its master to be a more perfect dog than itself. It is in the direction of this instinct that lies the secret of ruling over animals. In any case, each animal form represents a particular instinct, aptitude, or vice. We have seen a famous tamer of fierce beasts fascinate his lions by showing them a terrible face and transform himself into a raging lion. Here the popular proverb is exactly applicable. You must howl with the wolves and bleat with the lambs. Let reason then fade away. Let persistent dreaming turn into madness, and behold, we are changed into beasts, like Nebuchadnezzar. Thus are explained the tales of werewolves, some of which have been legally confirmed. If we allow the beast's character to predominate within us, we take on increasingly the outer form, to the point of imprinting the perfect image in astral light and seeing ourselves in a state of dream or ecstasy, as we would be seen by ecstasy. Somnambulists or ecstatic individuals, and indeed as we appear to animals. The facts were constant, verified, but what was unknown was that the witnesses were not less hallucinated than the werewolves themselves. Ecstatics see and speak to each other from one end of the world to the other in a state of ecstasy. Coincidences and correspondences in dreams are neither rare nor extraordinary. We meet a person for the first time, and it seems to us that we have known them for a long time, as if we had often met them in our dreams. Life is full of these peculiarities, and as for the transformation of human beings into animals, we encounter examples at every step. Pythagoras believed, above all, in the immortality of the soul and the eternity of life. How many former gallant and gluttonous women, reduced to a state of idiocy after having chased all the gutters of existence, are no more than old cats solely fond of their kittens. The continuous succession of summers and winters, days and nights, sleep and wakefulness, the special immortality of the human soul, consisted, according to him, in the prolongation of memory. He claimed to remember his previous existences, and if it is true that he claimed this, it is because he indeed found something similar in his recollections, for such a man could not have been either a charlatan or a madman. The river of oblivion of the ancients was the true philosophical image of death, but it is likely that he believed he would find these old memories in his dreams, and what was on his part merely a search and hypothesis was taken as a positive affirmation. In any case, his thought was great, and the real life of our individuality consists only in memory. The Bible seems to give this idea divine sanction when it says in the book of Psalms, "The life of the righteous shall be an eternal memory." Note 6. In memoria aeterna erit justus. Illustration. The Sefer Yetzirah, Pantacle of Kabbalistic letters, Key to the Tarot, Sefer Jezira and Sohar. Holy Kabbalah. 105 Chapter 7. Contents. Divine names. The Tetragrammaton and its four forms. The lost and found clavicles of Solomon. The single word that performs all transmutations. The chain of spirits. The old serpent. The tabernacle and the temple. The spirit world according to the Sohar. What spirits appear? How one can be served by elementary spirits. Shikal figures akin to those of antiquity in this apostle's apocalypse. Kabbalists abhor anything resembling idolatry. They nevertheless give God a human figure, but it is a purely hieroglyphic one. They consider God as the infinite, intelligent, loving, and living being. Now let us return to the sources of true science and come back to Holy Kabbalah, or the tradition of the children of Seth, carried from Chaldea by Abraham, taught to the Egyptian priesthood by Joseph, collected and purified by Moses, hidden underfied by Moses, hidden under. Symbols in the Bible, revealed by the Savior to St. John, and still entirely contained within hierarchy. It is neither a collection of beings, nor an abstraction of being, nor a being that can be philosophically defined. He is in all things, distinct from all things, and greater than all things. What God is by himself is not given to man to understand. His very name is ineffable, yet this name only expresses the human ideal of his divinity. God is the absolute of faith, but the absolute of reason is being. 106 being is by itself, and because it is, the reason for being's existence is being itself. One may ask, why does something exist? That is, why does this or that thing exist? But one cannot without absurdity ask, why is being? This would imply being before being. Reason and science demonstrate to us that the modes of existence of being equilibrate themselves according to harmonious and hierarchical laws. Now, hierarchy synthesizes by ascending and always becomes more monarchic. However, reason cannot stop at a unique leader without trembling before the abyss it seems to leave above this supreme monarch. Thus, it remains silent and yields to faith which adores. What is certain, even for science and for reason, is that the idea of God is the greatest, the most holy, and the most useful of all human aspirations. It is to this philosophical and incontestable reality which we call the idea of God, that Kabbalists give a name. In this name are contained all others. Therefore, this belief is in humanity, the most real of the phenomena of being, and if it were false, nature would affirm the absurd, nothingness would formulate life, and God would be at once and not be. The letters of this name produce all numbers, and the hieroglyphs of its letters express all laws and all things in nature. We will not return here to what we have said in our high magic dogma about the divine tetragrammaton. We will only add that Kabbalists write it in 4 principal ways. Hebrew JHVH, which they do not pronounce but spell, Jad He Voi, and which we pronounce, Jehovah, which is contrary to all analogy, for the tetragrammaton thus disfigured would be composed of 6 letters. Hebrew Aginai, which we pronounce, Adonai. This name means Lord. Hebrew Ahi, pronounced Ai. This name means being. Hebrew Agla, pronounced as it is written, and which contains hieroglyphically all the mysteries of the Kabbalah. Indeed, the letter Aleph Hebrew is the first of the Hebrew alphabet. It expresses unity, and hieroglyphically represents Hermes' dogma. That which is above is like that which is below. This letter indeed has 2 arms, one pointing to the earth and the other to the sky with an analogous movement. The letter Gimel Hebrew is the 3rd of the alphabet. It expresses numerically the ternary and hieroglyphically birth, fertility. The letter Lamed Hebrew is the 12th. It is the expression 108 of the perfect cycle. The repeated letter Aleph is the expression of synthesis. As a hieroglyphic sign, it represents the circulation of perpetual motion, and the ratio of the radius to the circumference. Ho are one God. Thus, the name Agla means the unity that through ternary accomplishes the cycle of numbers to return to unity. The fertile principle of nature that becomes one with it. The first truth that fertilizes science and returns to unity. Syllogism, analysis, science, and synthesis. The 3 divine persons the secret of the grand work, i.e., the fixation of astral light through a sovereign emission of will, which the adepts figured by a serpent, pierced with an arrow, forming with it the letter Aleph Hebrew, Hebrew.ro. Then the 3 operations, to dissolve, sublimate, and fix, corresponding to the 3 necessary substances, salt, sulfur, and mercury, all expressed by the letter Gimel. Then the 12 keys of Basil Valentine, expressed by Lamed Hebrew.9. Finally, the work accomplished in accordance with its principle, and reproducing the very principle. Such is the origin of this Kabbalistic tradition that puts all magic into a word. Knowing how to read this word and pronounce it, that is, understand its mysteries and translate these absolute knowledge into actions, is to hold the key to wonders. To pronounce the name of Agla, one must turn towards the East, that is, unite intention and science with the Eastern tradition. Let us not forget that according to Kabbalah, the perfect verb is the word realized through acts. From this comes the expression found several times in the Bible. To make a word facior verbum, meaning to perform an action. Pronouncing the name of Agla Kabbalistically, it is therefore to undergo all the trials of initiation and complete all its works. We have stated in our dogma of high magic how the name of Jehovah breaks down into 12 explanatory names, which are called schemaphoras. The art of employing these 12 names and finding the keys to universal science is what the Kabbalists have named the clavicles of Solomon. Indeed, following collections of evocations and prayers that bear this title, one usually finds 12 magical circles forming 36 talismans. This is 4 times 9, that is to say the absolute number multiplied by the quaternary. These talismans each bear 2 of the 12 names, with the emblematic sign of their number, and of the 4 letters of the name of Jehovah, to which they correspond. This has given rise to the 4 emblematic decades of the tarot, the staff representing Jod, the cup, He, the sword, Vaf, and the coin, the final He. In the tarot, the complement of the decade has been added, which synthetically repeats the character of the unit. Popular magical traditions said that the possessor of Solomon's clavicles could converse with spirits of all orders, and be obeyed by all natural powers. The wise Kabbalists stand guard against the dreams of imagination and the hallucinations of the previous night. 110, however, these clavicles, lost, and then found multiple times, are nothing other than the talismans of the 6012 names and the mysteries of the 32 paths hieroglyphically reproduced by the tarot. Therefore, they avoid all these unhealthy evocations that shake the nervous system and enrage reason. With the aid of these signs and through infinite combinations of them, similar to those of numbers and letters, one can indeed arrive at the natural and mathematical revelation of all the secrets of nature, and thus enter into communication with the entire hierarchy of intelligences and genies. Curious experimenters into extrasensory vision phenomena are not much saner than opium and hashish eaters. They are children who harm themselves for pleasure. One can be surprised by drunkenness. One can even intentionally forget oneself to the point of wanting to experience its vertigo. But a man who respects himself needs only one experience. Count Joseph de Maistre said that one day our current stupidity will be mocked as we mock the barbarism of the Middle Ages. What would he think if he had seen our table-turners? And if he had heard our theorists on the occult world of spirits? Poor creatures that we are, we escape absurdity only by the contrary absurdity. The dead cannot return to the earth as they left it any more than a child could return to its mother's womb. What we call death is birth into a new life. The 18th century protested against superstition by denying religion, and we protest against the impiety of the 18th century by returning to grandmother's old tales. Could one be more Christian than Voltaire and dispense with believing in revenants? Nature does not undo what it has done in the order of necessary progressions of existence, and it cannot deny its fundamental laws. The human soul, served and limited by organs, can only through these very organs come into relation with things in the visible world. By limiting the action of the soul, it concentrates and makes it possible. The body is a wrapper proportionate to the material milieu in which the soul here below must live. Indeed, the soul without a body would be everywhere, but everywhere so little that it could not act anywhere. It would be lost in infinity, absorbed, and as annihilated in God. When the soul separates from the body, it necessarily changes its milieu, since it changes its envelope. Suppose a drop of fresh water confined within a red blood cell and thrown into the sea. As long as the blood cell is not broken, the drop of water will subsist in its own nature, but if the blood cell breaks, look for the drop of water in the sea. In creating spirits, God could not give them a self-aware personality without giving them an envelope that centralizes their action and prevents it from dissipating by limiting it. It departs only clad in its astral form, its light envelope, and ascends of its own accord above the atmosphere as air rises above water when escaping from a broken vessel. We say that the soul ascends because its envelope ascends, and that its action and consciousness, as we have said, are attached to its envelope. They could therefore only return to earth by incarnating again. Their return would be a fall. They would drown as free spirits and start over from scratch. Atmospheric air becomes solid for these bodies of light, infinitely lighter than it, and they could only descend again by taking on a heavier garment. But where would they find such a garment above our atmosphere? But the Catholic religion does not admit that such a return is possible. The Kabbalists formulate in one single axiom all the doctrine we are exposing here. The spirit, they say, covers itself to descend and strips itself to ascend. When the child passes from vegetative life to instinctive and animal life, his umbilical cord breaks, he can walk. When the child becomes a man, he escapes the chains of instinct and can act as a reasonable being. The life of intelligences is entirely ascending. The child in his mother's womb lives a vegetative life and receives nourishment through a bond that attaches as a tree, is attached to the earth and nourished at the same time by its root. When man dies, he escapes from these laws of gravity that always brought him back to the earth. 113. When the soul has atoned for its sins, it becomes strong enough to leave the outer darkness of earth's atmosphere and hasten towards the sun. Then begins the eternal climb of the holy ladder, because the eternity of the elect cannot be idle. They progress from virtue to virtue, from happiness to happiness, from triumph to triumph, from splendor to splendor. However, the chain cannot be broken, and those of the highest degrees can still exert influence on the lowest, but according to the hierarchical order, and in the same way that a king, ruling wisely, does good for his lowest subject. From step to step, prayers ascend and graces descend without ever straying from their path. But once the spirits have ascended, they do not descend again, for as they climb, the degrees harden under their feet. The great chaos has become firm, said Abraham, in the parable of the rich man. And those here cannot descend there. Ecstasy can elevate the forces of the star body to the point that it drags along the material body, proving that the destiny of the soul is to ascend. Aerial suspension feats are possible. But there is no example of a man having lived underground or in water. It would also be impossible for a separated soul to live, even for a single instant, within the thickness of our atmosphere. Therefore, the souls of the dead are not around us, as assumed by table-turners. Those whom we love can still see us and appear, but only as a mirage and reflection in the common mirror that is light. These are the revelations of High Kabbalah contained and hidden in the mysterious book of Sohar. They cannot be interested in mortal things anymore, and they hold on to us only through those of our feelings that are high enough to still have something akin or similar to their life in eternity. Hypothetical revelations for science, but supported by a series of rigorous inductions, starting from facts that science contests the least. It is the more than probable hypothesis of the existence of fluidic larvae known in ancient theurgy as elementary spirits. We have touched upon this briefly in our Dogm and Ritual of High Magic. 7. And the unfortunate abbot of Villars, who had mocked these terrible revelations, paid for his imprudence with his life. This secret is dangerous, as it touches closely to the great magical arcane. Indeed, evoking elemental spirits confers the power to coagulate fluids through a projection of astral light. Yet such directed power can only bring about disorder and misfortune, as we shall prove later. Herein lies the theory of the hypothesis with the evidence of probability. The spirit is everywhere. It animates matter. It frees itself from gravity by perfecting its envelope, which is its form. We see indeed the form progress with instincts to intelligence and beauty. These are the efforts of light attracted by the allure of the spirit. It is the mystery of progressive and universal generation. Note 7. Dogme et rituel de la haute magie, 1856, 2 volume 8, with 23 figs. Light is the efficient cause of forms and life, because it is at once motion and heat. When it manages to fix itself and polarize around a center, it produces a living being, then attracts to perfect and preserve all the necessary plastic substance. This plastic substance, ultimately formed from earth and water, has been aptly called in the Bible the mud of the earth. But light is not the spirit, as believed by Indian hierophants and all schools of Goetic. It is only the instrument of the spirit. She is not the body of the protoplasts, as the Thargists of Alexandria's school suggested. She is the first physical manifestation of the divine breath. God creates her eternally, and man, in the image of God, modifies her and seems to multiply her. Prometheus, according to the fable, having stolen fire from heaven, animated images made of earth and water, and for this crime he was chained and struck by Jupiter. Elemental spirits, say the Kabbalists in their most secret books, are the children of Adam's solitude. They were born from his dreams when he yearned for the woman that God had not yet given him. Paracelsus says that the lost blood, either regularly or in a dream, by unmarried individuals of both sexes, populates the air with ghosts. 116. We believe that the supposed origin of these larvae is made clear enough here, according to the masters, without our needing to explain further. These larvae therefore have an airy body formed from the steam of blood. This is why they seek out spilled blood, and once fed on the smoke of sacrifices. They are the monstrous children of these impure nightmares that were formerly called incubuses and succubi. When they are condensed enough to be seen, it is only a colored vapor reflecting an image. They have no life of their own, but they imitate the life of him who evokes them, as a shadow imitates a body. They primarily appear around idiots and beings, without morality, whose isolation abandons them to irregular habits. The cohesion of the parts of their fantastic body being very weak, they fear the open air, great fire, and above all the point of swords. They become in a sense vaporous appendages of the real body of their parents, since they live only from the life of those who created them or appropriate them by evoking them, so that if one injures their appearance of body, the father can be actually injured, as the unborn child is actually injured or disfigured by the imaginings of his mother. The whole world is full of phenomena that justify these singular revelations and cannot be explained except by them. 117. These larvae attract to themselves the vital heat of healthy people and quickly exhaust those who are weak. From here come the stories of vampires, terribly real stories periodically confirmed, as everyone knows. That's why on the approach of mediums, that is, persons obsessed by the larvae, one feels a cooling in the atmosphere. 118. Book 2. Formation and Accomplishments of the Dogmatic. These larvae exist only due to the lies of an exalted imagination and the disruption of the senses, never occurring in the presence of a person who knows and can uncover the mystery of their monstrous birth. Hebrew, Beth, Chapter 1, Primordial Symbolism of History. Summary: the Edenic Pentacle, the cherubim, the children of Cain, magical secrets of the Tower of Babel, curse on the descendants of Canaan, anathema against sorcerers, war of empiricism against magic, greatnesses and decays of the dogma in Egypt, Greece, and Rome, birth of skeptical philosophy, Socrates' tempered skepticism, Platon's attempt at synthesis, Aristotle's rationalism, priesthood and science. It is not our role to explain the Holy Scriptures from a religious and dogmatic perspective. Subordinated above all to hierarchical order, we leave theology to the church doctors and return to human science everything that falls within the realm of experience and reason. Thus, when we seem to propose a new application of a passage from the Bible or the Gospel, we always respect ecclesiastical decisions. We do not dogmatize. Instead, we submit our observations and studies to legitimate authorities. What strikes us most upon reading the original history of humanity in the sacred book of Moses is the description, 119, of the terrestrial paradise, which can be summarized in the figure of a perfect pentacle. Around the tree of science winds the serpent of Asclepius and Hermes. At the foot of the tree are man and woman, the active and passive, intelligence and love. It is circular or square, since it is watered equally by 4 rivers arranged in a cross, and at the center are the 2 trees that represent science and life, stable intelligence and progressive motion, wisdom and creation. All science is figured in this admirable tableau. The serpent, a symbol of original attraction and the central fire of the earth, tempts the woman who is the weaker, and she causes the man to succumb, but she yields to the serpent only to tame it later. And one day she will crush its head by giving later, and one day she will crush its head by giving aid. Birth to a savior for the world. The man abdicates the realm of intelligence by yielding to the demands of the sensitive part. He profanes the fruit of science that should nourish the soul by using it for unjust and material satisfactions. As we have noted in our dogma, Voltaire, having discovered that in Hebrew a cherub means an ox, found this story highly amusing. He is covered with a beast's skin, because physical form always adapts itself early or late to moral dispositions. He is driven out of the circle watered by the 4 rivers of life, and a cherub, armed with a flickering sword forever in motion, prevents him from entering the realm of unity. He would have laughed less if he had seen in the bull-headed angel the obscure symbolism, and in the flaming and mobile sword these flashes of maladroitly and misleadingly conceived truth, which gave so much credit after the original fall to the idolatry of nations. The flaming sword also represented that light which man no longer knew how to direct, and from which he suffered fatal attacks instead of governing its power. The great magical work considered absolutely is the conquest and direction of the fiery sword of the cherub. The cherub is the angel or soul of the earth, always represented in ancient mysteries under the figure of a bull. The first consequence of Eve's sin is the death of Abel. That is why in Mithraean symbols, one sees the master of light taming the earthly bull and plunging into its side the sword that causes life to flow out, symbolized by drops of blood. Then Cain's children perpetuate their father's crime. By separating love from intelligence, Eve separated them from strength. Strength, becoming blind and enslaved to earthly desires, becomes jealous of love and kills it. They give birth to fatally beautiful daughters, daughters devoid of love, born for the damnation of angels and the scandal of Seth's descendants. After the flood and following Chem's perversion, whose mystery we have already indicated, humanity's children want to realize an insane project. They wish to build a pentacle and a universal palace. This is a gigantic attempt at equalitarian socialism, and Fourier's phalanstère pales in comparison to Babel's tower. It was a protest against the hierarchy of science, a 121 citadel raised against floods and lightning, a promontory from which the divinized people's head would overlook the atmosphere and storms. But one does not climb to science on stone steps. The hierarchical degrees of the mind are not built with mortar, like the stories of a tower. Anarchy protested against this materialized hierarchy. Men no longer agreed, a fatal lesson, so poorly understood by those who today dreamed of another Babel. To brutal and materially hierarchical doctrines, equalitarian negations respond. Whenever the human race builds a tower, there will be a dispute for its summit, and the trend of the masses will be to desert its base. The dispersion of men was the first effect of the curse pronounced against the profaners, the children of Cham. But the Canaanite race bore in a special manner the weight of this curse, which later consigned their descendants to anathema. To satisfy all ambitions, by making the summit broader than the base, a tottering tower exposed to the wind would be necessary, which would fall at the slightest shock. The black god of India, the monstrous Rutram with priapic forms, reigned there under the name of Belphegor. The defilement of the mysteries of birth, the attack against children, were at the heart of the cults of ancient Palestine, abandoned to the horrible rites of black magic. The conservative chastity of the family is the distinctive character of hierarchical initiations. Profanation and rebellion are always obscene and tend towards infanticide promiscuity. The Talmudists and the Jewish Platonist Philo relate shameful things about the worship of this idol that they seemed incredible to the learned jurist Zeldinus. They danced to the sound of trumpets and tambourines to not hear the cries of the victims, and mothers led the dance. Incest, sodomy, and bestiality were accepted practices among these infamous peoples, and even formed part of sacred rites. The idols of Moloch and Shamus were death machines that sometimes crushed against their bronze chest, or consumed in their reddened arms from the fire of unfortunate little children. It was, they say, a bearded idol with its mouth agape, having for tongue a gigantic phallus. People uncovered themselves shamelessly before this visage and offered it stercorary offerings, fatal consequence of universal harmonies. One does not escape justice impunely. The man who rebels against God is forced, against his will, to insult nature. Therefore, since the same causes always produce the same effects, the witch sabbats of the Middle Ages were merely a repetition of the festivals of Camus and Belphegor. It is against these crimes that nature itself carries an eternal death sentence. We are far from regretting the cruel executions of the Middle Ages, or desiring their return. The worshippers of dark gods, the apostles of promiscuity, the theorists of public impudence, the enemies of the family and hierarchy, the anarchists consent to its poisoning. Thus reasoned the inquisitors. As society becomes more Christian, it will increasingly understand that it is necessary to care for the sick and not let them die. Are criminal instincts not the most terrible of all mental illnesses? Every crown shatters when it clashes with the tiara. Any philosophy enemy of worship and its mysteries is inevitably hostile to the great political powers, which lose their greatness if they cease. Let us not forget that high magic is called sacerdotal art and royal art. It shared in Egypt, Greece, and Rome the glories and decadences of priesthood and royalty. Stealing fire from the sky and overthrowing the gods is Prometheus's eternal dream, and the popular Prometheus, freed from the Caucasus by Hercules, immortal vulture suspended from his gaping wound, until he learns obedience and resignation at the feet of Maat. Republican institutions, by opening the career of power to intrigue, severely shook the principles of hierarchy. Him who, born King of Kings and God of Gods, wanted in turn to have his hands nailed and his chest opened for the conversion of all rebellious spirits. The care of training kings was no longer entrusted to the priesthood, and it was supplanted either by inheritance, which handed the throne over to the unequal chances of birth, or by popular election, which excluded religious influence to establish a monarchy according to republican principles. Thus were formed the governments that successively presided over the triumphs and declines of the states of Greece and Rome. The science contained in the sanctuaries was then neglected, and men of boldness or genius, whom the initiators did not welcome, invented these philosophers, following their adventurous imagination, quickly arrived at absurdity and attacked the nature of the flaws in their own systems. Heraclit wept. Democritus laughed, and they were both equally mad. Pyrrhon ended up believing in nothing, which will not compensate him for his lack of knowledge. But what is morality without religion? In this philosophical chaos, Socrates brought a little light and common sense by affirming the pure and simple existence of morality. Socrates' abstract deism translated to the people as atheism. He was completely devoid of dogma, and Plato, his disciple, tried to provide him with one, which Socrates admitted he had never thought of. It is even believed that he had knowledge of the sacred books of the Hebrews. Plato's doctrine stands as a milestone in the history of human genius, but this philosopher did not invent it, and understanding that there is no truth outside religion, he consulted the priests of Memphis, and was initiated into their mysteries. He could, however, receive in Egypt only an imperfect initiation, for the priests themselves had then forgotten the meaning of the primitive hieroglyphs. We have proof of this in the story of the priest who spent 3 days deciphering a hieratic inscription found in Alcmene's tomb, sent by Agesilaus, Nations through characters, numbers, and elementary figures. Cornuppus, who was undoubtedly the most learned of the hierophants, consulted all the ancient collections of signs and characters, and finally discovered that this inscription was made in Protean characters, or the Prothean was the name given in Greece to Thoth's book, whose mobile hieroglyphs could take as many forms as there are possible comb. But the book of Thoth being the key of oracles and the elementary book of science, how could Cornuppus, if he was truly instructed in the sacerdotal art, have sought so long before recognizing its? Another proof of the obscuring of the first truths of science at that time is that the oracles complained about it in a style no longer understood. Illustration: the seal of Cagliostro, the seal of Juno Samian, the apocalyptic seal, and the 12 seals of the cubic stone around the key of tarot. This oracle said that to stop the ills of Greece, the cubic stone needed to be doubled. When Plato, on his return from Egypt, traveled with Simmias near the borders of Caria, he met men from Delos who asked him to explain an oracle of Apollo. The Delians had therefore attempted to double a cubic stone that was located in the temple of Apollo. Plato sent the Delian emissaries to the mathematician Eudoxus, and told them that the oracle advised them to study geometry. But by doubling it on all sides, they only succeeded in creating a polyhedron with 25 faces, and to return to the cubic form, they had to increase it 26 times, and by continually doubling it, the original volume of the stone. Did he not himself understand the profound meaning of this figure, or did he not deign to explain it to these ignorant people? We cannot say for certain. But what is clear is that the cubic stone and its multiplication explain all the secrets of sacred numbers, especially that of perpetual motion hidden by the adepts and sought by fools under the name of squaring the circle. The plan of all the great allegorical temples of antiquity is found in this multiplication, of the cube by the cross first, around which one can describe a circle, then the cubic cross that can move within a globe. By this cubic agglomeration of 26 cubes around a central cube, the oracle had shown to the Delians not only the elements of geometry, but also the key to the harmonies of creation, explained by the chaining of forms and numbers. All these notions, better understood through a figure, have been preserved until today in Masonic initiations, and perfectly justify the name given to modern associations, as they are also fundamental principles of architecture and building science. The Delians thought they had solved the geometric problem by reducing their multiplication by half, but they still found 8 times the volume of their cubic stone. One can therefore increase at will the number of their attempts, for this tale may be nothing other than a problem proposed by Plato himself to his disciples. If we accept as a fact the answer of the oracle, we will find an even broader meaning. For doubling the cubic stone is to bring out the binary from unity, the form of the idea, the action of thought. Plato has less depth but more eloquence than Pythagoras. It is to realize in the world the exactness of eternal mathematics, to establish politics on the basis of exact sciences, to conform religious dogma to the philosophy of numbers. He tries to reconcile the philosophy of reasoners with the immovable dogmas of seers. He does not want to vulgarize. He wants to reconstruct science. Thus, his philosophy had later to supply the nascent Christianity with ready-made theories and dogmas to vivify. However, although he based his theorems on mathematics, Plato, abundant in harmonious forms and prodigal of wonderful hypotheses, was more a poet than a geometer. A purely calculating genius, Aristotle, was to question everything in school and submit everything to the tests of numerical evolution and the logic of calculations. The chain of beings becomes a sorites for him. Aristotle, excluding Platonic faith, wants to prove everything and encompass everything within his categories. He translates the ternary into a syllogism and the binary into an enthymeme. He wants to abstract everything, reason through everything. The very being becomes for him an abstract lost in the hypotheses of ontology. Plato will inspire the fathers of the Church. Aristotle will be the master of the medieval scholastics, and God knows how many darknesses will gather around this logic that believes in nothing and claims to explain everything. A second Babel is preparing, and the confusion of languages is not far off. Being is being. The reason for being lies within being. In the beginning is the Word, and the word logos? This is what is above all philosophies, is the logic formulated in speech, spoken reason. The Word is in God, and the Word is God himself manifested to intelligence. This is what one must believe, or risk never knowing anything and falling back into absurd doubt of Pyrrhon. Chapter 2, Mysticism. The priesthood, guardian of the faith, rests entirely on this foundation of science, and it is in its teaching that we must acknowledge the divine principle of the eternal Word. Summary. Origin and effects of mysticism. It materializes signs under the pretext of spiritualizing matter. Apparitions, infernal prodigies. It conciliates itself with all vices. It persecutes sages. It is contagious. Fanatism of sectaries. Black magic using unknown words and signs. Hysterical disease phenomena. Theory of hallucinations. The legitimacy of divine right belongs so much to the priesthood that without it true priesthood does not exist. Initiation and consecration have a true hereditary nature. Thus the sanctuary is inviolable for the profane and cannot be invaded by sectaries. Thus the lights of divine revelation are distributed with supreme reason, because they descend with order and harmony. God does not illuminate the world with meteors and thunder, but he peacefully gravitates the universes around their suns. Illustration. Typhonian symbols, Egyptian types of cosmic and necromantic force. This harmony troubles certain impatient souls, yearning for duty. 129, and come from men who, unable to force revelation to align with their vices, pose as reformers of morality. If God has spoken, they say, like Rousseau, why haven't I heard him? Soon they add, he has spoken, but it's to me. They've dreamed it, and eventually come to believe it. Thus begin the sectaries, these architects of religious anarchy that we would not wish to see burned, but rather locked up as contagious madmen. Thus were formed the mystic schools that profaned science. We have seen by what means the fakirs of India arrived at what they called the uncreated light, through nervous erethisms and cerebral congestions. Egypt also had its sorcerers and enchanters, and Thessaly in Greece was full of conjurations and maleficences. To establish direct contact with demons and gods is to abolish the priesthood, to overthrow the base of the throne. The anarchist instinct of the so-called enlightened knew this well. It is also through the allure of freedom that they hoped to recruit disciples, and they preemptively granted absolution for all moral scandals, contenting themselves with rigidity, in revolt and energy, in protesting against sacerdotal legitimacy. The Bacchanals who tore Orpheus believed they were inspired by a god, and sacrificed the great Hierophant to their divinized intoxication. Same, Bacchus's orgies were mystical excitements, and always the followers of madness proceeded through unregulated movements, frenetic and disgusting convulsions, from the effeminate priests of Bacchus to the Gnostics, from whirling dervishes to epileptics, from the tomb of Deacon Paris the character of superstitious and fanatical exaltation remains the. It is always under the pretext of purifying the dogma that mystics of all ages have materialized the signs of worship in the name of excessive spiritualism. The same applies to those who profane the science of magi, for high magic, let us not forget, is the primitive sacerdotal art. It rejects everything done outside the legitimate hierarchy and applauds, not the torture, but the condemnation of heretics and sorcerers. Therefore, in these senses, they were all Goetians, that is to say, true practitioners of black magic. We intentionally equate these two qualifications. All heretics were invocators of spirits and ghosts that they presented to the world as gods. They all boasted of performing miracles to support their lies. This, therefore, is what their religion really consists in, since it is the only bond that binds them together. Anarchy being the starting point and distinctive character of dissident mysticism, religious harmony is impossible among sectaries, but they agree perfectly on one point. It is the hatred of hierarchical and legitimate authority. Anarchist mystics confuse intellectual light with astral light. They worship the serpent instead of revering the obedient and pure wisdom that puts it on its head. It is always the crime of Cham. It is the contempt for the principle of the family, and the outrage against the father, whom all dissidents loudly proclaim to be drunk, whom they discover with sacrilegious laughter naked and asleep. Thus they get intoxicated by vertigos, and do not long remain from falling into the abyss of madness. Madmen are all visionaries, and often they may believe themselves to be magicians, for hallucinations being contagious, there frequently occur around the mad things inexplicable. Moreover, phenomena of astral light attracted or projected excessively are in themselves enough to disconcert half-scholars. There form whirls and estromes of this light, which lift the heaviest bodies and can support them in the air for a time proportional to the force of projection. Accumulating in bodies, it gives them by the violent distension of molecules such elasticity that bones can twist, muscles extend too much. The patients then feel as if they are about to burst, and solicit help through compression and percussion. Heresies always cause unrest. If a false prophet does not pervert, he must kill. The most violent blows and the strongest compression are then balanced by fluid tension, causing no bruises or injuries, and relieve the patient rather than suffocating them. The madmen fear doctors, and hallucinatory mystics hate sages. They first flee them, then fatally and against their will persecute them. If they are gentle and indulgent, it is for vices. Seemingly gentle sectaries turn into fury and hatred when speaking of submission and hierarchy. They loudly demand tolerance for themselves, but they are careful not to use it towards others. The 132 Protestants declaimed against the bonfires of Rome at the very time when John Calvin, in his private authority, had burned Michel's servant. It was the crimes of the Donatists, the circumcisers, and so many others that forced Catholic princes to act, and even the Church itself to abandon the guilty. Would one not say, upon hearing the moans of irreligion, that the Waldensians, the Albigensians, and the Hussites were lambs? Were these dark Puritans of Scotland and England, holding a dagger in one hand and the Bible in the other, while preaching the extermination of Catholics, innocent? Only one church among so many reprisals and horrors has always maintained its horror of blood, the hierarchical and legitimate church. The church, by admitting the possibility and existence of diabolic miracles, recognizes the existence of a natural force that can be used for good or evil. Therefore, it wisely decided that while the sanctity of the doctrine can justify the miracle alone cannot authorize new doctrines. The false miracles caused by astral congestions have 133 always had an anarchic and immoral tendency, because disorder calls for disorder. To say that God, whose laws are perfect and never contradict themselves, uses a natural means to perform what we consider supernatural acts, is to affirm the supreme reason and immutable power of God, to expand our idea of his providence, to deny his intervention in wonders performed in favor of truth, which sincere Catholics understand. Therefore, the gods and genies of the sectaries are bloodthirsty, and usually promise their protection in exchange for murder. The idolaters of Syria and Judea consulted oracles using the severed heads of children violently removed from these poor little creatures' bodies. Cries of anguish had undoubtedly shaken their imagination. Moreover, we have said that blood attracts larvae. They dried these heads, and after placing under their tongues a golden blade with unknown characters, they put them in hollows cut into the wall, made them bodies of magical plants surrounded by bandages, lit lamps before these terrible idols, offered incense, and religiously consulted them. They believed that they heard this head speak, whose last, in infernal sacrifices, the ancients dug a pit and filled it with warm, smoking blood. Then they saw weak and pale shadows crawling, climbing, descending, rushing from the depths of the earth, from all the abysses of night. For every power there must be a risk. Such was the principle of enchantments and their horrors. They traced with the tip of the bloody sword a circle of evocations, lit fires of laurel, alder, and cypress on altars, crowned with asphodels and vervain. Then night seemed colder and darker. The moon hid under clouds, and one heard the faint fluttering of ghosts pressing around the circle as dogs wailed lamentably across the countryside. False magicians bound themselves through crime, believing they could frighten others once they had terrified themselves. It's always the same love of darkness. It's always the same profanations, the same bloody prescriptions. The rites of black magic remained horrible, like the impious cults it spawned, whether in associations of malefactors conspiring against ancient civilizations or among barbarian tribes. Anarchic magic is the cult of death. The sorcerer abandons himself to fate. He renounces his reason. He gives up hope of immortality, and he immolates children. He renounces honest marriage and takes a vow of sterile debauchery. Under these conditions, he enjoys the fullness of his madness. He gets drunk on his wickedness to the point of believing it all-powerful, summoning at will all the dead and all hell. Barbaric words and unknown or even absolutely insignificant signs are the best in black magic. One hallucinates better with ridiculous practices and stupid evocations than with rites or formulas capable of keeping intelligence awake. Mr. Dupotet claims to have experienced the power of certain signs on cryptics, and the signs he traces with his hand in his occult book, with caution and mystery, are analogous in ancient editions of the Grand Grimoire. 135. The same causes must always produce the same effects, and there is nothing new under the moon of sorcerers, nor under the sun of sages. The state of permanent hallucination is a death or an abdication of consciousness. One is then left to all the chances of fate's dreams. Life becomes that of an animal, but a shadowed and tormented creature. One is no longer conscious of morality or time. Every memory brings its reflection. Every bad desire creates an image. Every remorse gives birth to a nightmare. Realities no longer exist. Everything dances in the whirlwind of the most senseless forms. Our brain, glowing with astral light, is full of reflections and countless figures. An hour sometimes seems to last for centuries, and years can pass as quickly as an hour. When we close our eyes, it often appears that a panorama, now bright, now dark and terrifying, unfolds beneath our eyelids. A feverish patient struggles to keep his eyes closed at night. He is often blinded by an unbearable brightness. Thus, the hallucinators experience the most false and perverse sensations. Our nervous system, which is a complete electric apparatus, focuses light into the brain, which is the negative pole of the apparatus, or projects it through its extremities. When the brain violently draws a series of analog images to a passion that has disrupted the balance of the machine, the exchange of light ceases, astral breathing stops, and the diverted light coagulates in some way within the brain. Some find pleasure in cutting their skin into strips and slowly peeling it off, while others eat and savor substances not meant for food. Dr. Brière de Boismont, in his scholarly Treatise on Hallucinations, has compiled several excessively curious series of observations. All excesses of life, either poorly understood or unrepressed, can excite the brain and produce stagnations of light within it. Excessive ambition, proud pretensions to holiness, continence filled with scruples and desires, shameful passions satisfied despite repeated warnings of remorse. All this leads to the loss of reason, morbid ecstasy, hysteria, visions, madness. A man is not mad, observes the learned doctor, because he has visions, but because he believes more in his visions than in common sense. It is therefore obedience and authority alone that can save mystics. If they have an obstinate confidence in themselves, there is no remedy. They are already excommunicated from reason and faith. They are the alienates of universal charity. 137, Chapter 3. Note 8. Brière de Boismont, des hallucinations, ou histoire raisonnée, des apparitions, des visions, des songes. They believe themselves wiser than society. They believe to be forming a religion, and they are alone. They think they have stolen the secret keys of life for their personal use, and their intelligence has already fallen into death. Initiations and trials. Summary. Platon's secret doctrine. Theosophy and theurgy. Trophonius's lair. Origins of the myths of Acheron and Tenedos. Sebe's symbolic chart. Burial of the dead. The ultra-worldly doctrines of Phaedo. Sacrifices to appease the manes. The work that creates universal medicine is the moral regeneration of man. It is this second birth about which the Savior spoke to the doctor of the law, Nicodemus, who did not understand, and Jesus said to him, "What the followers call the great work is not only the transmutation of metals, but also and primarily universal medicine, that is, the remedy for all ills, including death. Are you a teacher in Israel and you do not know this mystery?" As if he wanted to make him understand that it was about the fundamental principles of religious science, and that it was not permitted for a master to ignore them. The great mystery of life and its trials is represented in the celestial sphere and in the cycle of the year. The four forms of the Sphinx correspond to the four elements and the four seasons. The symbolic figures of Achilles' shield in Homer have a meaning akin to the 12 labors of Hercules. Achilles is destined to die, like Hercules, after vanquishing elements and waging war against the gods. Every thinking man is an Oedipus called upon to solve the riddle of the Sphinx, or face death. Every initiate must be a Hercules completing the cycle of a great year's labors and worthy, through heart sacrifices and life offerings, of apotheosis triumphs. Hercules, having triumphed over all vices represented by the monsters he fights, succumbs for a moment to the most dangerous of them all, love. But finally tears from his chest, with fragments of his flesh, the burning tunic of Deianira. He leaves her guilty and defeated. He dies freed and immortal. Orpheus is king of the lyre, and sacrifices only after having successively conquered and learned to lose Eurydice. The flames of the pyre will purify this too weak heart. Hercules expires with all his strength, and can sit victorious by Jupiter's throne. Omphale and Deianira are jealous of Hercules. One wants to degrade him, the other yields to the advice of a cowardly rival, who pushes her to poison the liberator of the world. But she will heal him from a far more fatal poisoning, that of her unworthy love. Jacob, before being the great patriarch of Israel, had fought for an entire long night against an angel. The trial. That is the great word of life. Life is a serpent that gives birth to itself and devours itself endlessly. One must escape its clutches and put their foot on its head. The great trials of Memphis and Eleusis aim to train kings and priests by entrusting knowledge to brave and strong men. Hermes, by multiplying it, opposes himself to it, and in eternal balance he makes it the talisman of his power and the glory of his caduceus. To be admitted to these trials, one had to dedicate body and soul to the priesthood and abandon their life. They would then descend into dark undergrounds where they had to successively traverse burning pyres, deep and rapid currents of water, mobile bridges spanning abyssal chasms. But there remained to test his fidelity in silence, and it was only after several years that he became an epot, a title corresponding to that of adept. Philosophy, rivaling with priesthood, imitated these practices and subjected its disciples to trials. Whoever stumbled or showed fear was never to see the light again. Whoever overcame all obstacles with intrepidity was received among the mysti, that is, they were initiated into the minor mysteries. Thus he made the world created by demons, and brought all animals out of man. Pythagoras demanded silence and abstinence for 5 years. Plato admitted into his school only geometrists and musicians, reserving part of his teaching for the initiated, and his philosophy had its mysteries. By saying that animals come from man, he means that animals are the analysis of the living form of which man is the synthesis. The demons of Plato are no other than the Elohim of Moses, that is to say, the forces from whose concurrence and harmony the supreme principle created. 140. This sublime philosophy of the word belongs to pure Kabbalah, and Plato did not invent it. He does not hide this indeed, and declares openly that in no science should anything ever be received that does not accord with eternal truths and with God's oracles. Dacier, from whom we borrow this quote, adds that by these eternal truths, Plato refers to an ancient tradition which he claims the first men received from God and passed down to their descendants. It was Plato who first proclaimed the divinity of the word, that is to say, of speech, and this creative word, it seems, he presaged would soon be incarnate on earth. He announces the sufferings and torture of the perfect just one, condemned by the iniquity of the world. Indeed, unless one explicitly names Kabbalah, it cannot be expressed more clearly. It is a definition rather than a name, something more precise in some way than the very name itself. That is why I have never written anything about these revelations, and will never speak of them. These profound knowledges are not found in books, Plato says again, but must be drawn from within oneself through deep meditation, and seek the sacred fire in its own source. And yes, that they do not know. 3, p. 81. Note 9. Dacier, La doctrine de Platon, Bibliothèque des anciens philosophes, vol d'Orle. Any man who attempts to make them common will do so unnecessarily, and all the fruit of his labor will be that, except for a small number of men to whom God has given enough intelligence to see these celestial truths in themselves. He will give some contempt for them, and fill others with vain and reckless confidence, as if they knew wonderful things. 141 he writes to Denis the Younger. I must write it in enigmas, so that if my letter is intercepted on land or at sea, whoever reads it cannot understand it. All things are around their king. They exist because of him, and he alone is the cause of good things. Note 10. Dacier, Loco Citata. I must declare to Archidemus what is much more valuable and divine, and what you are eager to know, since you sent me specifically for this. For he told me that you do not believe I have sufficiently explained my thoughts on the nature of the first, principle. Vol. 3, p. 194. There is a complete summary of the theology of the Sephiroth in these few words. The king is Ensof, the supreme and absolute being. Everything radiates from this center that is everywhere, but we conceive it primarily in three ways and in three different spheres. In the divine world, which is the realm of the first cause, it is unique and primary. Let us not here admire Plato's genius, but rather recognize the precise science of the initiated. In the world of science, which is the realm of secondary causes, the influence of the first principle is felt, but it is no longer conceived as anything other than the first of the secondary causes. It manifests itself through binary, being theme, passive creative principle. Let us no longer hear that our great apostle St. John borrowed the beginning of his gospel from Plato's philosophy. Finally, in the third world, which is the realm of forms, it reveals itself as the perfect form, the incarnate verb, supreme beauty and goodness, created perfection. Thus, it is at once the first, second, and third, since it is all in all, the center is all in all, the center, and cause of all. It was Plato, on the contrary, who drew from the same sources as St. John, but he had not received the spirit that gives life. The philosophy of the greatest of human revelators could aspire to the word made flesh. Only the gospel could give it to the world. This body of esoteric doctrine subsequently attracted all subsequent discoveries by seekers. The Kabbalah taught to the Greeks by Plato later took the name theosophy and embraced the entire magical dogma in due course. Blessed are those who believe without seeing, said the great revealer. This is why theurgic practices bore the anathemas of black magic and were suspected of imitating its crimes, as they could not defend themselves from sharing its impiety. The veil of Isis cannot be lifted with impunity, and curiosity is a blasphemy against faith when it comes to divine matters. There was a desire to move from theory to practice, and to fulfill the word through deeds. Dangerous experiments in divination taught science how to do without priesthood. The sanctuary was betrayed, and men without a mission dared to make the gods speak. The experiments of theurgy and necromancy are always fateful for those who indulge in them. Vertigo begins, catalepsy and madness complete the process. Once one sets foot across the threshold to the other world, death usually follows in a strange and terrible manner. It is certain that in the presence of certain individuals, and after a series of intoxicating acts, a disturbance occurs in the atmosphere. Timbers crack, doors tremble and moan. Strange and sometimes bloody signs seem to imprint themselves onto virgin parchment or cloth. These signs are always the same, and magi classify them as diabolical writings. Just seeing these characters causes crises and convulsions or ecstasy. They believe they see spirits, and Satan, that is, the genius of error, transforms himself into an angel of light for them. These alleged spirits demand to be shown sympathetic stimulants produced by the proximity of sexes, requiring hands to be joined, feet on feet, and faces. These are the successors of the Cainite race in India. Initiates become passionate about this type of inebriation, believing themselves God's chosen ones and heaven's interpreters, labeling obedience to hierarchy as fanaticism. They are hachichins and fakirs. Warnings will not enlighten them, and they will perish because they have desired to perish. The priests of Greece, to cure such sick people, used a kind of homeopathy. They terrified them by exaggerating the evil even in a single crisis, or fully waking up. This sleep was prepared for by fasting, lustrations, and vigils. Then they descended into the underground chamber where they were left, and imprisoned without light. Enervating gases, quite similar to those of the Dog's Cave near Naples, were exhaled in this cavern, and did not take long to overwhelm the visionary. He then had terrifying dreams caused by a beginning of asphyxia. He was rescued in time and carried away, still palpitating, pale, and with his hair standing on end on a tripod where he prophesied BF. Such trials caused such a shock to the nervous system that the Christians could not remember them without shivering, and dared never again speak of evocations and ghosts. It is not in the books of philosophers that one must seek traces of science and unravel its mysteries, but in the religious symbolism of the ancients. Some people since then were never able to lighten up or smile, and the general impression was so sad that it became a proverb, and one would say of a person whose forehead did not relax, "She slept in Trophonius's cave." The priests of Egypt knew better than we do the laws of motion and life. They could temper or strengthen action through reaction, and easily foresee the realization of effects for which they had established the cause. The columns of Seth, Hermes, Solomon, Hercules symbolized this universal law of balance in magical traditions, and the science of balance led the initiates to that of universal gravitation around. Below this head is the name of Yahweh. This figure was called Phnubis, an Egyptian word meaning gold and light. Also in the sacred calendars of the Egyptians, where each month was, as is known, placed under the protection of 3 decans or genies of 10 days, the first decanon of the sign of Leo is represented by a human head with 7 rays and a large scorpion tail, and the sign of Sagittarius beneath the chin. Thales and Pythagoras learned in the sanctuaries of Egypt that the earth revolves around the sun, but they did not seek to spread this knowledge, as it would have required revealing one of the great temple secrets, the double law of attraction and radiation of fixity and motion, which is the principle of creation and the perpetual cause of life. Also, the Christian writer Lactantius, who had heard of this magical tradition and effect without cause, derides these dreamer theurgists their heads where their feet are now and vice versa. Moreover, naively adds Lactantius with all the logic of the ignorant and children, such men would not stay on the ground and would fall headfirst into the lower sky. Thus reasoned the philosophers, while the priests, without responding to them or even smiling at their errors, wrote in hieroglyphs that created all dogmas and poems, the secrets of truth. In their allegorical description of hell, the Greek hierophants had hidden the great secrets of magic. One finds there 4 rivers, like in the Garden of Eden, plus a 5th that winds 7 times between the others, a river of pains and wailings, the Cocytus, and a river of oblivion, the Lethe, then a river of swift water, irresistible, which carries everything and flows in the opposite direction with a river of fire. These 2 mysterious rivers, the Acheron and Phlegethon, whose water represents the negative fluid and the other the positive fluid, perpetually turn one within the other. The phlegethon heats and smokes the cold black waters of the acheron, and the acheron covers the liquid flames of the phlegethon with thick vapors. Only the wise do not wish to forget, for their memories are already their reward. From these vapors emerge in thousands, the larvae and lemurs, vain images of bodies that have lived, and of those that do not yet live. But whether they drank or did not drink from the river of pains, all aspire to the river of oblivion, whose soporific to the river of oblivion. Water will restore them youth and peace. Thus, they alone are truly immortal, since only they are aware of their immortality. The torments of Tantalus are truly divine paintings of vices and their eternal punishment. The greed of Tantalus, the ambition of Sisyphus will never be atoned for they can never be satisfied. Ixion, the amorous one without restraint, who sought to violate the Queen of Heaven, is lashed by infernal furies. Tantalus thirsts for water. Sisyphus rolls a pedestal to sit on atop a mountain, but it always falls back upon him, dragging him to the bottom of the abyss. He did not, however, enjoy his crime, and could only embrace a ghost. Perhaps this ghost appeared to condescend to his furies and love him, but when he disregards duty, when he finds satisfaction in sacrilege, love becomes hatred in bloom. Salvation or condemnation begin here below, and the earthly world also has its heaven and hell. 147. It is not beyond the grave, but within life itself, that one must seek the mysteries of death. Always here below virtue is rewarded. Always here below vice is punished, and it is this very thing that sometimes makes us believe in the impunity of the wicked. For riches, these instruments of good and evil, seem to be given to them at random. All true initiates have recognized the immense usefulness of work and suffering. But woe unto the unjust men who possess the golden key. It opens for them only the door to the tomb and hell. Suffering, said a German poet, is the dog of this unknown shepherd who leads the flock of humanity. To learn to suffer, to learn to die, is the gymnastics of eternity, the immortal novitiate. Such is the moral sense of Dante's Divine Comedy, sketched already in Plato's time in Cebes' allegorical painting. This painting, whose description has been preserved for us, and which several Middle Age painters have recreated based on this description, is a monument both philosophical and magical. It is a very complete moral synthesis, and it is at the same time the most daring demonstration that has ever been made of the great arcane, of that secret whose revelation would shake the earth and heaven. Our readers do not perhaps expect us to give them its explanation. He who discovers this mystery understands that it is inexplicable in its nature, and that it gives death to those who surprise it as to him who revealed it. This secret is the royalty of the sage. It is the crown of the initiated 148 that we see returning victorious from the top of the trials in the beautiful allegory of Cebes. Here, followers will understand me. The great arcane makes him master of gold and light, which are fundamentally the same thing. He has solved the problem of the quadrature of the circle, he directs perpetual motion, and he possesses the philosopher's stone. There is no interruption in nature's work, nor any lacuna in her opus. God has arranged all things with weight, number, and measure, says the Bible, and this brilliant doctrine was also that of Plato. The harmonies of heaven correspond to those of the earth, and eternal life carries out its evolutions according to the same laws as a day's life. In the Phaedo, Socrates speaks on the destinies of the soul in a manner entirely consistent with Kabbalistic traditions. Spirits purified by trial are freed from the laws of gravity, especially the atmosphere of tears. Others crawl in the darkness, and these are those who appear to weak or criminal men. Those who have freed themselves from the miseries of material life do not return to witness crimes or share in errors. That is enough for once. The care with which the ancients buried the dead strongly protested against necromancy, and those who did so were always regarded as impious disturbers of the tomb's rest. To recall the dead to earth would be to condemn them to die twice. And what most frightened the pious men of old from the cults of their ancestors was the fear that their corpses might be profaned by striges and used for enchantments. After death, the soul belongs to God, and the body to the common mother who is the earth. Woe to those who dare violate these sanctuaries. When the sanctuary of the tomb was disturbed, the ancients offered sacrifices to the angered manes, and there was a holy thought at the bottom of this practice. Chapter 4. Necromancers are breeders of vampires, so let us not pity them if they die consumed by the dead. Indeed, if it were permitted to a man by a chain of incantations to draw to him souls swimming in darkness as they aspire towards the light, he would have retroactive and posthumous children whom he should feed with his blood and soul. The magic of public worship. Summary. What superstition is. Magical orthodoxy. Dissidence of the uninformed. Appearances and incarnations of gods. Tyreus and Calchas, Homer's magicians. The Sibyllines and their verses written on leaves blown by the wind. The origin of geomancy and cartomancy. Ideas produce forms, and in turn, forms reflect and reproduce ideas. As far as feelings are concerned, the association multiplies them in the gathering of those who share them, so that everyone is electrified by the enthusiasm of all. That is why if a particular man from the people easily mistakes the just and the beautiful, the mass of the people will always applaud what is sublime with no less sublime a surge. Was to realize in all its splendors, and which, transfigured once more, resides today in the great metropolis of St. Pierre de Rome. Humanity has never truly had anything but one religion and one cult. These two great laws of nature observed by the ancient mages led them to understand the necessity of a public, unique, mandatory, hierarchical, and symbolic cult, just as religion itself is splendid as truth, rich and diverse as nature, starry light, the sky, full of perfumes like the earth. This cult that Moses was later to constitute, that Solomon, this universal light has had its uncertain mirages, deceptive reflections and shadows, but always after the nights of error, we see it reappear unique and pure like the sun. The magnificence of worship is the life of religion, and if Christ desires poor ministers, his sovereign divinity does not want poor altars. Protestants have not understood that worship is instruction, and in the imagination of the multitude, one must not create a meager or miserable God. Look at these oratories that resemble town halls, and these honest ministers dressed like bailiffs or commissioners. Do they not necessarily make religion seem like a formality, and God like a magistrate? Orthodoxy is the absolute character of high magic. The English who lavish so much gold in their private homes and affect to love the Bible so much, should they not remember the unparalleled splendor of Solomon's temple and find their churches well cooled and bare? But what dries up their cult is the dryness of their hearts, and how can these hearts ever be brought back to life with this cult devoid of magic, without dazzle and without tears? When truth enters the world, the star of science warns the magi, and they come to worship the creative child of the future. It is through the intelligence of the hierarchy and the practice of obedience that initiation is obtained, and a true initiate will never be a sectary. The orthodox traditions were carried from Chaldea by Abraham. They reigned in Egypt during Joseph's time with the knowledge of the true God. Kongtseu sought to establish them in China, but the foolish mysticism of India was to prevail in this great empire under the idolatrous cult of Fo. And the Zohar, which is the key to holy books, also unveils all depths and illuminates all obscurities of ancient mythologies and hidden primitive sciences within the sanctuary. Moses carried the orthodoxy of Egypt as Abraham did from Chaldea. And in the secret traditions of Kabbalah, we find a complete, perfect, unique theology, akin to what our own has of most majestic and well-explained by fathers and well-explained by fathers, doctors, all with an ensemble, and lights that it is not yet given the world to comprehend. It is true that one must know the secret of this key to be able to use it, and for even the most perceptive intelligences, not initiated into this secret, the Zohar is absolutely incomprehensible and even illegible. 152. We hope that diligent readers of our writings on magic will discover this secret for themselves, and in turn be able to decipher, first, then read this book which contains the explanation of so many mysteries. Horrible stories circulated about magi. Sorcerers and striges blamed them for their crimes. They were human blood drinkers, cannibals who ate small children. This vengeance of presumptuous ignorance against discreet science obtains success through all ages, perpetuating its use. Initiation being the necessary consequence of hierarchy, the fundamental principle of magical achievements, the uninitiated, after uselessly attempting to force the doors of the sanctuary, chose to build altar against altar, and oppose the ignorant. Disclosures of schism to the reluctance of orthodoxy. Has not a wretched man, in some unknown pamphlet, printed that he had himself heard the author of this book, in a club, demand that the blood of the rich be turned into sausages to feed the starving people? The greater the calumny, the more impression it makes on fools. The accusers of the Magi committed themselves the crimes they accused them of, and gave themselves over to all the frenzies of depraved sorcery. There was talk only of apparitions and miracles. The gods themselves descended in visible forms to sanction the orgies. The furious circles of supposed enlightened ones reach back to the Bacchantes who murdered Orpheus. But the fatal destinies of this absorbing and destructive dogma are written in one of the most beautiful fables of Greek mythology. A mystical and luxurious pantheism has always multiplied from these fanatical and clandestine circles, where promiscuity and murder mingled with ecstasies and prayers. Tyrrhenian pirates surprise Hyrcanus asleep, and carry him off on their ship. They believe that the god of inspiration is their slave, but suddenly, in the middle of the sea, their ship transforms itself. The masts become vines, the ropes vines, and satyrs appear everywhere dancing with lynx and panthers. The crew falls into a vertigo. They see themselves all changed into goats, and rush into the sea. Hyrcanus then lands in Boeotia and goes to Thebes, the city of initiation, where he finds that Penethys had usurped power. In turn, Penethys wants to imprison the god, but the prison opens by itself. The captive radiates, triumphant in the middle of Thebes. Pantheism, indeed, cannot be a synthesis, but must perish divided by the sciences, the daughters of Cadmus. Panthea becomes furious, and the daughters of Cadmus, now Bacchantes, tear him apart, believing they are immolating a young bull. After Orpheus, Cadmus, Oedipus, and Amphiaraus, the great fabulous types of magical priesthood in Greece are Tiresias and Calchas. Here all the mysteries of universal balance and creative law reveal themselves. One day he finds two snakes entwined. He believes they are fighting and separates them with his staff. He did not understand the symbol of the caduceus. He wants to divide nature's forces. He wants to separate science from faith, intelligence from faith, intelligence from faith, love man from woman. He sees them united like fighters and believes they are battling by separating them, and there he himself loses his balance. He will be alternately man and woman, never completely, for the fulfillment of marriage is forbidden to him. Indeed, it is the human androgynous who gives birth. Man and woman remain sterile as long as they are separated, like religion without science and vice versa, like intelligence without love, like sweetness, like justice without mercy and mercy without justice. It is said that man constantly oscillates between white and black in his opinions and is always mistaken. Harmony results from the analogy of opposites. They must be distinguished to unite them, and not separate them to choose between them. This must be, because the visible form, the real form, is white and black. It occurs by combining shadow and light without confusing them. Thus all opposites are married in nature, and whoever wants to separate them is exposed to the punishment of Tiresias. Others say he became blind for having caught Minerva in her nude form, that is to say, for profaning the mysteries. This is another allegory, but it is still the same symbol. Innocent little notes of modern necromancers. It is probably due to his profanation of the mysteries that Homer makes Tiresias' shadow wander in the Cimmerian darkness, the spirits with a ceremony much more magical and formidable than the grimaces of our mediums and thieves. The priesthood is nearly silent in Homer. The seer Calchas is neither a sovereign pontiff nor a great hierophant. He thus throws division among these leaders and becomes the cause of the army's disaster. He seems to be in the service of kings whom he fears, and dares not tell Agamemnon unpleasant truths until he has invoked Achilles' protection. Homer, whose every tale contains important and profound lessons, also wishes to show Greece through this example how crucial it is for the divine office to be independent of temporal influences. So long as such priesthood does not exist, seems to say the wise Homer, something will be missing from the balance of empires. The priestly tribe must only answer to the supreme pontificate, and the high priest is rendered powerless. If he lacks even one crown in his tiara, he must be a temporal king to be equal to earthly rulers. A king through intelligence and knowledge. A king through intelligence and knowledge. And finally, a king by his divine mission. The seer Theoclymenus in the Odyssey plays roughly the role of a parasite. He pays the suitors of Penelope their unfriendly hospitality with an unnecessary warning, then retires cautiously before the uproar he foresees. Far from the role of these tellers of fortune or misfortunes are those of the Sibyllines who dwelt in sanctuaries where they became invisible and were approached only with trembling. All them, new Circes, they yielded only to audacity. It was necessary to penetrate their retreat adroitly or by force, seize them by the hair, threaten them with a sword, and drag them to the fateful tripod. The oracle had as many different meanings as it was possible to find by combining the leaves in all ways. Then they blushed and paled in turn, shaking with fear, their hair standing on end, uttering incoherent words, then escaping furiously, writing words on tree leaves that, when combined, should have formed prophetic verses, and tossing these leaves into the wind, afterward withdrawing to their retreat, and no longer responding if one attempted to reckon. This is what modern followers of cartomancy still do, using large magical alphabets from the tarot deck, whose value they generally ignore. If, instead of words, the leaves bore hieroglyphic signs, the number of interpretations would have increased even more, and one could consult fate by assembling them at random. This is what geomancers did who divined through randomly thrown numbers and geometric figures. It's not just about arranging the letters, it's about knowing how to read them. In these operations, fate only selects the signs that should inspire the interpreter, and without a special faculty for intuition and second sight, the phrases indicated by the arrangement of sacred letters and the revelations suggested by the theme. Arrangement of prophetic figures will prophesize randomly. Correctly understood cartomancy is a genuine consultation of spirits without necromancy or sacrifices, so it requires the assistance of a good medium. The practice is dangerous in any case, and we do not recommend it to anyone. Is it not enough to remember our miseries to add to our present sufferings? Must we further burden ourselves with all the anxiety of the future, and endure in advance each day the catastrophes that we cannot avoid? Chapter 5. Mysteries of the Virginity. Summary. Hellenism in Rome. Numa's institutions. The Vestals. Allusions to the sacred fire. Religious scope of Lucretius's history. Mysteries of the good goddess. Cult of the hearth and motherland. Me. Colleges of flaminas and augurs. Oracles. Misconceptions of Fontenelle and Kircher. Glimpse into Roman magical calendar. The Roman Empire was only a transfiguration of that of the Greeks. Italy was the Great Greece, and when Hellenism perfected its dogmas and mysteries, it was necessary to begin educating the children of the she-wolf. Rome was already in existence. A special fact characterizes the initiation given to the Romans by Numa, that is, the typical importance given to women, following the example of the Egyptians who worshipped the supreme deity as Isis. 158 Orpheus apart. Taught dull. Among the Greeks, the god of initiation is Iacchos, the conqueror of India, the radiant androgyne with the horns of Ammon, the Pan-like figure who holds the cup of sacrifices and lets flow the wine of universal life, Akos, the son of thunder, and tamer of tigers and lions, but it is in profaning the mysteries of Iacchos that the Bacchantes tore. Iacchos, under the Roman name Bacchus, will be no more than the god of intoxication, and Numa will seek his inspirations from the wise and discreet Aegir, the goddess of mystery and solitude. It is fitting to give a mother to these found wild children, who could only become husbands by surprisively and treacherously taking women. What must ensure Rome's future is the cult of the homeland and family. Numa understood this, and he learns from Egeria how to honor the mother of the gods. He builds her a spherical temple, under whose dome a fire burns that must never go out. This fire is tended by 4 virgins known as Vestals, who will be surrounded by extraordinary honors if they remain faithful, punished with exceptional rigor if they fail in their duty. The honor of the virgin is that of the mother, and the family can only be holy to the extent that virgin purity is recognized as possible and glorious. Here already the woman emerges from ancient servitude. She is no longer the Eastern slave, but the domestic deity, the guardian of the hearth, the honor of the father and husband. Rome has become the sanctuary of morals, and at this price it will be the sovereign of nations and the metropolis of the world. The magical tradition of all ages attributes something supernatural and divine to virginity. Prophetic inspirations seek virgins, and it is out of hatred for innocence and virginity that Duty sacrifices children in whose blood she recognizes a sacred expiatory virtue. Fighting against the allure of generation has been exercising to overcome death, and supreme chastity was the most glorious crown offered to hierarchs. To scatter its life in human embraces is to plant roots in the tomb. Chastity is a flower that no longer has a stem on earth, and which, at the caresses of the sun inviting it to ascend towards him, can detach itself without effort and fly away like a bird. The sacred fire of the Vestals was the symbol of faith and chaste love. It was also the emblem of this universal agent that Numa knew how to produce and direct its electric and lightning form. In fact, to relight the Vestal's fire, if through negligence they had allowed it to go out, the sun or thunder were needed. It is wrong to have accused Christianity of borrowing what was most beautiful in ancient cults. It was renewed and consecrated at the beginning of every year, a practice preserved among us and observed on Easter Eve. The sacred fire also represented love for one's country and the hearth religion. Christianity, the last form of universal orthodoxy, has kept everything that belonged to it, and only rejected dangerous practices and vain superstitions. It is to this religion, it is to the inviolability of the conjugal sanctuary that Lucretia sacrificed herself. Lucretia embodies all the majesty of ancient Rome. She could indeed escape insult by abandoning her memory to slander, but high reputation is a nobility that obliges. In matters of honor, a scandal is more deplorable than a fault. Lucretia elevated her dignity as an honorable woman to the height of priesthood by enduring an attack to atone for and punish it. 160. There they were to learn that true love is that which inspires the most heroic devotions. In memory of this illustrious Roman woman, the highest initiation into the cult of the patri and the hearth was entrusted to women, excluding men. They were told that the true beauty of man is heroism and grandeur, that a woman capable of betraying or abandoning her husband withers both her future and past, and bears on her brow the indelible stain of retrospective prostitution, aggravated by perjury. To cease loving the one to whom she has given the flower of her youth is the greatest misfortune that can afflict the heart of an honest woman, but to declare it openly is to renounce her past innocence, to abandon the probity of her heart and feet, integrity of her honor. It is the last and most irreparable of all shame. Such was the religion of Rome. It was due to the magic of such morality that she owed all her greatness, and when marriage ceased to be sacred for her, decay was not far behind. If it is true that, in Juvenal's time, the mysteries of the good goddess were mysteries of impurity, which may perhaps be doubted, since the women alone admitted to these supposed orgies would have thus denounced themselves. Assuming, we say, that thus denounced themselves. This is true, since everything was possible after the reigns of Nero and Domitian. What can we conclude? But that the moral reign of the Mother of the Gods was over, and that it must give way to the popular cult, more universal and purer, of Mary, the Mother of God. Long ago in Judea, prophets would gather in friendly circles, sharing inspiration and prayer. 161 Numa, initiated into magical laws, and knowing the magnetic influences of common life, established colleges of priests and augurs. It seems that Numa was familiar with Judean traditions. Its flamens and salients were exalted by evolutions and dances reminiscent of David before the ark. Numa did not institute new oracles capable of rivaling Delphi, but he taught his priests the art of augury, revealing to them a certain theory of presages and second sight governed by secret laws of nature. Now we scorn the art of aruspices and augurs, for we have lost the profound science of light and universal analogies of its reflections. Voltaire, in his charming tale of Zadig, sketches a science of divination that is both natural and wondrous, as it requires exceptional observation skills and a series of deductions that usually elude the limited logic of the common people. Perhaps the water was merely stirred in an unusual way. It is said that Parmenides, Pythagoras's master, having tasted water from a spring, predicted an upcoming earthquake. There is nothing unusual in this, as the tarry and sulphurous flavors in the water may have alerted the philosopher to the inner work of nearby lands. Nonetheless, we still predict the rigor of winters through bird migration, and we could anticipate certain atmospheric influences by examining the digestive and respiratory organs of animals. Or, the physical perturbations of the atmosphere often have moral causes. Revolutions in the air manifest as great storms. The breath of peoples stirs the sky. The aruspices and augurs learn to read the characters that light traces everywhere, and to recognize the signs of astral currents and revolutions. Success marches with electric currents, and the colors of living light reflect the movements of lightning. There is something in the air, says the people with their prophetic instinct. They knew why birds fly alone or gather together, what influences lead them north or south, east or west, and it is this that we no longer know. We who mock the augurs. It is so easy to mock, and so difficult to learn well. Everything is maneuver and deception in the eyes of these strong-minded spirits. Why then do they always calumniate the sanctuary? They invent mechanical statues, hidden loudspeakers, echoes carefully crafted in the underground chambers of temples. It is due to this bias of disparaging and denying everything we do not understand that men of intellect, like Fontenelle, and scholars, like Kircher, have written such daring things about the ancient oracles. Were there no honest priests among the priestly hierarchies of Ceres or Apollo? Could there not have been upright men convinced of their beliefs? Were those people thus deceived as others were? But who then constantly deceived them without betraying themselves for a succession of centuries? For rogues are not immortal. Recent experiences prove that thoughts can be transmitted, translated into writing, and printed by the soul forces of astral life. Mysterious hands still write on our walls, as at Balthazar's feast. Lacks prudence. Let us remember this wise saying of a scholar who will surely not be accused of fanaticism or credulity. Arago said that outside of pure mathematics, he who utters the word impossible. The arrangement of months and days has remained the same under the conservative influence of Christian regeneration. Numa's religious calendar is modeled after that of the Magi. It is a series of feasts and mysteries, recalling all the secret doctrine of the initiated and perfectly adapting public acts of worship to the universal laws of nature. As the Romans did with Numa, we still sanctify by abstinence the days dedicated to remembering both generation and death. But for us, the day of Venus is sanctified through the expiations on the cross. The dark day of Saturn is when our incarnate God sleeps in his tomb, yet he will rise again, and the life that he promises us will blunt Kronos' 164 of the old initiation. The month that the Romans dedicated to Maya, the nymph of youth and flowers, the young mother who smiles at the year's first fruits, we dedicate to Mary, the mystical rose, the pure lily, the heavenly mother of the Savior. Thus our religious practices are ancient as the world. Our festivals resemble those of our fathers, and the Savior of Christians came not to eliminate the symbolic and religious beauties. He came, as he himself said regarding the figurative law of the Israelites, to fulfill and accomplish everything. Chapter 6. On superstitions. Summary. Their origin, their duration. Witchcraft is the superstition of magic. Greek and Roman superstitions. Omens, dreams, enchantments, fascinations, the evil eye spells, enthralling spells. Superstitions are religious forms that survive lost ideas. All had as a reason for being a truth that is no longer known or that has been transformed. Their name, from the Latin superstes, means what survives. They are the material remains of old sciences or opinions. The multitude, more instinctive than thoughtful, clings to ideas through forms, and is hard to change its habits. When one wants to combat superstitions, the people always feel that one is attacking religion itself. Thus, St. Gregory, one of the greatest popes of Christianity, did not want practices to be abolished. The Bretons, this saintly pope continues, on certain days make sacrifices and feasts. He wrote to his missionaries, "Purify the temples, but do not destroy them, for as long as the nation sees its old places of prayer still standing, it will go there out of habit, and you will more easily win it over to the worship of the true God. Let them keep the feasts, but only abolish the sacrifices. Let them enjoy the joy of their festivals, but turn a pagan celebration into a Christian one gently and gradually." 165 Religion almost retained the very names of the pious customs it replaced with holy mysteries. Thus, the ancients celebrated every year a feast called Charities, to which they invited the souls of their ancestors, and thereby expressed faith in universal and immortal life. The Eucharist, that is to say, charity par excellence, replaced charities, and we communicate at Easter with all our friends from earth and heaven. Far from promoting ancient superstitions through such progress, Christianity gave life and soul back to the surviving signs of universal beliefs. Thus, for example, the observance of numbers and days is a blind remembrance of primitive magical dogma. Magic, the science of nature so closely linked to religion, as it initiates men to the secrets of divinity. This forgotten science still lives entirely within hieroglyphic signs, and partly in living traditions or superstitions it has left behind. Friday, dedicated to Venus, was considered an ill-omened day by the ancients, because it recalls the mysteries of birth and death. Nothing was begun on that day among Jews, but all work of the week was finished, because it precedes the Sabbath or compulsory rest day. The number 13, which follows the perfect cycle of 12, also represents death after the labors of life. The article in the Israelite symbol concerning death is the 13th. As a result of the division of Joseph's family into 2 tribes, there were 13 guests at the first Passover of Israel in the Promised Land, that is, 13 tribes at the harvest sharing of Canaan. One of these tribes was exterminated, and it was Benjamin, the youngest of Jacob's sons. Magicians abstained from the flesh of certain animals and did not eat blood. From this came the tradition that when one sits at a table with 13 people, the youngest will soon die. Moses turned their practice into a commandment and said regarding blood that the soul of animals is therein united, and one must not feed on animal souls. These animal souls that remain in the blood are like coagulated and corrupted astral light, which can become the germ of many diseases. The blood of suffocated animals digests poorly and predisposes to apoplexies and nightmares. The flesh of carnivores is also unhealthy, due to the fierce instincts it has been animated with, and what it has already absorbed of corruption and death. When the soul of an animal is violently separated from its body, says Porphyr, it does not depart, and like human souls that violent death has killed, it remains near its body. Therefore, when animals are slaughtered, their souls cleave to the bodies they have been forced to leave. Nothing can separate them. They are held there by sympathy. Many have been seen wailing near their bodies. Thus, the souls of men whose bodies are not buried remain near their cadavers. It is of these that magicians abuse for their operations, forcing them to obey when they are masters of the dead body, either entirely or in part. Porphyry adds that one can become a prophet by feeding on the hearts of crows, badgers, and hawks. The theosophers who are instructed in these mysteries, and know the sympathy of the soul of beasts with the bodies from which they are separated, and with what pleasure they approach them, have rightly forbidden the use of certain meats, so that we are rightly forbidden the use of certain meats, not infested with foreign souls. Here the Alexandrian theurgist falls into the recipes of little Albert, but if he immediately succumbs to superstition, it is because he has taken the wrong path quickly, as his starting point was science. The ancients, to designate the secret properties of animals, said that the gods in the time of the War of the Giants had taken various forms to hide, and sometimes they would resume them. Thus, Diana changes into a she-wolf, the sun into a bull, lion, dragon, and sparrowhawk, Hecate into a horse, lioness, or bitch. The name Pharebate has been given, according to several theosophers, to Proserpine because she feeds on turtle doves. Turtle doves are the usual offering made by the priests of Maya to this goddess who is the Proserpine of the earth, the daughter of the blonde Ceres, nourisher of mankind. The initiated of Eleusis must abstain from domestic birds, fish, peas, peaches, and apples. They never touch a woman in labor or having her menstruation. Porphyr, from whom we borrow these details, adds the following phrase: but he does not give the reason. 168. Anyone who has studied the science of visions knows that one must refrain from all kinds of birds, if one wants to be freed from the yoke of earthly things, and find a place among the gods of heaven. Following Euripide, the initiated into the secret cult of Jupiter in Crete abstained from animal flesh. Ed by the breath of life. Here is how these priests speak. It is the chorus addressing King Minos, son of a Tyrian woman from Phoenicia, descendant of Europe and the great Jupiter, king of the island of Crete, famous for its 100 cities. We come to you, leaving behind Thithoenin, temples of the gods constructed of oak and cypress wood shaped by iron. We lead a pure life. The flesh of fish is phosphorescent, and therefore aphrodisiac. Since the time I became a priest of Jupiter ideal, I no longer participate in the nocturnal feasts of the Bacchanalia, and I do not eat raw meats, but I offer torches to the Mother of Gods. I am a priest among the white-robed lictors. I distanced among the white-robed lictors. I distanced myself from the cradle of men. I also avoid their tombs, and I do not consume anything that was animate. Beams are warming and cause hollow dreaming. One would undoubtedly find a profound reason for all abstinences, even the most peculiar, outside of all superstitions. There are certain food combinations that are contrary to the harmonies of nature. Do not cook the kid in its mother's milk, said Moses, a prescription as touching as an allegory and wise in terms of hygiene. 169. The Greeks, like the Romans but less so, believed in omens. They considered snakes a good sign when partaking of sacred offerings. If thundered to the right or left, the omen was favorable or unfavorable. Sneezes were omens, and they likewise observed certain other loud natural events, but less honorable than a sneeze. Is augury, but you will always guide me until then. In the hymn of Mercury, Homer tells how Apollo, to whom the god of thieves had just stolen his oxen, took the child and shook him to make him confess the theft. Mercury, realizing a strange miracle from his ruffled sides, made him do. The oracle heard. As far as great Apollo the steam rose, and craving the child that he threw on the ground, though he had a great desire to finish his journey, the god turned away and then spoke to him thus. Courage, from Maya, excellent in beauty, and from great Jupiter, beautiful sun wrapped in him, swaddling clothes. Certainly I could find by chance the trace of my oxen, guided by Thide. Homer's Hymns, translation by Salomon Certain, page 59. For the Romans, everything was a presage, a stone against which the foot stumbled, the cry of an owl, the bark of a dog, a broken vase, an old woman watching you first, an animal encountered. These vain terrors had for principle this great magical science of divination that does not neglect any clue, and which, from an unnoticed effect by the common people, 170 ascends to a series of causes that it links together. It knows, for example, that atmospheric influences that make the dog bark are fatal to certain sick people. Crows more willingly frequent regions of murder and torture. The passage of certain birds announces severe winters. Others, by plaintive cries over the sea, give the signal for storms. What science discerns, ignorance notices and generalizes. The former finds useful warnings everywhere. The latter worries about everything and fears itself. The Romans were also great dream observers. The art of interpreting them depends on the knowledge of vital light and the intelligence of its direction and reflections. Dreams will be a whole revelation for them. They will also take into account the healthy or sick state of the visual apparatus, whether external or internal, to which they will attribute the distortion or apparent rectitude of images. Men versed in transcendental mathematics well know that there is no image without direct, reflected, or refracted light, and by directing the ray whose return they will recognize under breakage, they will always arrive by exact calculation at the luminous focus from which they will appreciate the universal or relative strength. The dream is an illusion of immortality in this death of every night that we call sleep. In dreams we live the universal life without being conscious of good or evil, time or space. All this is surely useful to observe, but what can conclude those who do not know and do not want to learn? We soar over trees, we dance on water, we blow on prisons and they crumble, or else we are heavy, sad, pursued, chained, according to our health. and often also our consciousness. The all-powerful action of harmony to exalt the soul and make it master of the senses was well known to ancient sages. But what they used to calm, enchanters employed to exalt and intoxicate. The witches of Thessaly and those of Rome were convinced that the moon was torn from the sky by barbaric worms, they recited, and fell to the earth, pale and bloody. They dreamt then, wide awake, and saw tombs open, air filled with clouds of demons, and the moon fall from the sky. The monotony of their recitation, the passes of their magical wands, their twirls around circles magnetized, exalted, and gradually drove them to fury, ecstasy, and catalepsis. Astral light is the living soul of the earth, a material and fatal soul, required in its productions and movements by the eternal laws of equilibrium. This light that surrounds and penetrates all bodies can annul their weight and make them rotate around a powerful absorbing center. The phenomena that have not been sufficiently examined, and which recur in our days, have proven the truth of this theory. It is to this natural law that we must attribute the magical vortices at the center of which stood the enchanters. The heaviest bodies can be lifted like straws and carried along by the current. This is the secret of the fascination exerted on birds by certain reptiles and on sensitive natures by negative and absorbent natures. Mediums are generally sickly beings in whom the void occurs, and they then attract light as the abyss attracts, light as the abyss, water from the vortices. When the famous medium, these negative and unbalanced natures, in which the fluid body is formless, project their attractive force at a distance, and sketch out in the air additional and fantastic members. Home makes ghostly hands appear around him. He himself has dead and frozen hands. One could say that mediums are phenomenal creatures in which death clearly struggles against life. The same judgment must be made of fascinators, sorcerers, people with bad eyes, and enchanters. They are vampires, either voluntary or involuntary. They attract life that they lack, and thus disturb the balance of light. Here is the translation of the provided text from French to English. If they do it voluntarily, they are malefactors who deserve punishment. If they do it involuntarily, they are dangerous illnesses from which delicate and nervous people should especially avoid contact. This is what Porphyr relates in the life of Platon. Among those who professed philosophy, there was one named Olympius from Alexandria. He had been a disciple of Ammonius for some time. He treated Platon with contempt because he wanted to tempt, because he wanted to have more fame than him. He used magical ceremonies to harm him, but realizing that his efforts were turning against himself, he agreed before his friends that Platon's soul must be very powerful, since it was repaying its enemies' evil intentions. Platon sensed Olympius's hostile actions, and sometimes he would say, "Here is Olympius having convulsions now." This one, after experiencing several times that he himself suffered the ailments he wanted to inflict on Platon, finally stopped persecuting him. Chapter 7. Magic Monuments. Therefore woe betide those who wish to employ natural forces in the service of injustice, for nature is just, and its reactions are terrible. The balance is the great law of vital light. If we project it violently, and it is repelled by a nature more balanced than ours, it returns to us with equal force. Summary. The Pyramids. The 7 Wonders. Thebes and its 7 gates. Hercules' pillars. Achilles' shield. We have said that ancient Egypt was a panicle, and the same could be said of the entire ancient world. The greater care the great hierophants took to hide their absolute science, the more they sought to expand and multiply its symbols. The triangular and square pyramids at the base represented their metaphysical, based on the science of nature. This science of nature had as its symbolic key the gigantic form of this great sphinx that carved a deep bed into the sand, while guarding at the foot of the pyramids. In Rhodes was the Pantacle of the Sun. The 7 great monuments called the Wonders of the World were the magnificent comments on the 7 lines that composed the pyramids, and the 7 mysterious doors of Thebes. The god of light and truth appeared there in a human form clad in gold. He held aloft in his right hand the lighthouse of intelligence. In his left hand he grasped the arrow of motion and action. At Ephesus was the moon's scythe. It was the temple of Diana Panathenea. Her feet rested to right and left on models that represented the eternally balanced forces of nature, necessity and freedom, the passive and active, the fixed and volatile, the pillars of Hercules. This temple was a copy of the universe, a dome on a cross with a square gallery and a circular enclosure like Achilles' shield. The tomb of Mausolus was the scythe of Venus Pudica, or conjugal. It had a lingam form. Its enclosure was circular, its elevation square. In the center of the square rose a truncated pyramid on which was a chariot yoked with 4 horses arranged in a cross. Pyramids were the scythe of Hermes, or Mercury. The Olympian Jupiter was that of Jupiter. The walls of Babylon and Semiramis's fortress were the scythe of Mars. The 3 principles were: 1. 175 finally, the Temple of Solomon. This universal and absolute pentacle meant to devour all others, was for Gentiles the terrible pentacle of Saturn. The septenary philosophy of initiation among the ancients could be summarized thus: 3 absolute principles that are one. 4 elementary forms that are one, forming a unique whole composed of idea and form. Being is being. In philosophy, identity of idea and being or truth. In religion, the first principle, the Father. 2. Being is real. In philosophy, identity of knowledge and being or reality. In religion, Plato's logos, the demiurgos, the word. 3. Being is logical. In philosophy, the identity of reason and reality. In religion, providence, the divine action that brings about good, the reciprocal love of truth and goodness, what in Christianity we call the Holy Spirit. The negative action of material nothingness on mind was called the bad principle. The positive action of mind on nothing to fill it with creation and light was called the good principle. The 4 elementary forms were expressions of 2 fundamental laws: resistance and motion. Inertia that resists or fixes, life that acts or is volatile. In other more general terms, matter and mind. Matter was the nothingness formulated as a passive. Affirmation. Mind was the principle of absolute necessity and truth. To these 2 conceptions corresponded, on the one hand, humanity, and on the other, the reasonable and redeeming life of humanity conceived in sin, that is, in nothingness because of its material generation. Such was the doctrine of secret initiation. 177 Book 3. Divine Synthesis and Realization of Magic by Christian Revelation. Such is the admirable synthesis that Christianity came to quicken with its breath, illumine with its splendors, establish divinely through its dogma, and realize through its sacraments. A synthesis that has disappeared under the veil that preserves it, but which humanity will recover, when the time comes, in all its primitive beauty and in all its maternal fertility. Hebrew Gimel Data, Submarine. Christ accused of magic by the Jews. The unknown side of Christianity. Parables of the Talmud and the Sefer Todos Yeshut. The Johannes. The Gospel and Apocalypse of St. John. Books of Magic burned by St. Paul. Cessation of oracles. This word, here it is. The word became flesh. Transfiguration of the natural wonder into a miracle, and of divination into prophecy. In the opening lines of the Gospel according to St. John, there is a word that the Catholic Church never pronounces without bending the knee. In this word lies the entire Christian revelation. Speaks, and the forms return, flesh covers the bones. Therefore, St. John gives as the criterion of orthodoxy the confession of Jesus Christ in the flesh, that is to say, in a real and visible human form. A sad beauty spreads over the corpses of death, but it is a cold and lifeless beauty. Ezekiel, the deepest Kabbalist of the ancient prophets, after vividly coloring in his visions the sigils and hieroglyphs of the science. After spinning wheels within wheels, lighting up living eyes around the spheres, causing 178 the fourth time. Mysterious beasts to walk with winged beasts. Ezekiel sees only a plain, covered with dried-up bones. Such were the doctrines and mythologies of the old world, when a breath of charity descended from heaven. Then the dead forms rose. Philosophical dreams gave way to truly wise men. The Word incarnated and became living. There were no longer abstractions. Everything was real. The faith that is proved by works replaced the assumptions that only led to fables. Thus, realization is the essence of Christian religion. Magic transformed into holiness, wonders became miracles, and the multitudes rejected by ancient initiation were called to the royalty and priesthood of virtue. Its dogma gives substance to even the most obvious allegories. The house of the wicked rich is still shown in Jerusalem, and perhaps on careful search, one might even find a lamp that belonged to the foolish virgins. The Jews accuse it of materializing beliefs and idealizing earthly things. These naive credulities are not really dangerous at heart, but merely prove the realizational potential of Christian faith. We have reported in our dogma and ritual of high magic the ingenious parable of the Sefer Totus Yeshua that proves this accusation. In the Talmud, they tell of Jesus ben Sabta, or the son of the separated, who, after studying profane mysteries in Egypt, set up a false cornerstone in Israel and led the people into 179 idolatry. The Jewish priesthood was indeed unjust towards this peaceful master who commanded his disciples to obey the established hierarchy. They nevertheless acknowledged that the Israelite priesthood was wrong to curse him with both hands, and it is on this occasion that we find in the Talmud this beautiful precept that will one day bring Israel close to Christianity. Never curse with a Christianity. Never curse with both hands, so that you always have one left to forgive and bless. They sit in Moses' chair, said the Savior. Do therefore as they tell you, but do not do as they do. Another day the Master ordered 10 lepers to go show themselves to the priests, and while they were on their way, they were healed. Heartfelt sacrifice of the divine miracle worker, who returns to his most deadly enemies the very honor of his miracles. Besides, to accuse Christ of setting up a false cornerstone, didn't they themselves know where the true one was then? The angular stone, the cubic stone, the philosophical stone, for all these symbolic names mean the same thing, that fundamental stone of the Kabbalistic temple. Time of the Pharisees lost sight of it? By accusing Jesus of being an innovator, weren't they denying their forgetfulness of antiquity? Wasn't that light which Abraham had seen with trembling joy extinguished for the unfaithful children of Moses when Jesus found it and made it shine with new brilliance? To be certain of this, one must compare with the Gospel and the Apocalypse of St. John the mysterious doctrines of the Sephira Jizira and the Sohar. Then one will understand that Christianity, far from being a Jewish heresy, was the true orthodox tradition of Judaism, and that the scribes and Pharisees were alone sectarians. Judaism without a temple, without a high priest, and without sacrifice exists only as a contradictory opinion. Moreover, Christian orthodoxy is a proven fact by the adherents of the world, and by the cessation among Jews of the supreme priesthood and perpetual sacrifice, both certain marks of a genuine religion. Some men remained Jews. The temple and altar became Christian. The apocryphal Gospels offer a beautiful allegorical representation of the criterion for certainty in Christianity, which consists in the evidence of fulfillment. Some children were playing with clay birds, and Jesus played with them. Each small artist boasted exclusively about their work. Jesus said nothing, but when he had finished his birds, he clapped his hands, told them to fly, and they took off. The latter died, while Christianity lived on. This is how Christian institutions proved superior to those of the ancient world. Without Kabbalistic keys, in fact, it is perfectly inexplicable, since it is incomprehensible. Considered the perfect, realized, and living expression of Kabbalah, that is of primitive tradition, Christianity remains unknown, and for this reason the Kabbalistic and prophetic book of the Apocalypse remains unexplained. We read in the Acts of the Apostles that St. Paul gathered in Ephesus all the books that dealt with strange things, and burned them publicly. The Johannites, or disciples of St. John, long preserved the traditional interpretation of this prophetic epic, but the Gnostics came to muddle and lose everything, as we will explain later. There is no doubt that it refers here to the books of ancient Goetia or nigromancy. This loss is undoubtedly regrettable, for even monuments of error can produce flashes of truth and valuable information for science. Rectification is precious, and we find such justification more convincing than the alleged slander. A pagan writer becomes angry at these assertions, declaring that the oracles did not cease, but rather there was soon no one left to consult them. Everyone knows that when Jesus Christ came, the oracles ceased throughout the world, and a voice cried out over the sea, "The great Pan is dead!" The same must be said of illusions, which were scorned when genuine miracles occurred. Indeed, if the higher laws of nature obey true moral superiority, miracles become supernatural, just as the virtues that produce them. 182, Chapter 2. The Truth of Christianity Through Magic. Our theory does not diminish the power of God, and the astral light obeying the superior light of grace truly represents for us the allegorical serpent that comes to place its defeated head under the foot of the Queen of Heaven. Summary: the spirit of charity, reason, and faith. How magic testifies to the truth of Christianity. Vanity and ridicule of objections. Why the authority of Christian priesthood had to condemn magic. Simon, the magician. For the beginner in this science, religion cannot be questioned since it exists. One does not contest what is. Magic, being the science of universal balance, and having as its absolute principle the truth-reality-reason of being, accounts for all paradoxes and reconciles all opposed realities by this generative principle of all syntheses. Harmony results from all syntheses. The analogy of opposites. Being is being. Hebrew, the apparent opposition of religion to reason strengthens both, by establishing them in their distinct and separate domains and fertilizing each's negative side with the other's affirmative aspect. This is, as we have just said, harmony through analogy of opposites. What caused all the religious errors and confusions is that, due to the ignorance of this great law, people wanted to make religion out of philosophy and philosophy out of religion. They tried to apply scientific methods to matters of faith, which is as ridiculous as submitting science to blind obedience of faith. It does not belong to a theologian to assert mathematical absurdities or deny the proof of a theorem, any more than it belongs to a scientist to debate, in the name of science, for or against the mysteries of dogma. Ask the Academy of Sciences if it is mathematically true that there are 3 persons in God, and if it can be observed by scientific means that Mary, Mother of God, was conceived without sin. The Academy of Sciences will recuse itself, and it will be right. Scientists have nothing to do with this. It is a matter of faith. One does not discuss an article of faith. One believes it or does not. But it is a matter of faith precisely because it escapes the scrutiny of science. When Count Maistre asserts that one day people will marvel at our current stupidity, he surely alludes to these so-called strong minds who come to tell you every day, "I will believe when the truth of the dogma is scientifically proven to me." That is to say, I will believe when I have nothing left to believe in, and the dogma is destroyed as a dogma by becoming a scientific theorem. I will believe in infinity when I am sure that infinity does not exist. In other words, I will accept infinity only when it is explained, determined, circumscribed, defined for me, in short, made finite. I will believe in the immensity of the ocean when I have seen it bottled up. 184. But, good people, what has been clearly proven and made clear to you, you no longer believe, you know. It is not his concern, and he will not interfere. On the other hand, if someone were to tell you that the Pope has decided that 2 + 2 does not equal 4, and that the square of the hypotenuse is not equal to the squares drawn on the 2 other sides of a right triangle, you would rightly say, "The Pope did not decide this, because he cannot." Beautiful, will cry out a disciple of Rousseau. The Church orders us to believe things formally contrary to mathematics. Mathematics tells us that the whole is greater than the part. This poor joke is literally found in Rousseau. Or, when Jesus Christ communed with his disciples, he had to hold his whole body in his hand, and he put his head in his mouth. It is easy to answer this, that the sophist here confuses science with faith, and natural order with supernatural or divine order. If religion said that, in the communion of the Last Supper, our Savior had 2 natural bodies of the same form and size, and one ate the other, science would have a right to cry out. But religion says that the Master's body was divinely and sacramentally contained under the sign or natural appearance of a piece of bread. Once again, it is a matter of belief or disbelief, but whoever reasons about this and wants to discuss it scientifically deserves to be considered stupid. 185. The truth in science is proven by exact demonstrations. The truth in religion is proven by the unanimity of faith and the sanctity of deeds. He who has the right to forgive sins, says the Gospel, he who can tell the paralytic, "Rise up and walk," Religion is true if it realizes the most perfect morality. The proof of faith are the works. That is what one is permitted to ask of science. As Christianity established an immense society of men with hierarchy as a principle, obedience as a rule, and charity as a law. If science responds according to historical documents, yes, but they fell short in charity. I appeal to your own words. Can we answer the interpreters of science? Charity. Do you therefore admit that charity exists, since one can fail in it? Isn't the spirit of charity not the divine spirit made visible on earth? Great word and great thing, a term that didn't exist before Christianity, the entire true religion. Hasn't this spirit made its existence felt through acts, institutions, monuments, and immortal works? Truly, we cannot fathom how a sincere non-believer can see a daughter of Saint Vincent de Paul without wanting to kneel and pray. Schismatic sects are dying in their principles because they have lacked charity in separating and simple good sense in trying to reason about faith. The spirit of charity is God, the immortality of the soul, hierarchy, obedience, forgiveness of insults, simplicity, and integrity of faith. It is in these sects that the dogma is absurd, because it is said to be reasonable. So it must be a scientific theorem, or it is nothing. In religion, we know that the letter kills, and only the spirit gives life. Now, of what spirit can it be a question here, if not the spirit of charity? Faith that moves mountains and endures martyrdom, generosity that gives, eloquence that speaks the language of men and angels. All this is nothing without charity, says St. Paul. Science may fail, adds the same apostle. Prophecy may cease. Charity is eternal. Charity and its works. There is the reality in religion. But true reason never refuses reality. For reality is the demonstration of being which is truth. Charity is the mysterious bond that the initiates of Hellenism dreamt of in order to reconcile eros and anteros. Thus philosophy extends its hand to religion, never seeking to appropriate its domain. And it is on this condition that religion blesses, encourages, and illuminates philosophy with its charitable splendors, as the principal being reality reason is the absolute of truth. It is this crowning of the temple door of Solomon which was intended to unite the two columns Jachin and Boaz. It is the mutual guarantee of rights and duties, of authority and freedom, of the strong and the weak, of the people and government, of man and woman. It is the divine sentiment that should vivify human science. It is the absolute of good. These clarifications were necessary in order to well understand this beautiful symbol of the Magi, adoring the Savior in the cradle. They are three, one white, one copper, and one black, and they offer gold, incense, and myrrh. The reconciliation of opposites is expressed by this dual ternary, and it is precisely what we have just explained. Christianity, awaited by the Magi, was indeed the consequence of their secret doctrine. But in being born, this Benjamin of ancient Israel was to bring death to his mother. The magic of light, the magic of true Zoroaster, Melchizedek and Abraham, was to cease with the coming of the great Creator. The first heretical figure mentioned in the Church's traditions was a thaumaturge, whose legend tells of numerous wonders. He was Simon the magician. His story is rightfully ours, and we will attempt to uncover it among popular fables. In a world of miracles, wonders should no longer be considered a scandal. Magical orthodoxy had transformed into religious orthodoxy. Dissidents could only be enlightened and sorcerers. The very name of magic should be taken in a negative light, and, under this curse, we will now follow magical manifestations throughout history. 188 Simon was Jewish by birth, believed to have been born in the village of Jachin, in the land of Samaria. He had for a magic master a sectary named Dosithe, who claimed to be the messenger of God and the Messiah foretold by the prophets. He magnetized those who believed in him at a distance, and appeared to them in various forms, achieved without any scientific knowledge, but through natural accidents, by enthusiastic individuals drunk with astral light, such as the convulsionaries of Saint Nadar phenomena that are still observed today in the ecstasies of mediums. Simon learned from this master not only the art of prestidigitation, but also certain natural secrets that truly belong to the secret tradition of Magi. He possessed the science of astral fire, and drew it around him in powerful currents, making him appear impassible and invulnerable to flames. He also had the power to rise and float in the air. He produced images and reflections that were so vivid as to make trees appear in the middle of the countryside, fantastical and imaginary, which everyone believed they saw. Simon performed these wonders before the dignitaries and the people of Samaria. They were exaggerated even further, and the miracle worker was believed to be a divine being. Things naturally inanimate moved around him, just as furniture does in an American home, and often, when he wanted to enter a house or leave it, the doors creaked, swayed, and eventually opened by themselves. Her crises or ecstasies produced extraordinary effects on her body. However, as he had only attained this power through disturbances that affected his reason, he considered himself an extraordinary figure, and without modesty claimed divine honors, dreaming of usurping the adorations of the entire world. In any case, there was talk everywhere of her miracles, and she became the idol of the Jews in Samaria and the surrounding regions. Sometimes she appeared pale, withered, broken, like an old man on his deathbed. At other times the luminous fluid revitalized her blood, made her eyes sparkle, and tightened and softened the skin of her face, and rejuvenated. The Orientals, great believers in wonders, claimed to have seen her transform from childhood to old age, and then return, at her pleasure, from old age back to childhood. But worshippers of the marvelous are usually eager for new sensations, and they quickly tire of what initially amazed them. When St. Philip the Apostle went to Samaria to preach the gospel, a new wave of enthusiasm swept over the people, causing Simon to lose all his prestige. Sanctuary of nature, he felt neglected by his illness, which he mistook for a power. He believed himself surpassed by more learned magicians, and decided to attach himself to the apostles in order to... Simon was certainly not initiated into high magic, for it would have taught him that to handle the secret forces of nature so as to direct them, without being crushed by them, requires wisdom and sanctity. That to play with these terrible weapons and sanctity, without knowing them, one must be mad, and that a prompt and terrible death awaits those who profane the S. One does not readily return to being a simple mortal after having posed as a god. 190 Simon was devoured by the insatiable thirst of the drunkards. Deprived of his vertigo, he believed he had lost his happiness. Ill from his past intoxication, he planned to heal himself by getting drunk again. So Simon submitted, to regain what he had lost, to all the rigors of apostolic austerity. He watched, he prayed, he fasted, but no miracles occurred. After all, he thought one day, among Jews, we should be able to get along, and he offered money to St. Peter. The head of the apostles drove him away with indignation. Mystical wanderings are always close to debauchery. Simon was bewildered, for he had so readily received offerings from his disciples. He left as quickly as possible the company of these so disinterested men, and with the money that St. Peter would not take, he bought a slave woman named Helen. Simon became wildly enamored of his servant. The passion, weakening and exalting him, restored his catalepsis and morbid phenomena, which he called his power and miracles. A mythology full of magical reminiscences mixed with erotic dreams burst forth fully armed from his brain. Then he started traveling like the apostles, dragging along his Helen, dogmaticizing and appearing to those who wanted to adore him, and perhaps also pay him. Following Simon, the first manifestation of God had been a perfect splendor that immediately produced its reflection. This son of souls was he, and his reflection was Helen, whom he affected to call Selene, a name that in Greek means moon. The angels rebelled against her, and bound her in a mortal body. 191, or Simon's moon, descended at the beginning of the centuries upon the land that Simon had sketched in his eternal dreams. It became a mother there, for the thought of her son had fertilized her, and she gave birth to angels, whom she reared for it, herself alone, and without telling them of their father. Then God's splendor was compelled to descend as well, to redeem his Helen, and the Jew Simon came to the earth. He was to conquer death there and carry his Helen alive through the airs, followed by the triumphant chorus of his chosen ones. The rest of men would be left behind on the earth at the eternal tyranny of the angels. This was the dogma of the Antichrist, and he was not to die with Simon, but has perpetuated until our days. and the prophetic traditions of Christianity even affirm that he is to have his reign for a time, and his triumph, a harbinger of the most terrible calamities. Thus, this heretical leader, a plagiarist of Christianity but in reverse, affirmed the eternal reign of rebellion and evil, that the world created, or at least completed by demons, destroyed order and hierarchy to pose alone with his concubine as the way, truth, and life. Simon called himself holy, and by a strange coincidence, the leader of a modern Gnostic sect, which echoes all the sensual mysticism of the first heretical inventor of the free woman, also named Saint Simon. Phacaeanism, as 192 it is called, is the name that could be given to all false revelations emanating from this impure source. The enlightened Jew amazed the madman with a trick that had become common in our magicians' theaters. Simon became a character and went to Rome, where the emperor, curious about all extraordinary spectacles, was inclined to welcome him. This emperor was Nero. They are doctrines of curse and hatred against universal harmony and social order. They are unregulated passions claiming the right instead of duty, passionate love instead of chaste and devoted love, the prostitute instead of the mother, Helen, Simon's concubine instead of Mary, the mother of the Savior. He had his head cut off, and then came to salute the emperor with his head on his shoulders. He caused the furniture to be moved, doors to be opened. Finally, he behaved like a true medium, and became the usual sorcerer of Nero's orgies, Trimalcion's feasts. According to legend, it was to save the Jews of Rome from Simon's doctrine that St. Peter went to this capital of the world. Nero soon learned through his low-level spies that a new Israeli thaumaturge had arrived to fight against his enchantment. He decided to bring them together and enjoy the conflict. Petronius and Tigellinus might have been present. "Peace be with you," said the prince of the apostles on entering. "We have no use for your peace," replied Simon. "It is by war that truth is revealed. Peace between adversaries is the triumph of one and the defeat of the other." Illustration. Public dispute between St. Peter and St. Paul on one side, and Simon the magician on the other. Simon's ascent and fall, based on a 15th century engraving. 193 St. Peter continued, "Why do you refuse peace? It is the vices of men that have created war. Peace always accompanies virtue. Virtue is strength and skill," says Simon. "I pray for you, so that you do not perish as a victim of your illusions. I face fire, soar into the air, resurrect plants, and change stone into bread. And what do? Keep your prayers," replied St. Peter. "They will not immediately ascend to heaven like mine." And so, the magician leapt out a window and soared into the air. Meanwhile, St. Peter was on his knees and praying. Suddenly Simon let out a great cry and fell, to be raised with broken thighs. Had he some aerostatic device under his long clothes, or did he rise up, like the convulsionaries of Deacon Paris, by an exaltation of astral light that we cannot say? Nero had St. Peter imprisoned, whom he found less entertaining than Simon, the magician. The latter died from his fall. All this story, which dates back to popular rumors of that time, is now perhaps wrongly relegated among apocryphal legends. It is no less remarkable and worthy of preservation. Simon's sect did not die with him, but one of his disciples, named Menander, succeeded him. The death of one did not disillusion the others, for the deceased was immediately excommunicated and considered a false brother. The Menandrians viewed death as a true apostasy, and completed their immortal failing by enrolling new converts. He did not consider himself a god, but contented himself with the role of a prophet. When he baptized his converts, a visible fire descended upon the water. He promised them immortality of soul and body through this magical baptism, and even in St. Justin's time, there were still Menandrians who firmly believed themselves immortal. Those who know to what extent human madness can go will not be surprised if we tell them that even in this year 1858, there are still fanatics in America, and France continuing the sect of the Menandrians. The addition of the term magician to Simon's name caused Christians to fear magic, but they still honored the memory of the wise men who had worshipped the Savior in his cradle. Chapter 3. On the Devil. Contents. Satan, His pomp and works. Possessed ones described in the Gospel. His origin. What he is, according to faith and science. The true name of the devil according to Kabbalah and confessions of possessed persons. The Sabbath goat. The old serpent and false Lucifer. Infernal genealogy. Or Tumkarnum. This is the spirit of opposition and hatred. It is Satan. Christianity, by clearly formulating the divine concept, makes us understand God as the purest and absolute love, and clearly defines the spirit opposed to God. I am legion, he says in the Gospel, because we are many. But this spirit 195 is not a character, and it should not be understood as some sort of black god. It is a perversion common to all misdirected intelligences. How thou art fallen from heaven, O bright Lucifer, shining morning star. But does this mean that the celestial Lucifer, the divine intelligence's morning star, has become a torch of hell? The emerging intelligence can be compared to the morning star, and if it voluntarily falls into darkness after shining for a moment, one might apply this quote from Isaiah to the king of Babylon. Is the name Light-bearer rightly given to the angel of straying and darkness? We have pointed out in the mythology of India the same monstrous error. You do evil, sin will be at your door, that is to say, disorder will seize all your senses, but I have subjected to you the desire for death, and it is for you to command it. The royal and almost divine personification of Satan is an error that dates back to the false Zoroaster, that is to say, the altered dogma of the second mages, the materialist mages of Persia, world. And from passive force they made a divinity opposed to active force. We do not think so, unless one hears as we do, and according to magical traditions, through the personification of hell in Satan and the figure of the ancient serpent, this central fire that wraps around the earth, devouring all it produces, biting all it produces, biting its tail like Kronos' serpent, this astral light of which the Lord spoke when he said to Cain, "If yo." The Church, on this question, refers to the texts of the Gospel, and has never given dogmatic decisions whose definition of the devil was the object. 196 Aramanes or Shiva, such is the father of the demon, as the legendary superstitious understand, and for this reason, the Savior said, the devil is a liar like his father. We can only admire this wise reserve of priestly teaching. Good Christians even avoid naming him, and religious moralists recommend to their faithful not to be concerned with him, but to resist him by thinking only of God. Why would one lend the light of dogma to one who is intellectual darkness, and the darkest night of the heart? Let this spirit that seeks to tear us away from the knowledge of God remain unknown. We do not claim here to do what the Church has not done. We merely observe on this subject what was the secret teaching of those initiated into occult science, ivifies, whereas its excess burns, dissolves, and annihilates. They said that the great magical agent, justly called Lucifer, because it is the vehicle of light and the receptacle of all forms, is an intermediate force pervasive throughout creation, that it serves to create and destroy. That Adam's fall was a sensual delirium that made his generation slave to this fatal light. The man would be called upon to take a sovereign empire over this light and conquer by this means his immortality, at the same time threatened with being enervated, absorbed, and eternally destroyed by it. That any passionate love that assaults the senses is a whirlpool of this light that seeks to draw us into the abyss of death. That madness, hallucinations, visions, ecstasies, are a very dangerous exaltation of this inner phosphor. That this light is finally of the nature of fire, whose intelligent use heats and the misdirected actions through the vertigo of astral light, the deceptive mirages of pleasure, wealth, and glory, full of hallucinations, would be the pumps and works of hell. This light, as devouring, vengeful, and fatal, would be the fire of hell, the serpent of legend, and the tormented error full of it, the tears and grinding of teeth of abortive beings that it devours, the ghost of life that it devours, escapes them, and seems to insult their torture. All this would be the devil or Satan. Everything that delivers our soul to the fatality of vertigo is truly infernal, since heaven is the eternal realm of order, intelligence, and freedom. Father Hilarion Tissot believes that all nervous diseases accompanied by hallucinations and delusion are possessions of the devil, and in understanding things from the Kabbalist perspective, he would be entirely right. The possessed of the gospel fled before Jesus Christ. The oracles fell silent before the apostles, and the patients with hallucinations have always manifested an invincible repugnance towards the initiated and sages. The cessation of oracles and possessions was a proof of the triumph of human freedom over fatality. When astral diseases show up again, it is an ominous sign that signals the weakening of souls. Fatal shocks always follow these manifestations. The convulsions lasted until the French Revolution, and the fanatics of Saint-Médard had predicted its bloody calamities. The demon's continuous effort is directed at pushing us into error. Here are a few excerpts from his chapter 15 of Operative Magic. 1. The renowned criminalist Torreblanca, who thoroughly studied the issues of diabolical magic, in describing the demon's operations, precisely described all phenomena of astral disruption. 2. 3. The demon deceives the senses by disturbing imagination, which he cannot, however, change in nature. Appearances that strike the human eye immediately form an imaginary body and understanding, and as long as the phantom lasts, the appearances accompany it. 4. The demon destroys the balance of imagination through disruption of vital functions, either through illness or irregularity in health. 5 and 6. 7. When the balance of imagination and reason is destroyed by a morbid cause, one dreams wide awake and can see with an apparent reality what does not exist in reality. Vision ceases to be just when balance is disturbed in mental perception of images. 8 and 9. Examples of diseases where objects appear double, etc. 10. Visions emanate from us and are reflections of our own image. 199:11. The ancients knew two diseases they named, phrenesi Greek, phrenites and corybantism Greek. Corybantiasmos, one causing the perception of imaginary forms, the other making one hear voices and sounds that do not exist, etc. It results from these assertions, indeed quite remarkable, that Torreblanca attributes illnesses to the demon, and by the demon he means the illness itself. Something we would willingly agree with him if dogmatic authority allowed it. The spirit of perversion and the love of destruction in the beings it dominates is only the instinct of this force. The continuous efforts of astral light to dissolve and absorb beings are part of its very nature. It corrodes like water due to its constant currents. It devours like fire because it is the essence of fire and its dissolving force. This is also a result of the suffering of the soul that lives an incomplete life and feels torn apart by conflicting pulls. This astral perversion manifests itself ordinarily through hatred of children. It aspires to put an end to it, but fears to die alone, so it wants to annihilate with itself the entire creation. An unknown force drives certain sick individuals to kill them. Imperious voices demand their deaths. 11. Papavoine and Henriette Cornier. Dr. Brière de Boismol cites terrible examples of this mania that remind us of the crimes of the crimes. Note 11. History of Hallucinations, 2nd edition, 1853. Individuals with astral perversion are malicious and take joy in others' happiness. They especially do not want hope. They can find the most harmful and despairing words, even when attempting to console, because life is a suffering for them and they experience the vertigo of death. Obscene is a blasphemy against life. It is also the astral perversion and love of death that leads to the abuse of the works of generation, causing them to be perverted in use or withered by sacrilegious mockery and shameful jest. Moloch is the fate that devours children. Each of these vices has incarnated itself as a black idol or demon, which is a negative and distorted image of divinity that gives life. They are the idols of death. Satan and Nisroch are gods of hatred, fate, and despair. Astarte, Lilith, Nahema, Astaroth are idols of debauchery and abortion. Adramelech is the god of murder. Belial, the god of eternal rebellion and anarchy. Funereal conceptions of a reason close to extinction that cowardly adores its executioner to obtain from him the cessation of its torment by completely devouring it. The true name of Satan, say the Kabbalists, is the reversed name of Jehovah, for Satan is not a black god, but the negation of God. The devil is the personification of atheism or idolatry. For the initiated, it is not a person, but a force created for good and capable of serving evil. It is the instrument of freedom. Chapter 4. The Last Pains. They represented this force that presides over physical generation in the mythological and horned form of the god Pan. From there came the Sabbath goat, the brother of the old serpent, and the light-bearer or phosphor, which poets made into the false sun. Lucifer of legend. Summary. Apollonius of Tyana, his life and miracles. Julian's attempts to revive the ancient cult. Andemar, Olmauer, Bemtijumuvald. His evocations. Jamblichus and Maximus of Tyre. The beginning of secret societies and practices defended from magic. Therefore, the divine miracle is a providential reaction to restore disturbed order. The eternal miracle of God is the unchanging order of his providence in the harmonies of nature. Wonders are disorders, and should only be attributed to the failures of creation. When Jesus healed the possessed, he calmed them and stopped their miraculous acts. When the apostles soothed the exaltation of the Pythonesses, they put an end to divination. The spirit of error is a spirit of agitation and subversion. The spirit of truth carries calm and peace everywhere. Polytheism, dying, demanded forces from the magic of ancient sanctuaries. The mysteries of the gospel were opposed to those of Eleusis. Such was the civilizing action of nascent Christianity, but its friendly passions for disorder should not have left it without combat the palm of its easy victory. And Julian perished with the decrepit child he tried to bring into the world. 202 Apollonius of Tyane was equated with the savior of the world. Philostrate composed a legend for this new god. Then came Emperor Julian, who would have been worshipped had the spear that killed him not simultaneously dealt the final blow to Caesarian idolatry. The violent and premature rebirth of a dead religion in its forms was a true abortion. Nonetheless, Apollonius and Julian were two great and curious characters, and their story marks an era in the annals of magic. At that time, allegorical legends were in fashion. Masters incarnated their doctrine in their persons, and initiated disciples wrote fables that contained the secrets of initiation. The story of Apollonius by Philostrate, absurd if taken literally, is very curious if, according to the data of science, we wish to examine its symbols. It is a sort of pagan gospel opposed to the gospels of Christianity. It is an entire secret doctrine that we are given to explain and reconstruct. Thus, the first chapter of the third book of Philostrate is devoted to the description of the Hyphasis, a wonderful river that rises in a plain and disappears in inaccessible regions. The Hyphasis represents magical science, whose first principles are simple, and the consequences very difficult to correctly deduce. Marriages are infertile, says Philostrate, if they are not consecrated with the balm of trees growing on the banks of the Hyphasis. There is also, in this river, an animal like a white worm. This fused insect produces a burning oil that can only be kept in glass. The fish of this river are dedicated to Venus. They have the 203 blue crest, scales of various colors, and golden tail. They raise this tail when they wish. It is only for the king that this animal is taken, because it possesses strength to topple walls. Its fat exposed to the air catches fire, and nothing in the world is capable of extinguishing the fire then. By the fish of the Hyphasis River, Apollonius understands the universal configuration, blue on one side, multicolored at the center, golden at the other pole, as recent magnetic experiments have recently revealed. The white worm of the Hyphasis is the astral light, which, condensed by a triple fire, resolves into an oil that is the universal medicine. Great secrets are indicated here with the greatest clarity. One can only keep this oil in glass, because glass is not a conductor of astral light, having low porosity. This secret is kept for the king, that is, for the initiate of the first order, as it concerns a force capable of toppling cities. In the following chapter, Philostrate speaks of unicorns. He says that their horns are made into cups, in which one must drink to protect oneself from all poisons. The single horn of the unicorn represents the hierarchical unity. So, says Philostrate, according to Damus, these cups are reserved for kings. Happy, says Apollonius, he who would never get drunk by drinking from such a glass. 204 Damas also says that Apollonius found a woman white up to her breasts, and black from her breasts upward. His disciples were frightened by this wonder, but Apollonius, who knew what it was, extended his hand to her. This, he said, is the Venus of India, and its two colors are those of the sacred bull Apis of Egypt. This black and white woman is the magic science, whose white members, that is, the forms created, reveal the black head, that is, the supreme unknown cause to men. Philostrate and Damas knew this well, and under these emblems they wrote discreetly Apollonius's doctrine in the chapters Vits, the sixth, the seven, It, and X, the Life of Apollonius by Philostrate, containing the secret of the grand work. It concerns the dragons that guard the entrance to the palace of the sages. There are 3 kinds of dragons, those of the marshes, those of the plain, and those of the mountain. The mountain is sulfur, the marsh is mercury, the plain is the philosopher's salt. The dragons of the plain have sawtooth spines on their backs, which is the acid power of the salt. Then their heads are cut off with an axe. The dragons of the mountains have golden scales, a golden beard, and when they crawl, they make a sound like copper ringing. They have a stone in their heads that performs all miracles, cloth embroidered with gold letters. They rest their heads on these enchanted letters and fall asleep. Under the name of the citadel of the sages, Philostrate then describes the Athenor. Who here does not recognize the philosopher's stone, the red mastery, and the famous regimen ignis, or fire government, expressed by the golden letters, R, smoke, never higher nor lower than the basin's edges. There are also 2 stone containers holding, one, rain, and the other, wind. When drought is extreme, they open the barrel of rain, and clouds emerge to moisten the entire country. One cannot describe more precisely the secret fire of the philosophers, and what they call their water bath. It is a hill, always surrounded by mist, open to the south. It contains a wide well 4 paces across, from which issues a blue vapor that rises with the heat of the sun, unfurling all the colors of the rainbow. The bottom of the well is sandy with a bottom, the colors of the rainbow. The bottom of the well is sandy with bottom. Red arsenic. Near the well is a basin full of fire, from which emerges a leaden flame without scent water. One can see from this passage that ancient alchemists, in their grand work, employed electricity, magnetism, and steam. Philostrate then speaks of the philosopher's stone, which he calls indifferently stone or light. No layman is permitted to seek it, for it vanishes if one does not know how to take it with the procedures of the art. Only the wise, through certain words and rites, can find the pantarbe. That is the name of this stone, which at night has the appearance of a fire, being a flame and gleaming, and if one looks at it by day, it blinds. This light is a subtle matter of admirable strength, for it attracts everything that is nearby. Philostrate, Life of Apollonius of Tyana, Book 3, Chapter Fulvel, Data. The revelation of Apollonius's secret doctrines proves that the philosopher's stone is nothing other than a universal magnet formed from condensed and fixed astral light around a center. It is an artificial phosphor whose existence cannot be doubted by so many allegories and traditions, and in which all the virtues of the world's generative heat are concentrated. All of Apollonius's life, as written by Philostrate, according to Damas the Assyrian, is a web of apologues and parables. This was the style at the time for writing the hidden doctrine of great initiators. Therefore, one should not be surprised that this account contains fables, but under the allegory of these fables, one must find and understand the secret science of the Hierophants. Despite his great knowledge and brilliant virtues, Apollonius was not a continuator of the hierarchic school of magi. His initiation came from India, and he devoted himself to drawing inspiration from the disturbing practices of the Brahmins. He openly preached rebellion and regicide. It was a great character loss. The figure of Emperor Julian appears to us more poetic and more beautiful than that of Apollonius. Julian brought to the throne of the world all the austerity of a sage. He wanted to infuse the young sap of Christianity into the aged body of Hellenism. A noble fool, guilty only of loving too much the memories of his homeland and the images of the gods of his fathers. 207. This was the permanent fate of Hellenism. The Galilean had triumphed. Julian died a hero, without blaspheming his victor, as has been falsely claimed. Julian, to counterbalance the creative power of Christian dogma, also invoked black magic and descended into dark evocations, following Jamblichus and Maximus of Ephesus. His gods, whom he sought to revive with beauty and youth, appeared old, wrinkled, fearful of life and light, and ready to flee at the sign of the cross. After the death of this emperor, idolatry and magic were wrapped in a single universal condemnation. His final moments, told in some detail by Ammianus Marcellinus, were those of a warrior and philosopher. The curses of Christian priesthood echoed long at his grave, yet the Savior, who loves noble souls so much, did not forgive less interesting and generous adversaries than Julian. Chapter 5 of Legends. Summary. It was then that these secret societies of adepts emerged, to which the Gnostics and Manichaeans later joined. Societies that held a mixed tradition of truths and errors, but who passed on, under the seal of the most terrible oath, the great arcane, of the ancient omnipotence and the always deceived hopes of extinct cults and fallen sacerdocies. The legend of Saint Cyprian and Saint Justine. Cyprian's prayer, Apuleius's golden ass. The fable of Psyche, Isis' procession. Saint Augustine's strange supposition. Philosophy of the Fathers of the Church. The strange narratives contained in the Golden Legend, however fabulous they may be, date back to the earliest days of Christian antiquity. The Golden Legend is a Christian Talmud written entirely in allegories and aphorisms. They are more parabolas than stories. Their style is simple and oriental, like that of the Gospels, and their traditional existence proves that a kind of mythology was invented to hide the Kabbalistic mysteries of Johannine initiation. Studied from this newly viewed perspective, despite its ancient nature, the Golden Legend becomes a book of the greatest importance and highest interest. One of the narratives in this legend, filled with mysteries, depicts the conflict between magic and nascent Christianity in a completely dramatic and captivating manner. It is like an anticipated draft of Chateaubriand's The Martyrs and Goethe's Faust fused together. Justine was a young and beautiful pagan virgin, daughter of an idol priest, the type of Cymodocée. Her window opened onto a court next to the Church of the Christians. Every day she heard the pure and collected voice of a deacon reading aloud the Holy Gospels. This unknown word touched and stirred her heart, so that one evening, seeing her mother her pensively, urging her to confide in her the worries of her soul, Justine threw herself at her feet, saying, "Mother, bless me, or forgive me, I am a Christian." They then fell asleep, and both had the same dream. The mother wept while embracing her daughter, and went to join her husband, whom she confided what she had just learned. A light divine descended upon them, and a gentle voice called them. When morning came, the father and mother blessed their daughter. All three registered as catechumens, and after the usual trials, they were admitted to holy baptism. 209, saying, "Come to me, you who are troubled, and I will comfort you. Come, the beloved of my Father, and I will give you the kingdom that has been prepared for you since the beginning of the world." Justine returned, white and radiant from church between her mother and her old father, when two dark men, wrapped in their cloaks, passed by like Faust and Mephistopheles near Marguerite. They were the magician Cyprian and his disciple Ecladius. The two men stopped, dazzled by this apparition. Justine passed them without seeing them, and returned home with her family. Here, the scene changes. We are in Cyprian's laboratory. Circles are drawn, a victim gasping near a smoking stove. Standing before the magician appears the genie of darkness. "I am, for you have called me. Speak. What do you ask of me?" "I desire a virgin. Seduce her. She is Christian. Denounce her. I want to possess her and not lose her. Can you do something for me? I seduced Eve, who was innocent and conversed daily with God himself. So, you will deliver her to me? If your virgin is Christian, know well that it is I who crucified Jesus Christ." 210. Take this magical ointment, grease the threshold of her dwelling, the rest is up to you. Istens to him, and he says things that stir trouble in her heart. Suddenly she becomes agitated, wakes up and makes the sign of the cross. The next day he starts his evocations again, and makes bitter reproaches to his infernal accomplice. The latter admits his impotence. Cyprian drives him away shamefully, and brings forth a demon of a higher order. Here is Justine sleeping in her chaste and severe little room, with Cyprian murmuring sacrilegious words and performing terrible rites at the door. Satan creeps up to the young girl's bedside and whispers voluptuous dreams filled with the image of Cyprian, which she believes to encounter again as she leaves church. But this time she looks at him. The new arrival transforms into a young girl and a handsome boy one after the other to try to seduce Justine with advice and caresses. The virgin will succumb, but her good angel assists her. She breathes in the sign of the cross and chases away the evil spirit. Cyprian then invokes the king of hell. Satan comes in person. Justine prays publicly for the people, and the plague stops. Satan is defeated in turn, and Cyprian forces him to admit the omnipotence of the sign of the cross and marks himself with it bravely. He inflicts all the pains of Job upon Justine and spreads an awful plague in Antioch, making the oracles say that the plague will cease when Justine calms Venus and offended love. He renounces magic. He is a Christian. He becomes a bishop and meets Justine in a 211 monastery of virgins. They love each other with pure and lasting love of heavenly charity. Persecution reaches them. Together, they are put to death on the same day, and will consume within God their mystical and eternal marriage. Besides, it doesn't matter if it is or not the same person. The legend makes Saint Cyprian bishop of Antioch, while church history makes him bishop of Carthage. One is a poetic figure, the other is a father of the church and a martyr. In ancient grimoires, there is a prayer attributed to Saint Cyprian from the legend that might be from the Saint Bishop of Carthage. The obscure and figurative expressions in it may have led one to believe that before becoming a bishop and a Christian, Cyprian had practiced the harmful arts of black magic. I, Cyprian, a servant of our Lord Jesus Christ, have prayed to God the Father Almighty. And I said, Thou art the mighty God, my God Almighty, who dwellest in the great light. I knew not then thy true name. I wandered among the sheep, and they had no shepherd. Thou art holy and worthy of praise, and from of old thou hast seen the wickedness of thy servant, and the iniquities wherein I was plunged by the wickedness of the devil. The clouds could not give their due to the land, the trees remained unfruited, and women in labor could not be delivered. I bound and loosed not. I bound the sea fish, and they were not free. I bound the sea paths, and held together many evils. But now, Lord Jesus Christ, my God, I have known your holy name and loved it, and I converted with all my heart, with all my soul, and with all my being, turning away from the multitude of my sins to walk in your love and keep your commandments. That are my faith and my prayer. This prayer is obviously very ancient, and it contains very remarkable memories of the primitive figures of Christian esotericism in the early centuries. You are the word of truth, the sole speech of the Father, and I now command you to break the chain of clouds and pour down on your children your beneficial rain like milk, and to loosen the rivers and set free creatures that swim as well as those that fly. I command you to break all chains and all shackles by the power of your holy name. The qualification of aurea, or golden, given to the fabulous legend of the allegorical saints, indicates its character sufficiently. And common faith or credulity through Thardak, depicted with a book, cloak, and ass's head. Gold in the eyes of the initiated is condensed light. They call golden numbers, the sacred numbers of Kabbalah, golden verses Pythagorean, the moral teachings of this philosopher, and it is for the same reason that a mysterious book by Apuleius, An Ass Plays a Major Role, was called the Golden Ass. Pagans accused Christians of worshipping an ass, and they had not invented this insult. It came from the Jews of Samaria who, using Kabbalistic interpretations of divinity through Egyptian symbols, also represented intelligence through the image of the magical star revered as Remphan, knowledge through the emblem of Anubis, whom they renamed Nibis. According to Samaritan doctors, Christianity was the reign of Thardak. It was the blind faith and vulgar credulity, elevated to universal oracles, and preferred over intelligence and knowledge. Apuleius's golden ass is the occult legend of Thardak. That is why, in their relations with the Gentiles, when they heard these confounding them with Christians, they cried out and prayed that they not be confused with the exclusive worshippers of the ass's head. It is a magical epic and a satire against Christianity that the author had undoubtedly professed for some time. This supposed revelation caused much laughter among the philosophers, and Tertullian speaks of a Roman caricature displayed in his time where one saw Thartak in all his glory, with this inscription, which made Tertullian himself laugh, author, as we know of the famous Credo Quia Absurdum, ass's head, god of Christians. At least, that is what it seems to say under the allegory of his transformation into an ass. Here is the subject of Apuleius's book. He travels to Thessaly, a land of enchantments. He receives hospitality from a man whose wife is a witch. He seduces the servant of this woman, and believes he will surprise the secrets of the mistress. The clumsy lover consoles him by saying that to regain his original form, it is enough to eat roses, the rose being the flower of initiation. The servant indeed intends to deliver to her lover a composition by which the witch transforms herself into a bird, but she mistakes a box, and Apuleius finds himself transformed into a donkey. But where to find roses at night? You must wait until tomorrow. The servant leads the donkey to the stable. Thieves appear. The donkey is taken and carried away. Since then, there is no way to approach the roses. Roses are not made for donkeys, and the gardeners chase him away with sticks. During his long and sad captivity, he hears told the story of Psyche, that wonderful and symbolic tale which is like the soul and poetry of his own. Psyche sought to discover the secrets of love as Apuleius did those of magic. She lost both love and her human form. She wanders, exiled, subject to Venus's anger, while he becomes a... But Psyche will return to heaven after passing through hell, and Lucius will be pitied by the gods. Isis appears to him in a dream, and promises that her priest, alerted by revelation, will give him roses during the solemnities of his upcoming feast. This festival arrives, and Apuleius describes at length the procession of Isis, a valuable description for science as it contains the key to Egyptian mysteries. Men dressed up walk first, women scattering flowers with mirrors on their shoulders, reflecting the image of the great deity. 215 after light comes harmony, represented by young musicians. Thus men go forward, and formulate doctrines that women embellish and reflect without knowing through their maternal instinct higher truths, generators of science and life. Then finally, the images of the gods in number 3, followed by the great Hierophant, who carries not an image, but the symbol of great Isis, a golden ball surmounted by a caduceus. Lucius Apuleius sees in the hand of the high priest a crown of roses. He approaches, and is not repulsed. Apuleius was at the same time Rabelais and Swedenborg of the old world on the verge of ending. All this is cleverly written and interwoven with episodes sometimes heroic, sometimes lascivious, as befits the dual nature of Lucius. The great creators of Christianity did not understand or pretended not to understand Apuleius's mysticism. St. Augustine, in The City of God, wonders about the most serious error of the world, whether it is really necessary to believe that Apuleius was transformed into an ass. If it is an irony on the part of St. Augustine, one must agree that it is cruel. If it is naivety, this father even showed himself quite willing to admit it, but only as an exceptional phenomenon with no significant consequences. But St. Augustine, the skilled rhetoric from Medora, was hardly naive. Prometheus, if not at the same time a doctrine of complete self-denial and devotion, human because it is divine, divine because it is human. Chapter 6. Indeed, these initiates into ancient mysteries were so blind and unhappy, laughing at the ass of Bethlehem without perceiving the infant God who shone upon the peaceful animals in the manger, and whose brow rested upon the conciliating star of the thief, past and future. While philosophy, convinced of its powerlessness, insulted the triumphant Christianity, the fathers of the Church seized all the magnificences of Plato, and created a new philosophy founded on the living reality of the divine word always present in it, his Church, rising in each of its members, immortal in humanity. A dream of pride greater than that of not. Summary: Kabbalistic paintings and sacred emblems. Esotericism of the primitive Church. Kabbalistic paintings and sacred emblems of the early centuries. The true and false Gnostics, profanation of gnosis, impure rites, and sacrilege, black magic elevated to a cult by the sectaries, Montan and his prophets, Mark and his magnetism, the dogmas of false Zoroaster reproduced in Arianism, loss of genuine Kabbalistic traditions. The primitive church, obeying the formal precept of the Savior, did not hand over its most sacred mysteries to the profanations of the crowd. One was only received at baptism and communion through progressive initiations. The holy books were kept hidden, with their complete reading and especially their interpretation reserved for the priesthood. Images were then less numerous and especially less explicit. Gnosticism later sought to prescribe all these allegories that it abused to materialize and profane the holy traditions of prophetic Kabbalah. The name Gnostic was not always a banned term in the church. One abstained from reproducing even the figure of the Savior. Most of the paintings in the catacombs are Kabbalistic emblems. It is the Edenic cross with the 4 rivers where deer come to drink. It is the mysterious fish of Jonah, often replaced by a 2-headed serpent. It is a man emerging from a chest that reminds one of Osiris. Those fathers whose doctrine aligned with the traditions of St. John often used this designation to refer to the perfect Christian. It is found in St. Irenaeus and St. Clement of Alexandria. We are not speaking here of the great Synesius, who was a perfect Kabbalist but an orthodox doubt. Conservative moderation, to produce ecstasy through physical means and replace sanctity with somnambulism. Such was always the tendency of these Cainite sects continuing the black magic of India. The false Gnostics were all rebels against the hierarchical order. They wanted to level science by popularizing it, substitute visions for intelligence, personal fanaticism for hierarchical religion, and above all, the mystical license of sensual passions for the sober Christian temperance and obedience to laws, mother of chaste marriages and co. The church had to reprove them energetically. She did not fail her mission. It is only to be regretted that the good scientific grain often suffered when iron and fire were carried through the fields invaded by weeds. Enemies of generation and family, the false Gnostics strived to produce sterility by multiplying debauchery. They wanted, they said, to spiritualize matter, and they materialized the spirit in the most revolting way. Their theology was nothing but couplings of eons and luxurious embraces. They worshipped death as the Brahmanes do under the figure of the lingam. Their creation was infinite onanism, and their redemption eternal abortion. Feast of the celestial lamb, with communions of anthropophages. Marcos, who was not a priest, wanted to prove thereby that God had invested him with a miraculous priesthood. The heretical leader Marcos, a disciple of Valentine, celebrated Mass with 2 chalices. In the smaller one, he poured wine, then pronounced the magical formula, and one saw the larger fill with bloody liquor bubbling up, hoping to escape hierarchy through a miracle, as if the miracle outside of hierarchy proved anything other than chaos or deception. The Gnostics, since Simon the magician, were great makers of prodigies, substituting regular worship with the impure rites of black magic. They made blood appear instead of holy wine, and replaced the peaceful and pure. He invited all his disciples to perform the same miracle under his eyes. Women, especially, achieved success akin to his, then fell into convulsions and ecstasy. Marcos blew on them and communicated his dementia to them, causing them to forget him for himself, and out of religious spirit, all restraint and modesty. The intrusion of women into the priesthood was always the dream of the false Gnostics, for by thus leveling the sexes they introduced anarchy into the family and posed a stumbling block to society. The real priesthood of woman is motherhood, and the cult of this religion of the home is modesty. However, not all of them had the sad frankness of impudence. The Gnostics did not understand it, or rather, they understood it too well, and by straying the religious instincts of the mother, they overturned the sacred barrier that opposed the license of their desires. Some, like the Montanists, exaggerated morality to make it impossible to practice. Montan, whose harsh doctrines seduced the extreme and paradoxical genius of Tertullian, along with Priscilla and Maximilla, his prophets, or rather, today, his somnambulists, the natural punishment for these excesses did not miss their authors. They ended in furious madness and suicide. All of this is true in a sense, but not in the way Marcos's followers intended. The doctrine of the Marcionites was a profaned and materialized Kabbalah. They claimed that God had created everything through the letters of the alphabet, that these letters were divine emanations with their own generative power of beings, that the words were all-powerful and performed prodigies virtually and actually. They substituted hallucinations for reality, and believed they were becoming invisible because, in a state of somnambulism, they mentally transported themselves wherever they wanted to go. For false mystics, life often blends with dreams until finally the triumphant dream overflows and submerges reality, comes complete reign of madness. 220 Imagination, whose natural function is to evoke images of forms, can also, in an extraordinary state of exaltation, produce the forms themselves, as proven by phenomena such as monstrous pregnancies and a multitude of similar occurrences that the official science would do better to study than to stubbornly deny. Even in our time, a false Gnostic named Vintras, currently exiled in London, makes blood appear in empty chalices and on profaned hosts. These are these chaotic creations that religion withers away, with reason naming them diabolical miracles, and such were the miracles of Simon, the Menandrians, and Marcus. This unfortunate one then falls into ecstasies like Marcus, and prophesies the overturning of hierarchy, and the next triumph of a supposed priesthood, all of visions, free expansions, and love. There is nothing new under the sun. After the polymorphic pantheism of the Gnostics came Mainz's dualism. Thus was formulated as a religious dogma the false initiation of the pseudo-magicians of Persia. The personified evil became a god, rivaling even God himself. There was a king of light and a king of darkness, and it is at this time that we must trace the origin of this fatal idea against which we protest with all our strength, from the sovereignty and ubiquity of Satan. We do not here deny or affirm the tradition of the fall of the angels. We refer, as always in matters of faith, to the supreme and infallible decisions of the Holy Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church. But if the fallen angels had a leader before their fall, this fall must have hurled them into complete anarchy tempered only by God's inflexible justice, separated from the divinity that is the principle of strength and more guilty than others. Prince of the rebel angels could only be the last and most powerless among the reprobates. Who died? If there exists in nature a force that attracts forgetful creatures of God towards sin and death, this force, which we do not refuse to acknowledge as capable of serving as an instrument for fallen spirits, would be astral light. We return to this idea, and we aim to explain it perfectly, so that its full significance and orthodoxy are well understood. This revelation of one of the great secrets of occultism will make clear all the dangers of evocations, curious experiments, abuse of magnetism, spirit boards, and everything related to marvels and hallucinations. Arius prepared the successes of Manichaeism with his hybrid creation of a Son of God different from God himself. It was indeed to suppose duality in God. It was to admit inequality in the absolute inferiority in the supreme power. Should God's verb be good or evil? The possibility of conflict, its very necessity between Father and Son, since the inequality among the terms of the divine syllogism must inevitably lead to a negative conclusion. God himself or the devil? Such was the immense scope of a diphthong, added to the Greek word, Greek, or ukrio, to make Greek, ophtoumo. Gnosticism, Arianism, Manichaeism had emerged from the misinterpreted Kabbalah. By declaring the Son consubstantial with the Father, the Council of Nicaea saved the world. And this is what those who do not understand that principles constitute the actual balance of the universe cannot comprehend. The Church then had to forbid the faithful the study of this dangerous science, whose keys were reserved solely for the highest priesthood. This small book, intended to remain hidden, having later been divulged, it was condemned by the Church and fell into the realm of black magic. It is still known as Leo III's Enchiridion, and we possess a very rare and very curious ancient copy. The Kabbalistic tradition seems indeed to have been preserved by the sovereign pontiffs, at least until Leo III, to whom an occult ritual is attributed, which was said to have been given by this pontiff to Emperor Charlemagne, and which reproduces All the characters, even the most secret, of Solomon's clavicles. The loss of Kabbalistic keys could not lead to the infallibility of the Church, always assisted by the Holy Spirit, but it threw great darkness into exegesis and made completely unintelligible the great figures of Ezekiel's prophecy and St. John's Donne's Apocalypse. 223, Chapter 7. Philosophers of the Alexandrian school daughter. May the legitimate successors of St. Peter accept the homage of this book, and bless the work of the humblest of their children, who believes he has found one of the keys to knowledge, and comes to lay it at the feet of him alone, who deserves to open and close the treasures of intelligence and faith. Summary. June. St. Denis the Areopagite. The last struggles and definitive alliances between ancient initiation and triumphant Christianity, Hypatia and Synesius. The last opponents of the new religion believed they could stop the progress of living men by galvanizing mummies. The Platonist school, on the verge of extinction, cast a great light in Alexandria, but already Christianity, victorious after 3 centuries of combat, had absorbed all that was true and enduring in the doctrines of antiquity. Ammonius Saccas, Platon, Porphyr, Proclus are great names for science and virtue. The fight could no longer be taken seriously, and the pagans of the Alexandrian school were working against their will, and without their knowledge on the sacred monument that the disciples of Jesus of Nazareth were building to dominate all ages. Their theology was elevated, their moral doctrine, their austere manners. But the greatest and most moving figure of this era, the brightest star of this constellation, was Hypatia, daughter of Theon, that chaste and erudite woman whose intelligence and virtues were to lead her to baptism, but who died a martyr for freedom of conscience when they tried to force her to do so. The people will always mock things that are easy to understand. They need impostures. At the school of Hypatia, Synesius of Cyrene was formed, who later became the Bishop of Ptolemais, one of the most learned philosophers and the greatest poet of early Christianity. It was he who wrote. When he was sought after for the episcopal dignity, he said in a letter to a friend, "A mind friendly to wisdom and close to the truth is forced to disguise it in order to make it acceptable to the masses." There is indeed a great analogy between light and truth, as between our eyes and ordinary intelligences. Indeed, what does the vulgar multitude have in common with sublime wisdom? Therefore, if sacred laws permit the reserve of judgments and the allegorization of words, I can accept the dignity offered to me, on the condition that I am allowed to be a philosopher at home and outside, narrating apologues and parables. If the eye were suddenly exposed to too much light, it would be blinded, and the gentle glow of shadows is more useful to those whose sight is still weak. That is why, in my opinion, fictions are necessary for the people, and truth becomes harmful to those who do not have the strength to contemplate it in all its brilliance. Truth must be kept secret, and the masses need instruction suited to their imperfect reason. Synesius was wrong to write such things. What could be more awkward than showing a hidden agenda when entrusted with public instruction? It is such indiscretions that many people still repeat today. A religion is needed for the people. But what is the people? No one wants to be part of it when it comes to intelligence and morality. The most remarkable book by Synesius is a treatise on dreams. He lived and died in the peace of the Church, openly expressing his doubts, but submitting to hierarchical authority. His clergy and people asked for nothing more. He develops pure Kabbalistic doctrines and rises to a height as a theosopher that makes his style obscure and led to suspicions of heresy. But there was no stubbornness or fanaticism of a sectarian. One can judge moral progress by dream habits, for in this state free will is suspended, and fantasy abandons itself entirely to dominant instincts. Following Synesius, the state of dreaming proves the distinctiveness and immateriality of the soul, which then creates a sky, landscapes, palaces bathed in light, or dark caves according to its affections and desires. Presences take form, memories blend with hopes. Images then occur either as a reflection or a shadow of thought. Jerome Cardan wrote an extensive commentary on Synesius. The Book of Dreams is written then in characters that are sometimes splendid and sometimes obscure, but one can find certain rules for deciphering and reading it. Treatise on Dreams, and supplemented it, to some extent, with a dictionary of all dreams and their explanations. This work has nothing in common with the ridiculous little books one finds in a cheap bookstore, and it truly belongs to the serious library of occult sciences. These books, whose sublimity cannot be fully understood without being initiated into the secrets of high Kabbalah, are the true monument of the conquest of this science by Christianity. The main treatises are those on divine names, hierarchy in heaven, and hierarchy in the church. 226 Some critics have attributed to Synesius the extremely remarkable books that bear the name of Saint Denis, the Areopagite. What is now generally recognized is that they are apocryphal and belong to the beautiful era of Theta, Alexandrian school. The treatise on divine names explains all the mysteries of rabbinic theology by simplifying them. Hence of God than that of our most sublime aspirations. The angelic orders number 3, and each order contains 3 choirs. The author then establishes on the primitive scale of numbers all the degrees of the spiritual hierarchy always governed by the Trinity. God, says the author, is the infinite and undefinable principle, perfectly one and inexpressible. But we give him names that express our aspirations towards this divine perfection. The totality of these names, their relations, with numbers, compose what is most exalted in human thought, and theology is less the ship. It is on this model that the hierarchy must also be established on earth. The Church presents the most perfect type. There are the princes of the Church, bishops and simple ministers. Among the princes are cardinal bishops, cardinal priests, and cardinal deacons. Among the bishops are archbishops, bishops, and coadjutors. One ascends to this holy hierarchy through 3 preparatory degrees, subdeacon, minor orders, and the priesthood, erved from father to son in that patriarch's family. The functions of all these orders correspond to those of angels and saints, and are intended to glorify the triple divine names for each of the 3 persons, since in each divine hypostasis the entire Trinity is adored. This transcendental theology was that of the primitive Church, and perhaps it was attributed to Saint Denis, the Areopagite, only through a tradition dating back to the time of the Apostles and Saint Denis, as the Jewish redactors of the Sefer Yezirat attributed this book to Patriarch Abraham, because it contains the principles of the tradition Pres. 228, Book 4, Magic and Civilization. Hebrew, Daleth, Chapter 1, Magic among the Barbarians. Whatever the case, the books of Saint Denis the Areopagite are valuable for knowledge. They sanctify the union of initiations from the ancient world with the revelation of Christianity, combining a perfect understanding of supreme philosophy with the most complete and irreproachable orthodoxy. Contents: the fantastic world of sorcerers, accomplished prodigies and defeated monsters during the early centuries of the Christian era. Magical goal, Tatshum, the secret philosophy of the Druids, their theology, their rites, mission, evocations and sacrifices, and influence of the Ubages. Occult medicine, the origin of French patriotism. Black magic retreated before the light of Christianity. Rome was conquered by the cross, and prodigies took refuge within this circle of shadow that the barbarian provinces cast around the new Roman splendor. Among a great many strange phenomena, here is one that was observed during the reign of Emperor Hadrian. A marriage was impossible. Philinium, as we have said, was noble, and was also a sole daughter and a wealthy heiress. In Tralee Asia, a noble young woman named Philinium, from Corinth, and daughter of Demostrates and Charito, had fallen in love with a young man of low birth named Machates. Machates was a man of the people, and ran an inn 12. Philinium's passion was exacerbated by the obstacles. She escaped from her father's house and came to find Machates. An illicit trade was established between them, and lasted 6 months, after which the young girl was discovered by her parents, reclaimed by them, and severely confined. Note 12. This circumstance, which is not found in Phlegon, was added by French demonographers. Illustration: the hermetic magic taken from an ancient manuscript. Measures were even taken to leave the country and take Philinium to Corinth. But then the young girl, who had significantly weakened since she was separated from her lover, fell ill with a languor. She no longer smiled. She did not sleep, refused all food, and eventually died. Andale, and were dumb. MP Caron de la Mare, Quai des Grands Augustins, 17th, Paris. The parents then renounced their departure and bought a funeral vault where the young girl was laid to rest, covered in the richest clothes. This burial was in a compound belonging to the family, into which no one entered again, as pagans did not have the custom of praying near the tombs of the dead. Machates knew nothing of what had become of his mistress. Everything had happened in secret, as this noble family feared scandal. The night following the burial of Philinium, the young man was about to lie down when his door opened slowly. He advanced, holding his lamp, and recognized Philinium, beautifully dressed but pale and cold, gazing at him with eyes of terrible fixity. The young girl had an old nurse who wept for her, and whom she had loved tenderly. Machates rushed to her, embraced her, asked 1,000 questions, and gave 1,000 caresses. They finally spent the night together, but before dawn, Philinium arose and disappeared while her lover was still deeply asleep. Perhaps this woman had been a complicator in the misfortunes of the poor dead one, and since her beloved had been buried, she no longer slept, often rising at night in a sort of delirium to wander around Machates' dwelling. A few days, therefore, after what we have just related, the nurse passing by in the evening, at a rather late hour near the young man's house, saw light in his room. She approached, and looking through the cracks of the door, she recognized Philinium, who was sitting near her lover, gazing at him without saying anything and yielding to his caresses. The poor woman, completely distraught, ran to her masters, woke up the mother, and told her what she had just seen. The mother at first called her a visionary and a madwoman, but finally, overcome by her pleas, she got up and went to Machates' house. Everyone was already asleep. She knocked. No one answered. She peered through the cracks of the door. The lamp was extinguished, but a ray of moonlight still illuminated the room. On a chair, Chirito recognized her daughter's clothes, and in the bed, despite the shadow of the alcove, she distinguished the form of 2 people sleeping. Terror seized the mother. She returned home, staggering, lacking courage to visit her daughter's tomb, and spent the rest of the night in turmoil and tears. 2:31. The next day she returned to Machates' residence and questioned him gently. The young man admitted that Philinium came to see him every night. "Why deny me her?" he said to the mother. "We are engaged before the gods." And opening a chest, he showed Chirito his daughter's ring and belt. "Will you then go in turn to find her in her tomb?" said the mother. "She gave them to me last night," he added, swearing never to belong to anyone but me. "So do not try to separate us any longer, since a mutual promise binds us together. Philinium has been dead for 4 days, and it is likely that a witch or a strige has taken her form to deceive you. You are the betrothed of death. Tomorrow your hair will turn white. The day after tomorrow they can bury you as well. And this is how the gods avenge an insulted family." They came indeed, and at the usual time Philinium entered Machates' home, who was in bed fully dressed and pretending to sleep. Machates paled and trembled at these words, fearing he had been a pawn of infernal powers. He told Chirito to bring her husband that very evening. They would hide them near his room, and at the moment when the ghost entered, he would give a signal to warn them. The young girl disrobes and comes to stand near him. Machates gives the signal, demonstrates, and Chirito enter, with torches in hand, and cry out loudly in recognizing their daughter. My love had overcome the infernal gods. The power of death was suspended. 3 days more, and I would be restored to life. Philinium then raises her pale head, stands up entirely on the bed, and speaks in a hollow and terrible voice. "O my father and mother, why have you been jealous of my happiness, and why do you pursue me beyond the tomb? But your cruel curiosity destroyed the miracle of nature. You kill me a second time." Having finished these words, she fell onto the bed like an inert mass. The next day the whole city was shaken by news of this miracle. People rushed to the circus, where the entire story was publicly recounted. Then they went to Philinium's mortuary chamber. Her features suddenly paled. A corpse-like odor filled the room, and all that remained was the disfigured remains of a girl who had been dead for 5 days. The young girl was no longer there, but instead an iron ring and a golden cup she had received as gifts from Machates were found in her place. The body was discovered in her hotel room. Machates had disappeared. Diviners were consulted, and they ordered the remains of Philinium to be buried outside the city walls. Sacrifices were made to the Furies and Mercury. Curses were conjured upon the mains gods, and offerings were given to Jupiter Hospitaller. Those who witnessed all these things. Phlegon, freedman of Adrian, who was an eyewitness to these events and relates them in a private letter, adds that he had to use his authority to calm the agitated city following such an extraordinary occurrence, and concludes his narrative with these words: "If you deem it fitting to inform the emperor, let me know so that I can send you some of tea." 233. Thus the story of Philinium is well attested. The fiancée of Corinth. A great German poet made it the subject of a ballad that everyone knows by heart, titled, "He assumes that the girl's parents were Christians," giving him an opportunity to make a strong poetic opposition between human passions and the duties of religion. The demonographers of the Middle Ages would not have failed to explain the resurrection, or perhaps the apparent death of the young Greek by a diabolical obsession. The terrestrial Mercury to which the diviners ordered sacrifices is nothing other than the personified astral light. We see, for our part, a hysterical lethargy accompanied by lucid somnambulism. Her father and mother killed her upon awakening her, and public imagination exaggerated all the circumstances of this story. It is the fluidic genius of the earth, a fatal genius for men who excite it without knowing how to direct it. It is the source of physical life and the magnetized receptacle of death. This blind force that the power of Christianity would chain and repel into the abyss, that is, to the center of the earth, manifested its last convulsions and last efforts among the barbarians through monstrous births. There are few regions where gospel preachers have not had to fight against hideous animals, incarnates of dying idolatry. Vows, growls, gargoyles, tarasques are not merely allegories. It is certain that moral disorders produce physical deformities, and in some way realize the terrible figures that tradition attributes to demons. Fossil bones, which science used by Cuvier to reconstruct gigantic monsters, do they really all belong to eras prior to our creation? Is this an allegory of the immense dragon that Regulus had to attack with war machines, and which was found, according to Livy and Pliny, on the banks of the river Bagrata? Its skin, which was 120 feet long, was sent to Rome and preserved there until the time of the war against Numantia. It was a tradition among the ancients that gods, irritated by extraordinary crimes, sent monsters to earth, and this tradition is too universal not to be supported by real facts. The supreme god had been forgotten, and men were deified. The ancient world had fallen. Everywhere, instead of the disciples of the mages, there reigned fortune-tellers, sorcerers, and enchanters. In all the memories that remain to us of barbarian peoples at the time when Christianity brought them into civilization, we find with the last traces of the high magical initiation once spread throughout the world, evidence of the obscuring that this primitive revelation had undergone, and of the idolatrous degradation into which the symbolism of tea. Rome gave this example to its provinces, and the apotheosis of the Caesars taught the world the religion of the blood gods. The Germans, under the name of Irminsul, worshipped this Arminius, or Hermann, who made Augustus weep over Varus's legions and offered him human sacrifices. The Gauls gave Brennus 235 the attributes of Tyrannus and Tutatis, and burned in his honor colossal wicker figures filled with Romans. Everywhere materialism reigned, for idolatry is no different, and superstition always cruel, because it is cowardly. Yet Providence, which predestined Gaul to become very Christian France, had shone the light of eternal truths there. The first Druids were the true children of the Magi, and their initiation came from Egypt and Chaldea, that is, from the pure sources of primitive Kabbalah. Ilesus, the supreme harmony. Belin or Bel, which means Lord in Assyrian, a name corresponding to that of Adanui, and Camel Ora, Kamael, a name which, in Kabbalah, personifies divine justice. Below this triangle of light they supposed a divine reflection, composed also of three personified rays. First, Tutates, or tooth, the same as the Thoth of the Egyptians, the verb, or formulated intelligence. Then strength and beauty, whose names varied in intelligence, as emblems. Einmur, Vanvangon, Bidayu, and Morju at Shun. Note 13. A Druid statue with this form and inscription, Virgini Parature. They finally completed the sacred septenary with a mysterious image representing the progress of the dogma and its future realizations. It was a veiled young girl holding a child in her arms, and they dedicated this image to the Virgin, who will become a mother 13. The guilloche is a parasitic foliage that does not fruit like the tree that bore it. The ancient Druids lived in strict abstinence, kept the deepest secret about their mysteries, studied natural sciences, and only admitted new followers after long initiations. The Druids did not build temples. They performed the rites of their religion on dolmens and in forests. They had a famous college in Autun, whose arms, according to Saint-Foy, still exist in the city. They are azure with a couche of silver serpents, surmounted by an oak guilloche adorned with its sinople glands. It is to distinguish it from other gills that the blazon gives glands to the oak guilloche, but only the branch of the oak bears glands. The ancient sanctuaries had their secrets that have not reached us. One still wonders how they were able to lift the colossal stones that formed their altars, which still stand dark and mysterious under the cloudy sky of Armorica. Gods. The Druids taught that the soul of ancestors clings to children, that it is happy in their glory or tormented by their shame, that protective genies cling to the trees and stones of the homeland, for all his sins, and fulfilled his duty dignally, becoming a genius, and now wielding the power of theft. What binds one to the soil of the homeland is the magic of memories. 237. Thus, among the Gauls, patriotism was a religion. Even women and children took up arms, if necessary, to repel invasion, and Joan of Arc, the Jeanne Hachette of Beauvais, only continued the traditions of these noble daughters of Gaul. The Druids were priests and doctors. They healed through magnetism and attached their fluidic influence to amulets. The oak bark and serpent's egg were their universal panaceas, because these substances attract astral light in a very particular way. The solemnity with which the mistletoe was gathered attracted popular confidence to this foliage, and magnetized it with powerful currents. It thus performed wonderful cures, especially when applied by the elders with conjurations and charms. Let us not accuse our fathers of too much credulity. They may have known what we no longer know. The progress of magnetism will one day reveal the absorptive properties of oak bark mistletoe. One will no longer laugh at Paracelsus, who collected USNAL in the skulls of hanged men. But one must not outrun science. It only retreats to better advance. 238 Chapter 2, Influence of Women, Data. Then one will know the secret of these spongy excrescences that attract the useless luxuries of plants, and are overladen with color and flavor. Mushrooms, truffles, tree galls, various species of mistletoe, will be used judiciously by a new medicine, because it is ancient. Summary. Influence of women among the Gauls. The magician Veleda. The virgins of the island of Seine. Bertha the spinner. Yu. Melusine. Elves and fairies. Witch Fredegonde. Saint Clotilde and Saint Genevieve. Providence, by imposing on women the severe and tender duties of motherhood, has given her a right to man's protection and respect. Only Christianity has legitimately emancipated women by calling them to virginity in honor of sacrifice. For her to rebel is to abdicate, and to preach a supposed emancipation to her is to advise divorce, condemning her in advance to sterility and contempt. Subjugated by nature itself to the consequences of affections that are her life, she leads her masters with the chains that love gives her. The more she is subject to the laws that constitute and protect her honor, the more powerful and respected she is in the sanctuary of the family. Numa had foreseen this mystery when he instituted the Vestals. But the Druids anticipated Christianity by listening to the inspirations of virgins and rendering almost divine honors to the priestesses of the island of Otter. Seine. In Gaul, women did not reign through their coquetry and vices, but they governed through their counsel. Chateaubriand slandered. No peace or war was made without consulting them. The interests of the hearth and family were thus pleaded by mothers, and national pride became just when it was thus tempered by maternal love for the country. Veleda, by having her succumb to Eudor's love. Veleda lived and died a virgin. Spindle, her right foot was shod with a sandal, and her left foot wore some sort of poulain shoe. Later, statues of Veleda were taken for those of Berth, the long-footed. The great priestess indeed bore the insignia of the protective divinity of the Druidesses. She was Hertha, or Wertha, the young Gaulish Isis, the queen of heaven, the virgin who was to give birth. She was already old when the Romans invaded Gaul. She was a sort of Pythia who prophesied at great ceremonies, and whose oracles were gathered with reverence. She wore a long, sleeveless black robe, her head covered with a white veil that fell to her feet. She wore a crown of verbena and had a golden sickle at her belt. Her scepter had the form of A. She was represented with one foot on the earth and the other on water, because she was a queen of initiation and presided over the universal science of things. The foot she placed on the water was usually borne by a boat similar to the boat or conch of ancient Isis. She held the spindle of the fates, charged with a wool half white and half black, because she presides over all forms and symbols, and weaves the garment of ideas. Under this last form, Hertha took the name Melusine, or Melusina, the musician, the singer, that is to say the siren. She was also given the allegorical form of sirens, half woman and half fish, or the torso of a beautiful young girl and 2 legs made into serpents, to signify the continuous mutation and mobility of things, and the analogous alliance of opposites in N, the manifestation of all occult forces of nature, revealing harmonies. Such is the origin of the images and legends of Queen Bertha and Fairy Melusine. Irie would regain her serpent's legs. He let out a cry, which was answered by another cry more desperate and more terrifying. The latter appeared, it is said, in the 11th century to a lord of Lusignan. He loved her, and she agreed to make him happy, on condition that he did not seek to pry into the mysteries of her existence. The lord promised, but jealousy made him curious of the mystery, and perjured. He spied on Melusine, and surprised her in her transformations, for once a week the Fiat Melusine had disappeared, but she returns yet again with lamentable cries every time someone in the house of Lusignan is about to die. The 11th century adopted and popularized it, but it had already existed for a long time. This legend is derived from the tale of Psyche and relates, like that tale, to the dangers of sacrilegious initiations, or the profanation of religious and amorous mysteries. The story is borrowed from the traditions of ancient bards, and it clearly originates from the learned school of Druids. In France, inspiration seems to belong chiefly to women. Elves and fairies preceded saints, and nearly all French saints have something fairy-like in their legends. Saint Clotilde made us Christians. Saint Geneviève preserved our French by repelling the threatening invasion of Attila with the energy of her virtue and faith. Jeanne d'Arc tort, but she was rather of the family of fairies than of the hierarchy of saints. She died like Hypatia, a victim of the wonderful gifts of nature and a martyr to her generous character. We will speak of it later. Saint Clotilde still performs miracles in our provinces. We have seen at Les Andelys the crowd of pilgrims pressing around a pool, into which the statue of the saint is plunged every year. The first sick person who then descends into the water is immediately healed. At least, that is what popular confidence loudly proclaims. It is through such pains that the queens of the earth resemble the Queen of Heaven. The character of the saint did not bend, and Sicambre, having one day need of more than human courage, remembered the god of Clotilde. Widowed after having converted and founded in some way a great kingdom, she saw practically slaughtered under her eyes the 2 children of Clodomir. It was an energetic woman and a great queen that was this Clotilde. Also she was tried by the most poignant pains. Her first son died after having received baptism, and her death was considered as the result of a malicious spell, and was about to die. Frédégonde often accused her rivals of magic, and had them die in the midst of the torments she alone deserved. After the great and resplendent figure of Clotilde, we see appear in history, as a hideous repulsive, the fatal character of Frédégonde, this woman whose look is a Chilperic had a son from his first wife. This young prince, named Clovis, had fallen in love with a commoner girl whose mother was rumored to be a witch. The mother and daughter were accused of having bewitched Clovis's mind with potions, and of causing the death of both of Frédégonde's children through magical enchantments. Then she asked permission to speak, and said to her judges and the people, You demanded a miracle from God as proof of my innocence. At the immobility of Clodswinth's features, everyone believed that a miracle had been accomplished, but a cry of reproach and horror rose up when the poor child withdrew her terribly burned arm. The two unfortunate women were arrested. Clodswinth, the young girl, was beaten with whips, her beautiful hair cut off, and Fredegonde herself attached it to the door of the young prince's apartment. Then Clodswinth was put on trial. Her simple and firm answers amazed the judges. Someone advised, said a chronicler, to test her with boiling water. A blessed ring was thrown into a cauldron placed over a great fire, and the accused, dressed in white after confessing and receiving communion, had to dip her arm into the cauldron and search for the ring. This water burned me, and I plunged my whole arm into it and sought and brought back the ring. I neither cried out nor paled, nor faltered in this horrible torture. God does not wish to be tempted, and he does not suspend the laws of nature according to men's whims, but he gives strength to those who believe in him, and he has done for me a wonder far greater than that which he denied you. If I were a sorceress, as you say, I would have used spells to avoid burning, but I am a Christian, and God has granted me the grace to prove it through the constancy of martyrs. This logic was not suited to an era so barbaric. Clodswinth was returned to prison awaiting her final torment, but God had mercy on her and called her to him, says the chronicle from which we have drawn these details. If it is only a legend, one must agree that it is beautiful and deserves to be preserved. Fredegonde lost one of her victims, but the other two did not escape her. The mother of Clodswinth was put to torture, and defeated by the torment, she confessed everything they wanted, even the guilt of her daughter, even the complicity of Clovis. The young prince was arrested and stabbed in his prison. Fredegonde, armed with these confessions, obtained from the fierce and foolish Chilperic the abandonment of his son. Fredegonde declared that he had tried to escape his remorses by suicide. The body of the poor Clovis was shown to his father. The dagger was still in the wound. One hid so much that the king, against his will, had evidence of his dishonor. Chilperic looked coldly at this spectacle. He was entirely dominated by Fredegonde, who deceived him shamelessly with the officers of her palace. Instead of killing the queen and her accomplice on the spot, he left without saying a word for the hunt. 244 Fredegonde, who burned women as witches merely for having displeased her, practiced black magic herself, and protected those whom she truly believed to be sorcerers. A Jeric bishop of Verdun had arrested a pythoness who made a lot of money by finding lost objects and denouncing thieves. It was likely a somnambulist. He might have endured this insult without complaint out of fear of displeasing Fredegonde, but that woman felt shame for him. She honored him with believing in his anger to have a pretext to kill him. He had sated her with crimes and baseness, and had sated her with crimes and baseness. She had him killed out of disgust. In exorcising this woman, the devil declared that he would not leave until he was chained, but if left alone in a church without supervision or guards, he would certainly emerge. Chapter 3. Salic Laws Against Witches. Abstract. They fell for the trap, and it was the woman who left. She sought refuge with Fredegonde, who hid her in her palace and eventually freed her from exorcisms, and possibly the stake. So this time she did a good deed by mistake, and for the pleasure of good deed by mistake, and for the pleasure of doing evil. Provisions of the Salic Law Against Witches. Analogous passage from the Talmud. Council decisions. Charles Martel, accused of magic. Kabbalist Zedekiah. Epidemic visions during the time of Pepin the Short. Aerial palaces and ships. The sylphs put on trial, and condemned never to appear again. Under the kings of France of the first race, the crime of magic only brought death for the great ones, and there were those who boasted of dying for a crime that raised them above the common people and made them feared even by the sovereigns. This is how General Mummel, tortured on the order of Fredegonde, declared he had suffered nothing, and himself provoked the terrible torments following which he died, defying his torturers, whose constancy had in some way forced them to show him mercy. Fined 7,500 deniers, which are 184.5 sous. In the Salic laws, which Sigebert attributes to Pharamond, and which he supposes were enacted in 424, one finds the following provisions. If anyone has treated another as Araberge or Strioport, it is the name of him who carries the copper vessel, too, the place where striges perform their enchantments, and if he cannot convince them, let him be. If anyone treats a free woman as strige or prostitute, without being able to prove his accusation, let him be fined 2,500 deniers, which are 62.5. If a strige has devoured a man and she can be convinced of it, she will be condemned to pay 8,000 deniers, which is 200 sous. It is evident that at that time anthropophagy was possible for a price, and that human flesh was not expensive. One paid 18.5 cents to slander a man. For an additional 12.5 cents, one could slaughter and eat him, which was more honorable and complete. This is the law of Moses. This strange legislation reminds us of a no less singular passage from the Talmud that the famous Rabbi Jehiel explained in a most remarkable manner in the presence of a queen who is not named in the Hebrew book. It is probably Queen Blanche, as Rabbi Jehiel lived during the time of St. Louis. The matter concerned objections raised by a converted Jew named Duin, who had received the Christian name Nicholas at his baptism. After several discussions on the texts of the Talmud, they came to this passage: if anyone has offered the blood of his children to Moloch, he shall be punished with death. The Talmud adds in the form of a commentary: he who offers not only the blood, but all the blood and all the flesh of his children as a sacrifice to Moloch, does not fall under the prescriptions of the law, and no punishment is laid upon him. Upon reading this incomprehensible reasoning, all the attendees exclaimed. Some pitifully laughed, others trembled with indignation. Rabbi Yecheskel struggled to restore silence, and finally he was heard, but with marked disfavor, as if condemning everything he was about to say in advance. The death penalty among us, said Yecheskel then, is not vengeance, it is expiation, and thus reconciliation. All those who die under the law of Israel, they die in the peace of Israel. They receive reconciliation through death and sleep with our fathers. No curse descends upon them in the tomb. They live in the immortality of Jacob's house. Those are dead, and it no longer belongs to us to shorten the torment of their reproach on earth. They belong to God's anger. Death is therefore a supreme grace. It is a healing by iron of a poisoned wound. But we do not apply iron to the incurable. We have no more right over those whose greatness of guilt forever removes them from Israel. A man has the right to strike only to heal. That is why we do not strike the incurable. The head of the household chastises only his children, and contentedly closes his door to strangers. Great offenders against whom our law pronounces no penalty are excommunicated forever by this fact, and this reproach is a greater punishment than death. This answer from Jehiel is admirable, and it breathes the whole patriarchal genius of ancient Israel. The Jews are truly our fathers in science, and if, instead of persecuting them, we had sought to understand them, they would undoubtedly be closer to our faith now. This Talmudic tradition proves how old among the Jews is the belief in the immortality of the soul. Count Joseph de Maistre understood this doctrine well when he raised the bloody mission of the executioner to a kind of exceptional priesthood. What, indeed, is this reintegration of the guilty one into the family of Israel through a sacrificial death, if not a protest against death itself and a sublime act of faith in the perpetuity of life? The sufferer pleads, says this great writer, and the effusion of blood has never ceased to be a sacrifice. If capital punishment were not a supreme 248 absolution, it would be merely the retaliation for murder. The man who suffers his penalty completes all his penance and returns by death to the immortal society of the children of God. Slavery still existed, and human life had only a questionable and relative value. The Salic laws were those of a still barbarian people where everything was redeemed, as in war, with a ransom. One could always buy what one had the right to sell, and one owed only money for the destruction of an object that cost money. The only strong legislation of this era was that of the Church, so the councils imposed the harshest penalties against striges and poisoners who took the name of sorcerers. The same council ordered public flogging of devotees of the devil, that is to say, perhaps those who practiced it, feared it, invoked it, or attributed part of God's power to it. We sincerely commend the disciples of M. the Count of Merville for not having lived in that time. The Council of Agde in Lower Languedoc, held in 506, excommunicated them. The First Council of Orleans, held in 511, explicitly defended divination. The Council of Narbonne in 589 struck sorcerers with a hopeless excommunication and ordered them to be made slaves and sold for the benefit of the poor. Was Mahomet a deceitful or hallucinated man? While these things were happening in France, an ecstatic one had just founded a religion and an empire in the East. For Muslims, it is 249, still another prophet, and for scholars who are thoroughly familiar with the Arabic language, the Quran will always be a masterpiece. Muhammad was an unlettered man, a mere camel driver, and he created the most perfect monument in the language of his country. God, in the opinion of the clergy, should not bless his weapons, so his victories were attributed to magic. This rough warrior hardly prayed when it was time to fight. Lacking money, he took it from monasteries and churches. He even granted ecclesiastical benefices to soldiers. His successes could have been taken as miracles, and the warlike enthusiasm of his successors threatened for a moment the freedom of the entire world. But all the forces of Asia one day came to break against the iron hand of Charles Martel. This prince had so aroused religious opinion against him that a venerable person, Saint Eucher, Bishop of Orleans, saw him plunged into hell. Eucher gave notice of this revelation to Boniface, Bishop of Mainz, and Fulrad, arch-chaplain of Pepin the Short. The tomb of Charles Martel was opened. His body was no longer there. The inner stone was blackened and burned as if by fire. Putrid smoke emanated from it, and a huge serpent emanated from it. The holy bishop, then in ecstasy, learned from an angel who conducted him spiritually through the regions beyond the grave that the saints whom Charles Martel had robbed or desecrated of their churches had forbidden his entry into heaven, had driven his very body from the sepulchre, and hurled him to the bottom of the abyss. Boniface addressed Pepin the Short and Carloman with the verbal report of the exhumation, or rather, the opening of their father's tomb, inviting them to take heed from this terrible example and respect sacred things. But was it truly to respect them to thus violate the tomb of a hero on the strength of a dream, to attribute to hell this work of destruction, so completely and swiftly accomplished by death? Under Pepin the Short's reign, very singular phenomena appeared publicly in France. The air was filled with human figures. The sky reflected mirages of palaces, gardens, agitated waters, ships, sails full of wind, and armies drawn up in battle. The atmosphere resembled a great dream. Everyone could see and distinguish the details of these fantastic scenes. Was it an epidemic attacking the organs of sight, or an atmospheric disturbance that projected mirages in the condensed air? Was it not rather a universal hallucination produced by some intoxicating and pestilential principle spread throughout the atmosphere? What would give more probability to this last supposition is that these visions exasperated the people. One believed to distinguish in the air sorcerers who were spreading evil powders and poisons with their hands. The countryside was struck with sterility, livestock died, and mortality even extended to humans. Then a fable was spread that was all the more successful and credible as it was completely extravagant. So Zedekias entertained minds with the mythology of this fabulous Kabbalah. There was then a famous Kabbalist named Zedekias, who taught occult sciences and not Kabbalah itself, but the amusing hypotheses to which Kabbalah can give rise, and that form the exotic part of this science, always hidden from the masses. The purest substance of the elements. These were sylphs, salamanders, undines, and gnomes. He told of how Adam, the first man, created initially in a nearly spiritual state, dwelt above our atmosphere where light brought into being for him, and at his pleasure the most wonderful vegetation. There, he was served by a multitude of beings, the greatest beauty, created in the image of man and woman, their animated reflections, and formed fruit. But in the state of innocence, Adam ruled over the gnomes and ondines only through the intervention of the sylphs and salamanders, who alone had the power to ascend to his aerial paradise. Nothing equaled the happiness of the primitive couple served by the sylphs, these mortal spirits being of incredible skill in building, weaving, and causing light to bloom in 1,000 more varied forms than the brightest and most fertile. Imagination has time to conceive, and down to touch them, Their fall caused them to lose everything as it precipitated them onto the earth. The material bodies that covered them are the animal skins mentioned in the Bible. The earthly paradise, so named because it rested upon the atmosphere of the earth, was thus the abode of enchantments. Adam and Eve slept in palaces of pearls and sapphires. Roses sprouted around them and spread as carpets beneath their feet. Glided over water in nacre shells pulled by swans. Birds spoke to them with delicious music. Flowers beat. They found themselves alone and naked on a land that 252 no longer yielded to the whims of their thoughts. They even forgot the Edenic life and saw it in their memories only as a dream. However, above the atmosphere, the paradisical regions still stretched out, inhabited only by sylphs and salamanders, who thus became guardians of man's domain, like distressed servants remaining in a master's castle, whose return they no longer expected. Imaginations were filled with these wonderful fictions when the mirages of the sky and human figures appeared in the clouds. Madness seized the best minds, and finally the church became involved. No longer any doubt, it was the sylphs and salamandres of Zedekiah coming to seek their old masters. Dreams were confused with the previous night, and several people believed they had been taken away by aerial beings. There was only talk of journeys to the land of the sylphs, as among us we speak of animated furniture and fluidic manifestations. So the ghosts of the clouds were confronted, and convinced they were illusions from hell. Then, eager to take revenge on someone, the people turned against the sorcerers in a way. The church does not like supernatural communications with the masses. Such revelations destroying the respect due to authority and the hierarchical chain of teaching cannot be attributed to the spirit of order and light. "I'd hardly believe," says, "the public madness ended in a crisis of fury. Strangers met in the countryside were accused of descending from heaven and killed mercilessly. Several maniacs confessed they had been abducted by sylphs. It refused to recant or could not do so any longer. They were burned, thrown into water, and one well." Garanet, 14. How many perished in this way throughout the kingdom? Thus typically end dramas, where ignorance and fear play leading roles. In 8. Note 14. Garanet, History of Magic in France, 1818, 1 Valdiorto. These visionary epidemics recurred under subsequent reigns, and the omnipotence of Charlemagne had to intervene to calm public agitation. An edict, renewed since by Louis the Pious, prohibited sylphs from revealing themselves under severe penalties. Other popular frenzies replaced this one, and the Romanesque splendors of Charlemagne's great reign provided enough other miracles for people to believe and wonders to tell. 254. Chapter 4, Torta. It was understood that in the absence of sylphs, these penalties would fall upon those who boasted of having seen them, and eventually they were no longer seen. The aerial vessels returned to the port of oblivion, and no one claimed to have traveled in the sky again. Legends of the Charlemagne rule. Summary. Leo, the enchanted sword and magic horn of Roland. The Thurs Enchiridion. Sabbat, secret tribunals or free judges. Provisions in the capitularies against sorcerers. Wandering. Chivalry. Charlemagne marks the beginning of the era of chivalry and the wondrous epic of romances. The chronicles of this prince's reign are all like the story of the four sons of Aymon or Oberon the enchanter. Charlemagne is the true prince of enchantments and fairy tales. His reign is like a solemn and brilliant pause between barbarism and the Middle Ages. It is an apparition of majesty and grandeur that reminds one of the magical pomp of Solomon's reign. It is a resurrection and a prophecy. The birds speak to guide the lost French army through the forests. Bronze giants stand in the middle of the sea and show the emperor the open paths of the east. In him, the Roman Empire, bridging Gaulish and Frank origins, appears in all its splendor. In him, too, as in a type foretold and realized by divination, shows itself in advance the perfect empire of mature civilization ages, an empire crowned by Thetheer, priesthood and leaning its throne against the altar. Charlemagne, who is more than 10 leagues away, hears Roland's horn and wants to come to his aid. But he is hindered by the traitor Ganelon, who sold the French army to the barbarians. Roland, the first of the paladins, possesses a magical sword, christened like a Christian and named Durandal. The valiant one speaks to his sword, and it seems to understand him. Nothing resists the effort of this supernatural blade. Roland also has an ivory horn so beautifully crafted that the slightest breath produces a sound heard 20 leagues around, and makes the mountains tremble. When Roland falls at Roncesvalles, crushed rather than defeated, he rises once more like a giant. Under a deluge of trees and rolling rocks, he sounds the horn, and the Saracens flee. Roland, seeing himself abandoned, embraces Durandal one last time. Then, gathering all his forces, he strikes with both hands a section of mountain that he hopes to break in order not to let it fall into the hands of the infidels. The mountain section is rent asunder without Durandal being scratched. Charlemagne, granting a throne to the papacy and receiving from it the empire of the world, is the most grand of all characters in our history. Roland clings to it against his chest and dies with such a high and proud expression that the Saracens dare not descend to approach him, and they still shoot a hail of arrows in trembling against their victorious leader, who is no more. We spoke of the Enchiridion, this small book containing with the most beautiful Christian prayers the most hidden characters of Kabbalah. Occult tradition attributes this small book to Leon III, and asserts that it was given by the pontiff to Charlemagne as the rarest of all gifts. This tradition may not be dismissed. The sovereign owner of this book, and knowing how to use it properly, should have been the master of the world. She supposes, 1. The existence of a primitive and universal revelation, explaining all the secrets of nature and harmonizing them with the mysteries of grace, reconciling reason with faith because both are daughters of God and contribute to, enlightening intelligence through their dual light. 2. The existence of a secret tradition reserving knowledge of these mysteries to sovereign pontiffs and temporal masters of the world. 4. The perpetuity of certain signs or panticles expressing these mysteries in a hieroglyphic manner, known only to adepts. The necessity that has always been imposed of keeping this revelation from the multitude, for fear they would abuse it by misinterpreting it, and use it against faith by employing the forces of reason or the powers of faith itself to mislead reason, which the common people never understand well. 3. We describe here the figure of the main panticles of the Enchiridion. The Enchiridion would be a collection of allegorical prayers, using as keys the most mysterious panticles of Kabbalah. The first one, which is engraved on the very cover of the book, represents an inverted equilateral triangle inscribed in a double circle. On the triangle are written, in a way that forms the prophetic Tau, the two words Hebrew Elohim and Hebrew Sabaoth, meaning the God of armies, the balance of natural forces and the harmony of numbers. Thus creation is attributed to the Father, redemption or reform to the Son, and sanctification or transformation to the Holy Spirit, in accordance with the mathematical laws of action and reaction and balance. On the three sides of the triangle are the three great names, Hebrew, Jehovah, Hebrew, Adonai, Hebrew, Adonai. Above the name of Jehovah is written in Latin Formatio, above Adonai, Reformatio, and above Agla, Transformatio. All Kabbalistic science, clearly indicating by the hieroglyphs that make up this admirable name the triple secret of the great work. Jehovah is indeed also the genesis or formation of the dogma through the elementary meaning of the 4 letters of the sacred tetragram. Adonai is the realization of this dogma in human form, in the visible Lord, who is the Son of God, or the perfect man. And Agla, as we have explained at length elsewhere, expresses the synthesis of all the dogma, and those who are initiated into the mysteries of Sohar will understand the allegory of this head. The second panticle is a head with 3 faces, crowned with a tiara, and emerging from a vase full of water. The third is the double triangle forming Solomon's star. The fourth is the magical sword, with this legend, Deo Duce, Comite Ferro, emblem of the great arcane and the omnipotence of the initiate. The fifth is the problem of the human size of the Savior, resolved by the number 40. It is the theological number of the Sephiroths, multiplied by that of natural achievements. This character is read by turning the page like a wheel, and is pronounced Rhoda Tarot or Torah. The sixth is the panticle of the Spirit, signified by bones forming 2 E's and 2 T's. Of the adepts, see Dogme et Rituel de la Haute Magie, explanation of the figures in Volume 1. See Guilherme Apostel, Clavis Abscondatorum, a Constitution Mundi. The letter A is often replaced in this character by the number of the letter, which is 1. This sign also contains the figure and value of the 4 hieroglyphic emblems of the tarot: the staff, the cup, the sword, and the coin. These 4 elementary hieroglyphs are found everywhere in the sacred monuments of the Egyptians, and Homer depicted them in his description of Achilles' shield, placing them in the same order as the authors of the Enchiridion. But these explanations, if we were to support them with all their proofs, would lead us outside our subject here, and would require a special work that we hope to organize and publish one day. The magical sword or dagger depicted in the Enchiridion seems to have been the secret symbol of the court of the free judges. This blade, indeed, is shaped like a cross, hidden and almost wrapped in legend. Only God guides it, and he who strikes is answerable to no one. A terrible threat and no less a privilege. The vehement dagger, indeed, struck in the shadows of guilty parties whose crimes often remained unknown. To what deeds does this terrifying justice attach itself? We must here penetrate into shadows that history has been unable to illuminate, and seek light from traditions and legends that science does not offer us. The free judges were a secret society opposed, for the sake of order and government, to secret anarchist and revolutionary societies. Superstitions are persistent, and degenerate druidism had taken deep root in the wild lands of the north. Frequent insurrections by the Saxons testified to a restless fanatism that moral force was powerless to suppress. All defeated cults, Roman paganism, German idolatry, Jewish rancor, allied against victorious Christianity. Nightly assemblies took place, and the conspirators cemented their alliance with the blood of human victims. A pantheistic idol with goat horns and monstrous forms presided over feasts that could be called the agapes of hatred. Charlemagne resolved to fight them with their own weapons. The Sabbat, in a word, was still celebrated in all the forests and deserts of the still wild provinces. Its followers went there masked and unrecognizable. The assembly extinguished its lights and dispersed before daybreak. The guilty were daybreak, a guilty word, everywhere, and nowhere could they be seized. Charlemagne sent agents dedicated to Westphalia, where evil was greatest, on a secret mission. At that very time, moreover, feudal tyrannies conspired with the sectaries against legitimate authority. Witches were the prostitutes of the castles. Initiated bandits shared in the bloody fruit of their ravages with the lords. Feudal justice was wads, sold to the highest bidder, and public offices weighed down only the weak and the poor. This was a secret police with power of life and death. These agents drew to themselves and bound by oath and mutual surveillance all that was energetic among the oppressed, all who still loved justice, whether from the people or nobility. They revealed to their followers the full powers they held from the emperor, and established the court of the free judges. The mystery surrounding the judgments, the speed of executions, all struck the imagination of these still barbarous peoples. Why rage? The holy rage took on gigantic proportions. One shivered as they recounted sightings of masked men, quotes nailed to the doors of the most powerful lords amidst their guards and orgies, brigand leaders found dead with the terrible cross-shaped dagger in their chests, and on the bandage attached to the dagger, an excerpt from the judgment of the whole. This tribunal took on the most fantastical forms during its sessions. The guilty party cited at some notorious crossroads was seized by a black man who blindfolded him and led him silently. It was always at a late hour, around midnight, as the verdicts were only pronounced at that time. The criminal was led into vast underground chambers, where a single voice questioned him. Then they removed his blindfold, and the subterranean chamber lit up throughout its immense depths, revealing the free judges, all dressed in black and masked. The sentences were not always death sentences, as it had been discovered how things transpired, without a single free judge ever revealing anything, for if anyone did, death would strike them immediately. These formidable assemblies were sometimes so numerous that they resembled an army of exterminators. One night, Emperor Sigismund himself presided over the Holy Inquisition, with more than 1,000 free judges seated in a circle around him. In 1400, there were 100,000 free judges in Germany. People with guilty consciences feared their parents and friends. "If Duke Adolphe of Schleswig comes to visit me," said Guillaume de Brunswick one day, "I'll have to hang him if I don't want to be hanged myself." A prince from the same family, Duke Frederick of Brunswick, who had been emperor for a brief moment, refused to respond to a summons from the free judges. He no longer ventured out except armed to the teeth and surrounded by guards. But one day he strayed slightly from his entourage and needed to get rid of part of his armor. He was never seen again. His guards entered the small wood where the Duke had wanted to be alone for a moment. The unfortunate man was expiring, with the holy whore's dagger in his kidneys, and the sentence hanging from the dagger. Everyone looked around, and they saw a masked man retreating, walking with a solemn step. No one dares to pursue it. Why King Robert, who made several changes and additions required by the administration of justice in the courts of the enlightened, after having them again vested with his authority. A notice on the first page forbids, under threat of death, any layman from casting eyes upon this book. The code of the Court of Viam was printed in Muller's Reichsstatute, found in the old archives of Westphalia. Here's the title of this ancient document: Code and Statutes of the Holy Secret Tribunal of the Franconian Counts and Judges of the Holy Secret Tribunal of the Franconian Counts and Judges, Westphalia, established in the year 772 by Emperor Charlemagne, as said statutes were corrected in 1404b. The name of the enlightened ones given here to the affiliates of the secret tribunal reveals their entire mission. They were to follow in the shadows the worshippers of darkness, mystically circumvent those who conspired against society in favor of the mystery. But they were the hidden soldiers of light, destined to bring forth day on all crimina, plots. And this is what that sudden brilliance illuminated when the tribunal pronounced a sentence. The public dispositions of the law under Charlemagne authorized this holy war against the tyrants of the night. One can see in the capitularies the punishments to be inflicted upon sorcerers, diviners, enchanters, needle-makers, those who summon the devil, and poisoners through supposed love potions, sorcerers, astrologers, fortune-tellers, necromancers, secret mathematicians are declared detestable and subject to the same penalties as poisoners, thieves, and assassins. 263. These same laws explicitly forbid disturbing the air, exciting storms, creating characters and talismans, casting spells, doing harm, practicing enchantments, whether on humans or livestock. One will understand this severity if one recalls what we have said about the horrible rites of black magic and its infantile sacrifices. The danger must have been great since repression manifested itself in such multiplied and severe forms. Another institution that dates from the same sources as the Holy Inquest was the Wandering Knighthood. The Wandering Knights were a kind of free judges who appealed to God and their lance against all the injustices of the lords and all the malice of the necromancers. How far we are already from these pagan courtiers to whom slaves were sacrificed, and for whom the conquerors of the ancient world burned cities. They were armed missionaries who pierced the unbelievers after taking up the sign of the cross. They thus deserved the memory of some noble lady, and sanctified love through the martyrdom of a life devoted to service. Abstract. To Christian ladies other sacrifices are required. One must have exposed one's life for the weak and oppressed, must have freed captives, must have punished profaners of holy affections, and then these beautiful and white ladies in armored skirts, with delicate and pale hands, living Madonnas proud as lilies who return from church, their hourglass under their arms and their patens at their waist, will remove their embroidered veils of gold or silver, and give them as a scarf to the kneeling knight before them who prays while thinking of God. Let us no longer remember Eve's errors. They are 1,000 times forgiven and compensated by this ineffable grace of the noble daughters of Mary. Chapter 4. Wizards. The Android. Excommunication of King Robert. St. Louis and Rabbi Jechiel, the magic lamp and the enchanted nail, Albert the Great and his marvels, the staff of St. Thomas Aquinas, the fundamental dogma of high science, that which consecrates the eternal law of balance, had obtained its full realization in the constitution of the Christian world. 2 living columns supported the building of civilization, the Pope and the Emperor. The Pope often had to intervene as the great justicer, and at his own risk and peril, he repressed the greed and audacity of so many divided sovereigns. But the empire had divided, escaping from the weak hands of Louis the Pious and Charles the Bold. Temporal power, abandoned to the chances of conquest or intrigue, lost this providential unity that put it into harmony with Rome. 265 excommunication was then a terrible punishment, as it was sanctioned by universal beliefs and produced through a mysterious effect of this magnetic chain of disapprovals, phenomena that terrified the masses. Thus, Robert the Pious, having incurred this terrible penalty due to an illegitimate marriage, became the father of a monstrous child resembling those demon figures that the Middle Ages could render so completely and absurdly deformed. This sad fruit of a disapproved union at least attested to the tortures of conscience and the terror dreams that had haunted the mother. The chroniclers of that time seemed to love diabolical legends, but they showed more credulity than taste in recounting them. Robert saw proof of God's anger and submitted to the papal sentence. He renounced a marriage that the Church declared incestuous. He repudiated Bertha to marry Constance of Provence, and he attributed to her suspicious morals and haughty character a second punishment from heaven. All the monks' nightmares, all the sickly dreams of the nuns, were considered real appearances. Their nauseating phantasms, stupid orations, impossible transfigurations, lacking only the artistic flair of Calotte and Cyrano Bergerac to be entertaining. Nothing of all this, from the reign of Robert to that of St. Louis, seems worthy of being told. Under the reign of St. Louis lived the famous Rabbi Jechiel, a great Kabbalist and very remarkable physicist. Everything said about his lamp and his magical nail shows that he had discovered electricity, or at least that he knew its main uses. For this knowledge, as old as magic, was passed on like one of the keys to high initiation. It never failed or went out, and one knew that it was not fed with oil, nor with any of the then-known combustible substances. When night fell, a radiant star appeared in Jechiel's home. The light was so bright that one could not fix it without being blinded. It projected a nuanced radiation of the colors of the rainbow, so shaken that he cried out for mercy, believing he felt the earth open up beneath his feet. When an importune or curious ill-intentioned person tried to force his way into Jechiel's home, and persisted in hammering on the door-knocker, the rabbi struck a nail that was driven into his study, and at that moment a blue spark flashed from both the head of the nail and the door-knocker, and the unfortunate one, Waswell, the boldest one, shook the door-knocker furiously. One day, an hostile crowd pressed against this door with whispers and threats. They held each other by the arms to withstand the commotion and the supposed earthquake. Jechiel touched his nail. Jechiel thus won his tranquility through the terror he instilled. At that moment, the assailants turned on each other and fled, screaming like burned people. They were certain they had felt the earth open and swallow them up to their knees. They didn't know how they had escaped, but for nothing in the world would they have returned to make a ruckus at the sorcerer's door. At the same time, Albert the Great was living, who is still known among the people as the Grand Master of all magicians. St. Louis, who, despite being a great Catholic, was no less a great king, wanted to know Jechiel. He summoned him to his court, had several conversations with him, remained fully satisfied with his explanations, protected him against his enemies, and never ceased, as long as he lived, to show him esteem and do him good. Stick, Idwar. Such is the popular fable. Let us see what it means. The chroniclers assure that he possessed the philosopher's stone, and after 30 years of work, succeeded in solving the problem of the android. That is to say, he created a living, speaking artificial man who answered all questions with such precision and subtlety that St. Thomas Aquinas, annoyed at being unable to silence him, broke him with A. The mystery of human formation and its primitive appearance on earth has always seriously troubled those who seek the secrets of nature. Man indeed appears last in the fossil world, and the days of Moses' creation have deposited their successive debris, attesting that these days were long epochs. How therefore was humanity formed? Genesis tells us that God made the first man from the clay of the earth, and breathed life into him. We have no doubt whatsoever about the truth of this assertion. Far from us, however, the heretical and anthropomorphic idea of a God 268 shaping mud with his hands. God has no hands. He is a pure spirit, and he brings forth his creations one from another by the very forces he gives to nature. So if the Lord drew Adam from the clay of the earth, we must understand that man came from the earth under the influence of God, but in a natural way. Here is the English translation of the provided text. The name Adam in Hebrew means red earth. What then can this red earth be? Rs blood red through the creation of countless magnetized globules, like worlds, alive like animals. For Hermes' disciples, metals were the coagulated blood of the passing earth, turning from white to black and from black to vermeil, following the work of light. This is what alchemists sought, not the secret of transmuting metals, a mere result and an accessory, but the universal arcane of life, the quest for the central point of transformation where light becomes matter and condenses into earth that holds honor within itself the principle of motion and life. It was the generalization of the phenomenon that Kolo. To put this fluid into motion by heat and render it fertilized by light through electricity was the first part of the work of the sages. But the end was more difficult and sublime. It was to retrieve the Adamic earth, which is the congealed blood of what is the congealed blood, living earth, and the supreme